It all comes down to this. The throne at the top of the mountain. One final step.
Reckless is holding fast, but he finally goes down. Dropping the ultimate onto Yanko.
The blizzard approaches.
And Hurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
Forget the scars and focus on the task ahead. Fight! One last time. Conquer what is rightfully yours. Conquer the Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship.
Gentlemen, welcome! England, Nottingham. We're live for our ever first live event with audience here in England. NLC Winter Split by Arozzi has been a special surprise. We'll be having beautiful stories, and one of them will be on stage today. It's going to be Bulldog Esports. They've showed us that with resilience, you can do anything. On the other side is going to be NORD. They have the experience. Will it be enough? Meanwhile, we're opening the doors for everyone to join in, and you joining in from back home. We love you very much. It's not the same without you. With that in mind, so far we'll be having content creators joining in and showing us that actually they know how to play. Meanwhile, veterans joining in as well to show the rookies what they can do and how far they can go. For instance, Fang making plays nobody thinks it's possible. He's going to be here on stage as well, and he brought his family, so that's going to be lovely. Maybe we can even get an interview with them. As we're getting this opening, yeah, we're finally getting people on here. How are we doing, Nottingham? Ah! I like this. I like this. Back at home, you can make some noise, you can spam the chat, and you can make the life of moderators really complicated. I don't care. It's up to you. With that in mind, we're going to have game shows with the desk, but you can participate as well. You on the venue. And tomorrow, we have a game show dedicated to the venue, by the way. So whoever wins tomorrow will get a special prize. I don't know what it is, by the way, but keep that in mind. So my name is Ashram. We're going to start this show, and with that in mind, we're going to toss it to a small word from our sponsors, and then we'll be on the desk so we can start this show. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Back. Look at this. Is this on? Now it's on. Welcome everybody. We are on the desk, and as you can see right beside me, we have this beautiful trophy. We're waiting for someone to lift this, but until then, we gotta meet the teams, but also meet the team that is going to be on the desk throughout today. We have, come down. We have the beautiful Trevor, but the return of the one and only Aragon. Welcome back.
Hello. Oh my goodness. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean,
is.
It's been so long since I've been in the NLC. I come back and we're in a stadium. Like, what is this about? It's great.
We just did it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Because I know you're from England, they were like, hey,
But-
you need to visit home.
Oh, exactly. And it's been 6 years since I've been in England.
Wow.
So you guys are giving me the opportunity to return home. It's
And
super
he
nice.
hasn't had Nando's, so.
True. Not yet.
Missing out.
Tonight,
Not yet.
maybe.
But you know what you're not missing out, Aragon?
Yeah.
I brought a game show just for you.
Ooh. Yo, I'm excited. I love your game shows.
See?
They're always so easy.
Wow. We have a new game, by the way, Aragon. You haven't played
Yeah.
this one yet. Who Am I? Emoji edition.
Oh, no.
So we have emojis, and you have to guess the champion from that emoji. The first clue might be complicated. The second one will be easier. The third one, it's a given, okay? So let's start this one. First emoji for first champion. Who am I? Show it. Come on. What is it? It's going to appear out of a sudden in the middle of your screens for the first one. It is, trust me. It's
The
gone-
anticipation is killing
It's
me.
the anticipation. Yeah, this is not a clue, by the way. There you go. Okay, first
Me,
clue.
me,
it's
me.
on. Yes.
Trundle.
Oh, that was so close. That was actually so... No, not even close.
That was going to be my echo.
If she fails, you get another clue, okay?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
okay,
was I
second
correct?
clue. Second clue. It is correct. It's correct. I swear I can't.
There are 2 champions in the game with bats.
See what I
Trundle
told
is
you?
holding this.
Yeah, he is.
See what I told you? Like, this is a complicated
And that's a 3-hit
situation.
passive, right?
Yes, it is. What? He knows everything. The third one would be a clock, and that would be the
Okay.
echo. There you go. First point is going for Aragon. Man,
All right.
Trouble, you gotta help me. You gotta help me.
What's next?
Okay.
You gotta help me, man.
Let's go for
Give
the
me a dagger
second
or
champion,
something.
and let's give up the first clue for the second champion. Trouble. What is this? Okay, Aragon.
Anivia.
What the?
No, you didn't just give Anivia a snowflake. No.
It's Anivia.
Oh, come on. I let him guess the first one, so I thought it was gonna be Lissandra or something. Yeah.
Man.
Come on.
I don't know.
Trouble, what are you doing?
You said this was gonna be hard.
You failed the first.
It's
Can
beautiful.
I leave?
I've missed this show. It's great.
Can I leave?
Okay, so yeah, it is Anivia. You can show the other clues. Just hey, it's an egg, and then it's.
Hey,
Anivia.
golden egg from TFT.
True.
See? Shoot, yeah.
We should
a
do
point for
golden egg
trouble.
games.
But,
A
yes,
point for
How does
trouble.
that make sense?
Thank you.
2-1 so far.
Okay.
Third champion. Let's bring it up, and please, Trouble, you get the first clue. Okay. What is this? Yes.
Jarvan.
Oh yeah, it is.
Two
It
and
is
two.
Jarvan.
Well done.
It is Jarvan. Okay.
So we're tied now.
Yeah, it's 2-2 somehow. I don't know. Points don't matter. There you go. That's Jarvan.
Yeah,
Second
they
one.
do. I wanna win. I wanna win.
They matter a lot,
They matter a
Trust me,
lot.
they matter a lot. Let's go for the fourth champion. Let's see who it is. I hope this one is hard.
Me.
Okay.
Zoe.
Aha, finally, I got one that is hard. It's not Zoe. You're not allowed to
Ooh,
take a guess.
That was the one I was going to guess.
Ah, cool. Okay,
I should have
finally.
let you guess
Because the
it.
second
Yeah.
clue is... Show
No.
it.
What?
Yes. This is what I was aiming for.
I-
Hey, Nottingham, do you know who's this champion? Anybody wants to take a guess? Down there. Anybody?
What?
Nobody knows. Ah, I knew this one would be
The
complicated.
only thing that transforms like that.
Don't worry,
doesn't
don't
have-
worry. Third one. Third clue.
Huh?
Am I dumb? I
Yeah.
have no
Yes.
idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing that transforms like that, I'm thinking of Nah, but it's just not.
That's what I
No,
thought
no.
as
Think
well.
about Sparkle.
Someone yelled something in the crowd.
Okay, who has a guess? Who said what? Lulu, it is correct. The
Oh,
audience
yeah.
is aware.
That's great.
Sparkles, and then the ultimate, and tastes like purple.
Okay.
The crowd gets 5
Okay,
points.
you suck at choosing
Yeah,
emojis.
this is terrible.
I swear.
Why glitter?
Because glitter lens?
See?
there you go.
Protect me.
I'm not a support man.
Half a point for glitter lens?
Yes. But the audience got 5 points from this
2.5,
one, by the way.
2.5, and you have two.
Fifth
Okay.
champion is worth 25 points. Let's go. First clue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rel?
You just heard that
Wow.
from the crowd. Someone yelled Rel, and
didn't
you put
hear
your hand up
anything.
afterwards.
Who said Rel?
Who
Who
said
said
it?
it? Who said it?
I couldn't have heard
Yeah,
it from
point
over
to you.
there.
Points. And
Hey.
then 5 points for you as well.
Oh, that's 7.5 to
Okay,
2.
right.
You got schooled, Aragon.
I
You
did.
got-
See ya.
I'm losing now. This is really hard.
No, it's done. It's done. It's
Oh,
over.
it's done. I've won.
It's over?
It's
Yeah.
over.
Bye-bye.
Oh my god.
You can leave.
But you got points for TFT guesses, which make no sense.
Hey,
It's, you know, it's,
it's kind
riot.
of like it's been multilingual in games.
100%.
You're just high elo in a
GG.
lot of
Okay.
games.
Okay,
Yeah.
we got the game out of the way, so we need to focus on the real game of today. Let's go for pre-game of this first one. Who's gonna play on stage? It's gonna be Bulldog Esports versus NORD Esports. The Cinderella story versus the kings of the North and the Arctic. You know, Frozen Phoenix. Look at them. When you look into this one, if you started the split looking at this team, would you believe it?
Which team?
A Bulldog.
Okay.
Makes sense. I love it.
I mean, look, when it comes to these teams, especially when it comes to Bulldog, I have experience playing against, for example, Lulus. And back then, I didn't think amazingly of him. I didn't think he did amazingly well back when I played against him. We didn't look at him as huge competition. But now he's doing so well. The way he plays in the early games, I'm a huge fan of it, and I'm really happy to see them, make it all the way to the semifinals.
I like we're highlighting the junglers right from the start, but
Yeah.
who else do we want to highlight? Because I tell me. Okay, 'cause I was thinking about starting with NORD.
I feel like we can definitely start with NORD because they were the #2 behind Los Ratones from everyone on their notebook. Everyone that made a tier list, they were like the only one who can go up against Los Ratones is going to be NORD. There's so much experience, so many names that have played in Tier 1 leagues before. You bring all the experience, all that leadership, and you got a very, very strong team. Now, of course, the best off didn't give us much to be desiring for, let's say, a finals game. But hopefully, they have their chance for redemption right here to show how strong they are as a team.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that they can actually match all these teams, Los Ratones in particular, individually, right? Individually, they are so stacked. I mean, some of the best players, you have arguably the best poppy player in the world. Sorry, I had to mention it. He's just so good.
Yeah, go for it, go for
it. You have such fantastic players in Treats. You know, I've worked with him on the LEC as well, and he's just so knowledgeable. You can just ask him any question about the game, and he'll know. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this roster as well.
So if possible, let's start with Treats. Let's start from the bottom of the map, and let's start with the support. What does Treats provide towards this team?
Oh, actually, I've known Treats ever since I was working with SK Gaming, like 3 years ago. And I know that he was like a big voice for the team in general. He's a shot caller. He understands the game, as you mentioned, as well. He sees a lot of different sides to the game. He's played jungle competitively in a Tier 1 league for SK Gaming as well. So I feel like he sees the game more globally than a lot of other supports could potentially see it. And that gives a lot of agency in general, because supports are usually the ones that make or break a lot of the games.
So if I believe we have even stats about Treats, if possible, to bring it up, to talk a little bit about Treats and the way, and there you go. Well, we have Casing over there, but don't mind Casing right now. If you look into the kill participation, business score, and all that, it's not that beautiful,
right?
But it's what it provides, the engages and all that. I think we were talking about that yesterday, and how powerful it can be.
I quite like the way Treats runs around the map with his jungler Santorin. I like them linking up with duos. They lean a lot on Ivor and Leona, for example, and the Heartsteel Leona running around the map with a bunch of damage was absolutely fantastic. I think Treats and a Santorin are a great duo, you know, and they definitely are more than a match for the enemy side on Bulldog.
Okay, as we're talking about this, let me think, because apparently I had a different one. What else do you want to highlight from NORD? Because you weren't talking about the top one. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that I'd like to highlight, strengths and weaknesses of the roster. I'll start with the weaknesses first, because we can glaze them a little bit. So, No Way, I think potentially could be an avenue of attack for Bulldog. I think No Way, in particular, is confined to a very limited champion pool, in that he likes to play a lot of immobile control mages. And the problem with that is it's very easily attackable, and it also compromises your team compositions a little bit. Like when you're trying to draft an AP composition with a Zyra, and then suddenly you have to pull out a Zyra-Xerath duo, because you have limitations in your pool, and you don't have AD mids, like a smolder lineup with it, it can be really, really painful. And also, because you only play immobile control mages, champions like Jarvan on the enemy team will just lock you down, and that can be preemptively picked by Lulis.
I just feel like I'm gonna give it to you from the perspective of Treats, because I was talking to him yesterday. He said, I mean, that he likes to die, but he also does a lot of damage. So I feel like a Karthus could potentially be a great angle for him if that's, if that's the kind of gameplay he's going for, right? Especially if Revival's back in the game. However, that's not, and I'll agree with Aragon right here. You take him out of the equation. Treats mentioned it as well. He said he does a lot of damage. You take that big bunch of damage out of these team fights. You pick on No Way. You could potentially have a recipe for success there for Bulldog Esports.
And I think the big thing is like both these mid laners have similar weaknesses. I think on the other side, Cayman as well. Both of these mid laners, they always overextend on side lane on immobile control mages without any vision behind them. You know, when you have these control mages, you have to baby them through the whole early to mid game. Set up vision for them so they can walk up on neutral side waves to be able to farm, but they'll just walk on side, get caught, and get picked. And whether it's inexperience or just poor macro, this is a really big weakness.
Okay, let's jump into Bulldog right now to understand how they play as well. And where do you want to start? Because I believe like you have a big piece, the probably most experienced player right now in the RL, because he has been living here for a long, long time. I think it's Casing.
Okay, it's not NLC. Unless Casing is playing for one of the teams for NLC. This guy has a 13-year experience in competitive esports, in League of Legends. Yeah. And it's crazy because he brings all that experience to the teams, and it shows. Okay, now this particular graphic might not look good on the left side, because you're like, why do you want a player who can't be flexible? That's not necessarily in Casing. They don't lose because Casing is playing Lulu or Renata. They lose because he loses his agency by playing things like Renata and Lulu. He is the moving gear that gets their early game going. That's why engaged champions are so important for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious. I watched a couple games of them, just VOD reviewing, and immediately what I saw was I want Kasing on something with CC and playmaking, the same with Lulus, because he and Lulus are the ones that, you know, they pull the trigger on engages, they initiate fights. Kasing walking up and face checking, anything proactive comes down to him. So if you put him on Lulu, he's not going to be able to do any of that. And then all that proactivity goes out the window for the team.
Haha, you say that, but I've seen him flash volleyballs.
Okay, engage. Hylissang classic,
Like Hylissang into 5
Maybe.
people, yeah,
But
sure.
I think the big thing is this team, it reminds me, it's very reminiscent. I know you disagree, Trouble, but it's very reminiscent of MKOI. Sorry, the Sport Jungle AD carry, similar to Alvaro, Super, and Elyoya. They run around the map making plays. It's very reminiscent of them, which is why I immediately clicked with this team and why I like how they play.
So where there's that deliverance coming in from the support and the jungle provides, like, is it towards the bot lane? Is it towards the mid lane?
Yeah.
Okay, I know that Aragon is a big fan of them leaning towards that bot lane, but I will say one thing. Death, Taxes, and Kasing and Lulash camping mid lane for 5 minutes straight. And I feel like it also ties very well in terms of like the weaknesses that we talked about NORD earlier on, with No Way sort of pressuring too hard in the mid lane, getting caught, dying repeatedly. I feel like Cayman has had a lot of these scenarios as well, where he's just overstepping boundaries in terms of vision and walk-arounds and walking onto that, I call it a catwalk towards that river. And a lot of the times that can really hurt you, especially when Bulldog Esports had to basically 4v5 their way to this semi-final.
So we're about to receive the teams on stage. I think we can then proceed to talk a little bit more as we go. Aragon, do you have any final point?
I have a point about a specific player, and I don't know if we can bring up the graphic, the very cursed graphic. I know you know which one I mean.
Okay, it is fast. First of all, bring in the cursed graphic.
The Visit Chachi Lolly Chachi.
Oh gosh.
Lolly Chachi.
I requested this, and I have a little anecdote. Okay, I played against him once. And it's burned into my brain in solo queue. He has a 70% win rate in solo queue, 67% win rate in competitive on Poppy. He's the best Poppy in the world. He's a 2.2k elo chess player. He's the best Age of Mythology player in the world as well. He mogs everyone in this studio and in England. I'm not joking. This guy, he's just next level.
And he blind picks Poppy if he wants to.
And he does. I cried about blind picking Poppy. He does it anyway.
The elo on chess, I didn't know that one, by the way.
Some people are just built different.
Some people are built different, so might as well bring those people on the stage. So let's introduce the players if possible, and let's see as they walk in. The audience is ready to get this show on the road. Are you ready? Come on, I want to hear you, England! Are you ready? Somebody stole my microphone, so I'm gonna do it this way. From zero to hero, the team everyone doubted, Bulldog steps onto the stage. He was under the radar for a long time, but his aggression on the top lane turned him into a star. It is Mietek! He's not alone, he needs that jungle. Coming in from Portugal, stepping on the NLC for the second time. Give it up for Lulash! But what is a jungler without that mid lane? The German powerhouse, the man with the most lovely dog, promised greatness, and now he has to deliver. Give it up for Cayman! He's a rookie, 17 years old, and he's putting bodies to the floor. You know who it is. Give it up for the 80 carry, Exoper! Let's be honest, Trouble told us it's not NLC without the grandfather of League of Legends, paving the way for the greater tomorrow. Give it up for the one and only Kasing! But this team is not alone. This is a special surprise. The most beautiful CEO alive. Give it up for Navi from Bulldog! The underdog is a Bulldog. But on the other side, though, it's the Arctic Phoenix. You know those names. Who's here for NORD? Who's here? Come on. Audience, is anyone here for NORD? Ah, I was wondering. Now from Aragon, the greatest Poppy to ever exist. The Mongo, the Fortress on the top lane. Give it up for VZ Chachi! Now from Denmark, the man who conquered the UNNA, Santana! Prime League wasn't enough for this midliner. In his name is echoed across the Twitch platform. No way! There's no way. Now moving on, aggressive, the sniper, the man who will find his mark on every team fight. Give it up to X-Money! Since 2016, he has dominated the scene, and his thirst for victories is not quenched. It's the support, it's the man, it's Streets! Now for the coach with a lot of experience, they're secretly tryharding. Give it up for John! Well, apparently he's not there. This is NORD. One more time if possible, audience. Give it up for these two teams. England, Nottingham, make some noise! Middlecott, where are you, mate?
Thank you, Nottingham. In a few moments, we will see these two teams fight to the death for a chance to face Los Ratones in the grand final of the NLC. Players, take to your computers. Captains, join me by my side. So, all comes down to this for a spot in the final, for a spot at EMEA Masters. Kasing, this is a stage that you've not physically stood on before, but you have been on the precipice many times and you have stepped over the edge to claim victory. Why will Bulldogs seize the initiative and win today?
I mean, no one had hope in any of us, you know. Bulldogs, F-tier, who are these people, you know? But we proved them wrong, you know? We balked.
And X-Matty, some will call you an expert in failure for what we've seen from you. But you find yourself facing off against an old age pensioner and a bunch of never-beens. Why will you take victory today?
I mean, actually, Kasing would probably be one of the younger ones on our team. So we actually have the experience. Average age of 45, so we're ready to take the win.
Excellent, great to hear that from you two. Right, I want a fist bump in the middle here. I want a nice, clean fight, some good, clean League of Legends. Right, show some love, guys. Oh, Nottingham, let's make some noise one more times for our teams, Bulldog Esports and NORD! It is a fever pitch here, casters, analysts. Take it away.
Thank you, Middlecott. We're back into the desk and the teams are on stage right now. Before we jump into the first one, I think we're ready to toss to casters. I think they're waiting for us. What do you think is going to win? To start us off.
Without draft?
Without draft,
He's asking us to be magicians here?
Yes.
Easily, NORD.
Hostility.
Sorry, Bulldog. Sorry, Bulldog. I'm still going for NORD. I think it's been a NORD clean sweep. That's my prediction.
A clean sweep.
Okay, I've gone for Bulldog Esports underdog story, but I will say they will lose the first two, and then they'll come back 3-2.
Oh, so we have 5 games in your mind. Hey, I love this. I want to know your prediction back at home, so spam the chat again. I know, moderators, you hate me. But meanwhile, the casters are ready, and I want your predictions. And for the first time, we have a TriCast on site. Take it away.
Hey up, me ducks! It is a pleasure to be here in my hometown of Nottingham. I get to cast League of Legends here. It's a very special time. I've got my parents in the audience. I've got wonderful League of Legends. I've got two of the finest gentlemen in the business here alongside me in Foxdrop and Jamada. Dan, Adrian, how are you feeling, boys?
Yes, good. Finally here at a live finals for the UK scene. It has been way too long.
It's been a while.
And we've got some good representations as well. Ex-Matty, a good British boy alongside Kasing as well. So yeah, it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. And the games themselves as well, they're going to be cracking.
Yeah, we're going to have a very fun weekend here in Nottingham for sure. 3 very incredible teams, 2 of them playing here today. And a lot of weird immediate history between the teams as well that I'm looking forward to probably see be revisited throughout the course of this series today.
Yeah, and obviously you heard from the analyst desk. Aragon is on the 3-0 hype train for NORD. George is feeling a reverse sweep for Bulldogs. How are you guys feeling? 'Cause obviously, I think on paper, NORD come in as favourites, but Bulldogs have done a pretty good job of just upsetting everyone's expectations like the entire split. So
Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning a little bit more to Bulldog, weirdly enough. I feel like this is going to be one of those series where so many people feel like this is NORD through and through, whether it's 3-1 or an Aragon's very weird take to me, a 3-0, that Bulldog are going to get the underdog buff, right? For like, I hate underdog with the Bulldog.
Okay,
but,
fine. Yeah.
You know,
It's appropriate in its own way.
They've done it enough this split, right? Whether it was Ruddy or other teams in performance, and not always the results, but today it's going to be about the results, that I can very easily see them running through a NORD that at times have definitely struggled. I think individually I look towards the bottom lane where occasionally when you've asked NORD to kind of step up towards teams like Los Ratones, they haven't necessarily done it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the Bulldog hype train as well, but mostly because okay, you're right. They've improved constantly over the split here, but I've never fully believed that they were quite good enough. You know, like when they came up against Ruddy, for example, I thought Ruddy might have the edge, but they always proved me wrong, man. And so I'm done. I'm done with betting against them. And this time, I think it's their time.
Oh, alas, we also have to be done here for a moment or two. There's a tech pause issue, so we're going to cut to a quick break. And when we come back, draft will be starting, so don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, one and all, here to Nottingham, England. How are you finding my hometown so far, folks?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You've got to
actually.
be nice at this point.
Yeah, no, it's great.
No being mean.
I like the high street. There's like 6 of them.
There's quite a lot of them, yeah.
All coming off of each other. So yeah, I like that. Not too bad.
Adrian, come on. I know you're from London. I know you're from the big city. You got to say something nice here.
It's all right.
Oh, you know what? We're stopping. Before you say anything more, we're stopping right there. We are just short of coming into Champions League. Audio issues have been resolved. There's the crowd waving. Everyone's beginning to turn up. Look at that wave, Nottingham. Good to see you all. Pick Nunu, you won't snowball. I appreciate the signs. We've got some fun in here. Hello, guys. Nice to see you all again. We are, as I said, just waiting to get into Champion Select. How are we feeling about this game one? Is Fearless, that whole system that the world has been wrestling with on a grander scale? How do you think it's going to affect here in the semi-finals, live in Nottingham? As I said again, is that exciting?
I mean, we've had it now for a couple of best of 5 series, right? Yep. And we've seen these series go the distance, and much like we've witnessed around the world, once we get past that, or once we get to that game 4 mark, we start seeing some really, really weird stuff. So whether it's, hyper carry, 1 carry protect comps, or other, right, more direct 1-to-1 lane counters, drafts get significantly more fun once we hit that.
But like you say, it's mostly significant once you get to the later games. So if this ends up being a more one-sided series, then it won't as much play into it. And champion pools get stretched, dude. They get stretched. But we've seen both these squads actually have pretty deep pockets, to be fair. And I was in the Bulldog training room yesterday while they were playing. And yeah, they were practicing some wacky things. I'm not gonna say what, but they were doing some really wacky things.
Spoilers At least he'll take us off air and we'll get this from him so we know. He's got info the West for Stone Half. That's very unfair. But yeah, I tend to agree. And I think you then start to look at people like No Way, who's got an interesting champion pool, but it's quite AP heavy, quite control mage heavy. See how that affects as things go on. But Champ Select is here, and we're live for game 1 of our semi-finals. So, going to see some of the bans come on through. Draven away, I would assume, from Exafeng. We'll figure out exactly how that goes as we go along.
Part of the HUD, of course, as you can see, a little bit not functional right now, but I can tell you that NORD is definitely on blue side, and the fact that
that Draven gives that away.
Not only is the Draven ban and the Poppy ban, both these bans very contextual to one another. So NORD on the blue side for the time being. We hope we can get this result for you ASAP, but nothing too surprising off rip as the Jace also joins the ban phase.
Team Arozzi versus Team KitKat. Long-awaited matchup here in the NLC. Yeah, and unsurprising, Arozzi do have a very storied top laner. As Aragon was saying, I don't know, we pulled the solo queue stats up there. 70% win rate in solo queue. Okay, but I mean, sure, bro. This, yeah.
I mean, even here on red side, Skarner, despite all the nerfs, still going to be, feels like a guaranteed ban. Feels like a lot of teams, if they're getting the choice well, are wanting to go to blue side, because there are some of those almost obligatory bans on red side that make it a little bit tricky to draft early on.
Fire taken away as well, which has been one of Santorin's most played, if not his most played champion this split. So the fact that his team bans it, I bet he's happy about that. I know he doesn't like playing Fire, that's for sure. Yeah, that novelty is worn off for a lot of junglers, to be fair. So yeah, we don't have any focus towards the bot side of these bans. Yeah, Kalista is open, and that is going to be slammed down here. First pick for Matty.
Yeah, not too surprised. Like usually the red side is finally the draft is the HUD is fixed. It's Kalista and Skarner are kind of like the
guaranteed bans.
Ban, right? So Bulldog have opted for this choice, which makes me think that Exafeng has to have an answer, right?
We have seen some interesting stuff out of the bot lane of Exafeng and Kasing, so that is normally a big deal. So we'll see how that one plays out. Varus, I suppose, is something, if you add in a range support alongside it, you can kind of bully out the Kalista at least a little bit, but she's got such scary all-in options. You're early enough into a draft, and a Fearless series well, with things like the Renata will be up still as well, so some good pairings here to work with this Kalista.
Yeah, the one good counter to this is that being on red side, you can always get a good support matchup, right? Yeah. Even if you deal with a Renata lock-in right now, and it's going to make the 2v2 very frustrating, you at the very least, as Kasing, get to go, all right, well, I'll be able to pick up a counter. Like, sometimes you see something like the Thresh come out, or other very kind of out there support one-to-one matchups, which are very difficult for Renata to try and navigate, as we've got Pantheon alongside that Varus and now Nocturne.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's it. Is it going to be that Orianna to round off the big tier for Nords? I mean, you do tend to see those two pick together. Orianna, you stick the ball on top of Nocturne, Nocturne jumps in, and boom, sorted.
Someone has a bad day.
Yes. But we have seen, honestly, sometimes the Nocturne has a bad day, because as he's flying forward and the ball leaves him behind, that's, that can be a bit unfortunate. But No Way does like his more long-ranged mages, so we'll see.
Oriana
It
is surely the guarantee.
It was. There it is. So that's a pretty solid 1-2-3 right here for NORD. You know, you got your powerful ADC and a great combo in that mid jungle.
Yeah, my question now is, what do Bulldog want to do? Because this Pantheon is kind of like a three-way flex for them, right? Cayman's also shown it, and he's very big on this Pantheon mid.
Spoiler, he was chatting with Archeron while they were practicing, and Archeron was giving him Pantheon strats. So our host has even been giving a bit of an assist.
And I will say, I love this Ambessa lock-in because it hides the Pantheon even more, right? You now get to keep that flex of jungle support or the mid lane, and Ambessa technically has to flex top and mid too, right?
Yeah,
so loads of flexibility.
And you've got set up for the Ambessa as well. The Chains of Corruption, Pantheon just shield vaulting in. It makes the Ambessa a lot harder to miss because someone's locked them down for you, which makes life a lot easier. Pick Ari, says someone in chat. We'll see where that one happens. No, somewhere out there, Nymera is smiling away. I know what it's like. I'm used to this on a regular basis with people wanting Ari in the drafts.
Well, the downside to what you've got here for Bulldog is that's a whole bunch of physical damage. You know, that's if you're NORD, you're looking at the tankier champions now to just round out your comp, because if you can get that kind of like stonewall front line for your team, then it's actually kind of tough to bring him down from Bulldog's perspective, unless Varus then decides to go on hit. But if he's doing that versus Nocturne and Oriana, that can be tough as well.
And you're absolutely right on that front, because you start to see the AP jungle bans. The Lily is out of the way. I'd imagine something like a Zyra goes here as well, those easy options. Of course, you could still see something like this Pantheon move to the jungle, but again, it does make it a lot harder in terms of getting that AP somewhere else on the map then.
I will say what's great is both these team compositions so far really want to fight. Like,
yes, they do. Yes, they do.
And if you're Bulldog, I love the Zyra, right? If you're able to get it, and again, Pantheon still being flexible, NORD are kind of a little bit more locked in to having to go forward, right? With the Nocturne Oriana combo, with the Kalista, if they want to deal damage, they have to move forward. At the very least with Bulldog, with Ambessa, it's like, okay, I can capitalize on engages from Varus, or I can capitalize on poke if Exofeng wants to play that poke build, and Bulldog's composition is a little bit more open to interpretation of what they can still fill out these last two picks with. As we're through the ban phase, the Aurora also gets picked up.
Makes sense.
As a ban, and now the question is, will Ludus go towards that Zyra as the AP option, or will the Pantheon flex be revealed now?
Yeah, it seems as though NORD are assuming this Pantheon is bot lane, right? Like, else you wouldn't ban away the Aurora if you thought it was going into one of the solos, or even...
I suppose it's the last remaining really top tier AP option in terms of what seems a lot of bans. You see a lot of first phase Aurora bans too, so I can sort of see the thought process
middle
there.
jungle.
Okay.
Well, that's it.
Middle jungle.
If that's locked in. It is
yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So yeah, it's all right. Yeah, we're still looking for that AP option though as the last pick, and really still holding onto their hands. A Bulldog here to get that advantage in the draft. We'll see how NORD respond with their last two.
I will say, whilst it's nice to get the reliable engage of a Nautilus, blinding Nautilus into Kalista, whilst it's great to have the depth charge to lock her down, I think that they're very lucky that NORD decide to go towards the Alistar here, because there are so many other significantly more frustrating options to deal with in the 2v2 compositionally to run into.
It's AP Nautilus jungle, mate. Come on now, of course.
Chachi's gonna go towards Jax. I can't remember the last time I saw Chachi on Jax.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah. He's kind of that, like, immovable, safe option, isn't he, as a player topside? And Jax isn't really that kind of champion.
That's the Kasing hover. Don't get baited as yet.
I've been watching too much LCK, and Showmaker's been, or was rather, doing a lot of fun things. Ari,
that crowd, she's gonna be happy in the crowd there.
It was sorted. So there's your AP option, and because Ari's solo AP as well can go towards things like the Shadow Flame, feel pretty happy about it. The problem is now you've seen things like the Alistar get locked in. Jax can actually build up to a decent amount of armor if he wants to later on in the game, as Zhonya's becomes pretty high value. You are potentially here in the mid game, still going to be a little AD heavy on Bulldogs, but your pick is unreal. You get one bit of CC, everyone else can follow up.
Problem is as well, this is a smart Cayman pick, because how do you lock him down? How do you lock Ari down? Like, unless you get caught in a combo from Alistar. But I will say, and I hate to say it, but Cayman has had some happy games on that Ari in the past. So yeah, let's hope he pulls out one of his better ones this time around.
All right, then we're going to cut to a quick break because we've got ads to roll before we hit the Rift for the first time today. Sit down, enjoy the ads, get your popcorn, and we'll be on the Rift in no time at all. hopefully heading to the Rift in short order. No, it's us. We are now the champions.
We are the
I am a
champions.
champion. Did you not know? We've just been added. That was Riot's new addition to the game. Hextech Chests and us.
If your brother is Ari,
Yeah.
what does that make you?
Well, Evelyn, and that's a horrifying thought for everyone at home. You don't want to think about that.
Okay.
Hell no.
I'm an Evelyn, mate. What do you want from me? I like pressing R.
Not my cup of tea.
No, I'm struggling with that self-image moment as well.
Do you just by default when you lease it?
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of it's the
that's
locked-in
it.
brand.
Yeah, the problem is when you're as old as I am, older both of you guys. I've been playing since season 2, dude. So I've got to think about like over 13 years.
There's a lot of time,
playing champions. So I don't know, man. I don't even want to think about it. But yeah,
I do actually own a Kindred mask. So there is that. So I've got one Kindred mask, my brother has the other. So we have there's that option too.
That's quite cute.
Okay.
What? No way's AFK, bro. What's up with that?
Yeah. No way could have made.
He's invisible. He's actually Evelyn. That's what it is. It's old school Evelyn mid. Remember when Alex Sitch was playing that back in season 2, 3? There you go. I know my knowledge too. There you go.
Sunfire stack on that as well. And just stand
Awful.
next to
Invisible
people.
burning.
Old Eve. Oh my god, Chachi has the shout.
Oh my
buff, bro.
days.
If that's not a Kickus reference, I don't know what it is.
That's so good. Do you remember when Kasing used to have his pillow and little cloth for his mouth?
There
used
he
to have
is.
a pillow.
There he
sit down.
is.
There he is.
Oh wow.
Yep. Unfortunately, No Way had some issues with flights. There was a couple cancellations. So sadly playing from home. So that's why he's actually not there. He's got the empty chair, splitting the NORD team up. They're all sort of isolated away from him. No Way.
On each side of the map.
Yep. Quick heads up here as well. There is a slight tech issue while they're resolving ping issues, so hopefully that gets resolved very shortly. Be into game, but just giving you a heads up that is why we're still filling here for a second. But it does give us an opportunity to break down the drafts a little bit more, set up expectations. Early game coming on in. You've got a Kalista on one side, theoretically pretty strong, but I'm looking at a Pantheon, an Ari, Nautilus. It's a lot of pretty good early game pick and damage too on the other side for Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's tough right here if you're looking to stay safe for NORD. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things you have to dodge and to avoid if you don't want to get falling down early. So, bring back...
Absolve. Let's go. That's an old school UK org.
That's
Middle quad's running on over. Give him a handshake because he knows what's up. There we go.
real.
UK grassroots back up and running, I see.
Love that. Yeah, I mean, and what a place to bring it back here. The first, like, UK land that we've had since... I honestly don't remember when. When was the last time we were
Right,
in UK?
you've got Ari already. Don't get greedy. None of that. I've got Jamala on cast here as well. He'll be getting very excited for the game
That
pick.
sign might be for me.
Yeah, don't encourage him, guys.
Yeah. But I will say, yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of damage on the bottom side.
Yeah.
I do kind of wonder how the mid-jungle matchup is going to end up, kind of unraveling, I suppose. Orianna Nocturne, whilst they're obviously good in the actual skirmishes, as far as actual laning, just interaction is concerned, I think you're always going to take Pantheon Ari over Orianna and the Nocturne, especially pre-Shockwave.
I think there's also a world here where, assuming NORD are careful, they've actually got 3 really good ball carriers. People are assuming it's going to be the Nocturne, but back in the day, Alistair plus Ori, the cowball combo, hugely exciting. People used to run that all the time. You've got Jax as well as a pretty good ball carrier, so if the Nocturne goes in, even second maybe, and then the ball comes in later with an Alistair or something, you can potentially mess with people's flashes and stuff, try and bait that out before you use that Shockwave combo too.
Yeah, I also want to see what Chachi's going to be up to in the top side on this Jax. It's not really the style of champion that I expect to see from Chachi, or that we've seen from Chachi in the past. He's much more of a chill kind of guy, like he'll play the Poppy, he'll play the Cassante, Xeon, these kind of things, the Gnar, which actually got banned out. Yeah, but Jax is a different kind of beast, he's more of a carry side top laner. Like he wants to actually put a lot of action into himself. So we'll see if he's actually able to do that kind of thing. And if anyone can, he's had long enough to play League of Legends that I'm sure he can adapt his playstyle.
Kaven's got mid-gap.
He wrote that on his biceps yesterday. That was has he just like not shout? I mean, it might be Sharpie. In fact, getting that off is a bit. It's quite a lot.
Getting Sharpie off skin is a nightmare. Is a bit of a nightmare.
I had the unfortunate incident of having it on my face
your
once.
face?
Yeah,
Oh,
2 weeks.
Did you
2
get-
weeks it
did
took
you
to
get
come off.
Was it starch? Was it starch?
It was,
glasses?
yeah,
What
and I had a monocle. It was awful.
I love that. A monocle for 2 weeks.
The school was an interesting time. We'll leave it at that. Anyway, moving back onto League of Legends and away from my sordid past, we are looking at this one with feeling like, okay, we've got this Kalista draft, as we've kind of been talking about. We've got Chachi on the Jax, which is away from the tank options he's often been default to. He's got a game of Jax, he's got the Camille, the Rumble's been in there a little bit as well. It's not like we've seen no carry options from him this split, but it's still a little bit different. for NORD, we've often... I'm not sure whether criticize is quite the right word, but we've often seen them be a little slower in the early game and then come into mid game, come into late game and be more around those kind of team fighting moments and kind of rely on treats perhaps to be that X factor early to maybe get something rolling. Obviously, you're waiting for level 6 a big time here with the Nocturne, with the Shockwave, but this might take a little while to get rolling. Is that going to hurt them from Bulldogs?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the innate answer is just yes. Like,
yeah,
always, right? And I think this is definitely a nature of this NORD not composition, this NORD roster, right? Chachi and No Way, not the strongest lane, players, right? That is just how they are as players, and this bottom side out of Matty and out of Treats hasn't always been the strongest 2v2 either. So it is really just about kind of scaling, and I think, you go Nocturne Oriana, you're always looking into kind of mid-game team fights and waiting for your moment, waiting for the rotations to look out of place from Bulldog, and then you look to capitalize and punish.
Yeah, a bit more ulti reliant on that side there with Nocturne Oriana, whereas someone like Pantheon
just fight.
Level 3, level 2, yeah.
just goes in whenever they can. So.
Falls under that same category of like Poppy is level 3, Poppy is full build.
Yeah,
level 3 and a red buff, that's all you need. Have got word from production, I think audio issues have been resolved, so theoretically we'll be getting onto the Rift very shortly, so don't have to wait too much longer, folks.
Yes. And I'm ready to see what we can do here, because I actually think this is one of the series that's actually really hard to call either way. We had a 3-0 for NORD, and both Jamana, I think it's Bulldogs going to win 3-0.
Bulldogs as well. I thought it was going to win.
I will say, as much as I think that Bulldogs are more likely to win, I still think it's a 5-game series.
You know what's even more likely?
Yeah.
Heading to the Rift right now.
No.
Yes. Wow. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go, baby! Onto the Rift! Production was counting me down. I was joining everyone here. Get excited.
Sick, dude.
Look at this.
Shout out production for getting No Way's player cam sorted in the bottom left.
That's fabulous.
Being our venue.
There's no escape. You will be on camera.
You will be on camera.
So, now we need to see exactly how we play it out from here. 5-man stack from Bulldogs right down mid lane.
Yep.
No one's going to face check them, though.
Yeah, one thing we didn't talk about is lane swaps and the possibility of those occurring, right?
We don't want to manifest it, that's why.
Exactly.
It's a Callista, it's going to happen.
So, it is a curious case. NORD are, for the time being, they're sending Matty and Trees top. Bulldog are still fishing for information. I think NORD might be assuming Kasing's not going to spot that ward.
That's unfortunate.
I think NORD would have been assuming until they saw Kasing sweeping that ward that they were looking for a lane swap. They will get even more confirmation from this Tri-Brush ward, so we'll be laning topside for the time being, and we'll see where Kasing and Exafeng decide to path for the next 20 seconds. But if they're bot lane now, chances are they're going to stay there.
Lane swap looking like secured by NORD, as they have sent Matty and Treats topside, so as it stands, should be that lane swap. And Ambessa, pretty known in that moment, Jax can manage it too, so I don't think either team are necessarily looking at going, oh no, what a disaster with these champions in a lane swap. And it does also theoretically mean you escape a Callista lane, or hell, a Varus Nautilus lane as well, until you've got a few more abilities to work with for both of those melee supports.
Yeah, this is the thing though, if you are in that lane swap scenario, you've got to respect these cheesy kind of plays. Yeah, I don't think it's Matty and Treats are in a situation here, or a position where they can actually punish Mietic there, but it's just going to be a little bit of zoning coming through here. And a pretty decent amount of chunk.
The response.
A little bit of a headbutt as well. A little bit of a love tap.
That is the thing. Alistar can't really do too much outside of headbutting opponent away from
Get out of XP range, bro.
But this will just be the situation for the time being. We're just keeping our eyes on junglers to see what Santorin and Lulish are going to be up to, because Pantheon is going to be able to get involved in these lane swaps and dives significantly easier than Santorin on the Nocturne will be. Though Ambessa weirdly good at dealing with dives sometimes.
She's got a lot of mobility, right?
Yeah. It's the mobility that you really have to worry about, the W as well.
Yeah.
We'll see how Mietek actually ends up handling this if it comes through, but for the time being, it's a third wave crash. And seems like he's going to be able to hold on to the entire wave. Not going to be forced off at all.
Yeah, he's going to pick all of that one up, so he's an happy boy there. Same for Vizichachi down bot side as well. Not a lot of missed CS, not a lot of missed XP, which is the most important thing for these lane swaps early on. So we're kind of chilling in those sides, but Kasing now, he's going to get spotted on that ward. Yeah, but first little roam of the game, and that Nautilus.
Yeah, Kasing.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Great. You know what? No, but this is fantastic. Because I was about to say, Kasing just did a whole bunch of cardio for nothing. If he doesn't flash a flash with no way here, and that's perfect because now Ludus just has to walk mid and flash W, and the setup is there.
Yeah. And especially at this point when the Ari's threatening already with the charm, when you've already got that flash Pantheon route, you can definitely do a lot of work here. And even as the level 6s come through, that Orianna isn't going to have that flash available, and there is a lot of pick between that mid-jungle support for Bulldogs.
We've seen as well, specifically, hold that thought, Santorin's going to get his first gank.
Flash for the stun, in comes Santorin with a flash for the fear, and that is a first blood over to Chachi's Jax.
Yeah, well held there for Santorin to make sure Chachi gets the first blood as well, gets that kill. Because we want the gold on Jax. You know, Jax can really do some sexy things if he's accelerated towards that Triforce.
And again, as we were talking about, Chachi on a carry, not seen that much of it, but that's a really good start. Santorin comes up there, and sometimes we've criticized NORD for being a little slow, for being not quite as aggressive and proactive in the early game. That's exactly what you want to see. Gets the Jax rolling in a matchup where he can start to take over as once he gets that gold.
Just seeing now as well, our first recalls coming through, specifically from the junglers, as Ludus should be getting back soon. But either way, Santorin's on the map first with his double longsword, and Ludus still hasn't reset. So I thought he was going to go for a cheeky little reset here, but he's actually going straight back to the clear without recalling. So he's actually, I'm not really a fan of this.
He's going for the fast 5, I think. But actually, he started on red, right? He went red to Krugs, so he has stayed out on the map for a little bit longer than perhaps
I just think
you'd like.
You're kind of weak now. Like, you can't really contribute in fights necessarily because you're naked, basically, at this point.
It's going to be like the grab time.
Yeah, that's what it is before, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, there's a flash.
Yep. Gets behind Kasing. Kasing now in danger. Needs to get beyond the Alistair to try and get to the wall with the hook, but Matty just pulls the spears out, and that's a second kill over to NORD.
That cardio didn't work out for him.
Yep. He's a bit tired at this point.
Hey, it might work out in the next, I don't know, 3 minutes if they actually manage to punish No Way, right? That's what they're going to have to do to try and get things rolling. Like you say, cardio not worked out, and he's going to fall behind in XP very slowly. But on the counterpoint, I suppose, Exafeng technically gets solo XP for a little bit longer, so we'll hit level 6 sooner. These are all these kind of breakpoints that we're looking forward to see whether or not they can make use of them when they roll around.
Well, 30 seconds until Grub's spawning. Have finally seen the reset from Lewis, who's gone and got themselves that tunneler, so that's a big deal. But at this point as well, we're now in this position where the Nocturne, pre-6, has managed to pull off 2 ganks in 2 different lanes and gotten a Jax to the Kalista ahead. You're very happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not going to be the Grubs just now. We're going for those that Dragon first. For Bulldog's perspective, you know, if you've been getting a bit run around the map here with the Nocturne getting those early ganks, as you mentioned, if you can split his objectives, you know, take away this first dragon here, then you're laughing. You know, you can take that one down, and Santorin will be happy to respond in the top side as well. Obviously, Nocturne, when that passive comes up, does kind of cleave through these pretty quickly too, and he will be getting very close to that level 6, right? So that's the next thing you're looking for. That Nocturne, Spooky Ghost Man, hitting level 6, getting that ultimate off, and making that first big play.
The plan. Quite there at 6 yet is Santorin. We'll need a camp or 2 in the Grubs. Try and get that one. Smite's still available. Should be fine. 2 Grubs secured, and nice little look in from Cayman, but won't find the steal.
Yeah, forcing Smite. Does what he has to do there. Good enough job. Still going to be that objective cross map. Ludus going to get a little bit of gold and XP from himself from Santorin's jungle. Return to his own if he feels like, but he's fishing for No Way because he knows he's still got no flash. Can't force it though. Too close towards his tower.
Santorin's level 6 now. Got that ultimate. Lulush still level 5. Similar ultimates in function that they can, you know, join a play from kind of far away. So if Santorin are picking up this red buff, this could be a potential dive topside. They know Kasing's there, but he's only level 3.
Treats at level 5. I know Kasing has been putting in the cardio, but it's come at the expense of some of that personal experience. It's a little problematic. Santorin steals away the red buff. Has now got the level 6 of the Paranoia up and running for NORD. That knockwave combo now online. Bit of a chunk in mid, but not too much more. And gold lead as it stands, about 1,000 up to NORD. Objectives traded well enough, but in this position where NORD start to keep going with this, you can start to get a bit scary in this mid game because they have gotten to the point where their combination is in. But here's the Grand Starfall jumping onto the Ori. They get the kill. Santorin comes in with the Paranoia and immediately has to leave. Came in. Donated that kill. Nice combo from Bulldogs.
Yeah, great execution from Bulldog. Could have been even worse, but Santorin spell shield at the end of it prevents himself from getting hooked. And you could tell by the posturing that Bulldog were trying so hard to try and punish that window from No Way. Having no flash, they finally get it just as it comes up now. They will be rewarded with that kill, and it goes on to Cayman. The only AP source needs to continue to snowball.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with that one, and even happier knowing that in that play, Santorin used the Paranoia. That first Nocturne ult is a big one. You need to get something happening with that. It's a huge cooldown early as well, and absolutely nothing comes from it. So you're safe enough for Bulldog. They're happy for these next few minutes.
And Cayman is a player who, 22, come over from sort of German scene as well, and we've seen a lot of highs from this guy and a fair amount of lows as well, but the Ari's been pretty spectacular. We're going to have to hold that thought though as Xfang is going to get Fate's Call, turn around from Kasing, get some full contact League of Legends onto Xmat. The Xfang continue to run away, trying to get out of here, but Chains of Corruption onto Noe, trying to sidestep the option for the Shockwave, but gets the Command Protect onto Treats to allow for the Shockwave combo. Nice collapse from NORD.
That's 3 kills now for NORD, so that's the first part of the feat secured for them. Just a few more objectives or that first turret, and they'll be upgrading their boots promptly. But yeah, poor Xfang, man, it was kind of left on his own, almost saved by Kasing. But wasn't quite happening here. But some good pressure from NORD, you know, and I like that. This is the sign of a good team with a bit of killer instinct. Even when plays go wrong, they still put the pressure up. They could be in pressure themselves here, though.
Gonna try and keep playing this. Flash the charm, lands it onto Santorin, but the turnaround pulverizes. Remember, there's still no Shockwave. Though Cayman gets over the wall. Xfang respawning. They have managed to get one back. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but NORD in trouble. Matty trying to hop around, but the Orbit Deception recall gets another. Cayman continuing to fly as Treats. Gets over the wall with the flash. Kasing trying to run as No Way is ordering out with the Clockwork, but there's another hook. The shield comes on through. Command attack dissonance gets him. Cayman running at him. Charm just shy. And it ends up being a messy, messy fight, but it's even enough.
No Way is a lucky, lucky boy, and because he flashed in a straight line, technically away from that charm. Get the replay, and it starts with this Kasing Hex Flash. The Blast Cone breaks the tether of the Fib, but now Santorin's in a really awkward position, but it's all about this flash forward, double flash forward, maybe a little bit of miscoordination there. Triple knockup's great, and this dash overall, Cayman separates himself, gets the pick, yes, but now it gives May free reign to flash onto Exofeng, take him down. Eventually May does drop, and the back end of the fight just continues to be messy, 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 with No Way being able to get some walk down.
Yeah, flashes blown everywhere in that fight as well. And a lot of this, it was so close, like that there was 2 charms dodged with a flash. Kami must be pretty annoyed at that one, but he's still sitting at 3 kills, as you mentioned. Every single kill for Bulldog, when you're the sole AP threat, you need to have that damage, and he's got it so far.
And I don't know about you guys, but I remember one particular Ari game.
I do. I was about to bring that up. We saw this.
Don't say it.
Where Cayman ran over Ruddy, right? Pretty much, I mean,
do you remember his kill score for that game?
Oh, God, what did he drop
17.
on that? 17 or 15.
15 kills, I believe. I might be wrong.
In many ways, that, to me, it kind of felt like that was one of the straws that broke the Ruddy
Yes, it was.
Right? As well as, Paranoia's been pulled.
It's gone down towards that bot lane, on towards me and Tip, but they're teleporting back in, but that's left Chachi alone in a 3v1 himself. Picture in picture, you can see that bot lane dive. Lulas takes some auto attacks back, misses the Comet Spear. Chachi trying to hold his nerve, and the dive is pulled off.
Yeah, 2 failed dives on each side of the map right there, especially when you're putting in the Paranoia again. So the first Paranoia sucked, second Paranoia sucked. Not a good start there for the Nocturne with that huge cooldown as well.
Cayman
I get some more though.
Needs to be in danger. Shockwave combo after they use the Alistair instead of the Nocturne. Shut down goes to X-Matty. Speaking of people with 3 kills, this Killista off to the races.
Donk, donk, donk. The cowball, baby.
I was doing a jack sort of.
Yeah, that's that too. It's more of a dink than a donk,
Okay,
isn't
fine.
it?
You know what? I'm not going to talk
on
onomatopoeias here with you. We'll move on to, like, other things.
Other things, yeah. League of Legends.
Yes, League of Legends, maybe.
Yeah.
Allegedly, that's our job, so they tell me.
Wow.
You don't have to be like that. You know, I am a happy caster. I don't need to be undercut by the likes of you.
I will say, for as many times as I've seen Orianna and the Alistar end up in the same composition, you know, time and time again, especially this season.
Yes.
Can't say I've actually seen the Orianna Alistar Shockwave combo happen as many times as I've seen it happen in this early game, especially. Bulldog, they're actually going to end up getting the second dragon. You remember NORD spent all of their tempo on the bottom side, right? Between the Paranoia and the eventual redive of getting Cayman shut down, so had to reset eventually, and that gives Bulldog that window to pick up that second dragon. It's going to be Hex, Soul as well on the table.
Yeah.
And we've seen that quite a few times this split be game-breaking.
So I do need to do a little bit of housekeeping here as well, because you've actually got a fair number of those early objectives here for Bulldogs. In fact, it gets them that objective marker for the feats of strength. Really now both sides playing for that first turret.
Yeah.
The issue that Bulldogs are running into is the early gold lead is pretty significant now for NORD. You're seeing a lot of kills onto this Kalista, who's nearly 2,000 gold ahead individually, and that is a big deal. The Kalista win con is online.
Yeah, what I will say is, even though NORD do have a lot of ways to kill Matty, I think it is very difficult to get away from Nautilus, Pantheon, Ahri. No matter
You can only
how
cleanse
much
one of
you
those
have,
things.
You know, it feels like not only can you only cleanse one of those things, you need an Alistar, you need like an Ivor. Like, don't get me wrong, Peel's there. What I mean to say really is NORD's execution around this Peel needs to be pretty much pitch perfect, because it's very easy for Bulldog to get onto this Kalista.
So with the way the feats are shaped out as well, NORD having the bloody feats with the first 3 kills, the objectives going to Bulldog, it means first turret's the only one, and this bot lane here is the only one that's particularly low, so NORD just going to crash these waves in and pick that one up. So there it is, they're sorted now with the feats of strength. And this might be causation, correlation, who knows, but win rates when you have feats are pretty high actually, so it's a good start for NORD.
Yeah, I think it's that, because all year I've been a hater of feats. To be
A hater of feats?
Yeah, I've been a hater.
Tarantino.
Just never playing Briar in your life, yeah?
Yeah, not a Briar player, as you can tell. But I think feats of strength, they're kind of fake, because to me, they kind of sit in the grub category of winning more.
Yeah.
You know,
I have
they're
more additional.
Gold. It's additional kind of snowball to try and stack. And oftentimes, unless you are basically Kalista, Matty loves tier 3 boots, right? They are kind of, in many ways, a waste of gold. League of Legends is about completion of items in many circumstances. Gold towards tier 3 boots tends to throw you off that path.
So I think there was a little thing on the win rates about when people build tier 3 boots, and it's often like if you do it after your 3rd item, it's great. If you do it instead of your 3rd item, it actually reduces your win rate. It can be pretty problematic. NORD are top side though, and they're going to dive onto Mientec here. The public execute comes on down to try and buffer through the fear, but there's just so much bruiser here. Mientec, even with a repudiate that felt like a decent shield, just no way to stay alive in that scenario. Chachi, though, on the other side being attacked. Out comes the Orbit Ascension, came in with the passive heal. Executes well, Essence successfully stolen.
Yeah, danced on the edge of that tower, but I will say, NORD are definitely ahead on the tempo of the ball. They're already hitting this tier 2 tower, and no one's here from Bulldog to defend, so it is still an uptrade for NORD. They're very happy about this. Yeah, it's going to be 700 gold split between these 3 members. Not a bad deal at all for NORD, as they've extended this gold lead to over 4,000.
3 of it's on this Kalista. That's insane. When I look at this dive bot side again, because this felt like an okay counterpunch. The problem was that it's 20 seconds after what happened top side.
Exactly. NORD, all the meanwhile this is happening top, are doing things that they're very happy about. It's just not fun being a top laner, is it? Right now.
How has Santorin gotten caught there? I think it must have been the Grand Starfall from Lulus by the looks of it, so they get a nice pick onto that Nocturne. No real objectives to pick up here. Actually, as the Herald is up. I do apologize. Mientec being jumped on. No ways around as well, but so is Exabank. It's a 2v2 right now. Shockwave onto 2.
Wow.
Nice from No Way. And now Matty with all of that gold could potentially start to unleash. Mientec eats the Ignite. Does that give enough license for NORD? Never mind. Kasane goes in, Chains of Corruption onto Treats, will throw down his own ultimate. The will is unbreakable, but much like Future Armor, my spirit gets pulled away by the Fates call. Matty keeps the Alistar alive.
Very, very fortunate to have the Fates call on the end.
Nice.
But look at that!
Flash for the shield vault. No Way just about alive and gets out safe. Flash is blown back. He's going to go in 1v4. Bold man, but gets out.
Okay, NORD very, very lucky to get away with their life. I think the biggest thing walking away from that exchange is that Bulldog don't end up actually taking the Herald. That was their window to do it. Now everyone's stepped away, everyone's resetting, because that bot wave had to be answered from Chachi. They're now actually going to be able to pick it up themselves, NORD. I will say, with 40 seconds on that Dragon timer though, like you're kind of playing that in person here, it's going to be kind of a tough call on whether or not NORD are going to be able to get into position to contest.
The one thing I'll note, though, is because of all that gold, Jamada said it earlier, League of Legends about item completions. Matty's just got his 2nd Rageblade in, and Cayman has found out exactly what that means. The Ahri is dead to rights.
This is the trouble here now. If you're Bulldog, you came this close to getting all those extra kills on Treats, on No Way, taking the Herald as well, but you didn't quite get any of them. And now, when you get yourselves picked off like this, you can't contest this dragon anymore. Like, Cayman has all your kills. What are you going to do without him? You can't do anything. He does have teleport up in 15, but My goodness, Kasing's looking pretty aggro here.
Uh-oh.
No way, he's out. He's in trouble, dude.
Oh boy, well he's dead to rights. That's an important kill. And they can start now to go over towards the dragon. Mid laner down.
Both our mid laners having in-offs.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah.
Say how you really feel, Jamada.
Like, no way. I mean, he got the tier 1, but now it's given up this dragon positioning. Santorin has pulled the paranoia.
Oh, they're going to go to the back line. Remember, there's no shockwave for extra fame, though. It's just X. There's nothing left remaining. On the other side, though, they've jumped onto Matty. All of that 3,000 gold off the board. Dredge line wide. In comes the Grand Starfall. Pantheon flying from the heavens. Charm lands on down onto Chachi. Gets the counter-strike off. The stun is solid. Santorin back up and alive. But root onto Treats, who is living up to his namesake. Not quite down. And eaten away, though. Santorin cannot run far enough. Teleport in. Shockwave onto 2. Command dissonance after Lulis and Danger came in there as well. Treats goes headbutt bombing forward. No way, can't follow, but the Seraph shield is on and Lulis dies. And I don't even know where to start, but the dragon's still up.
Exactly, the dragon's still up, so there's still an opportunity for one of these two teams to grab it. I feel like if I'm Nord, your AD's coming back up. Matty still has a majority of that gold lead in his back pocket. A couple of resets coming through. Miatek,
he's got a load for it. Oh. Command distance speed enough. You heard Nottingham hold their breath there as well.
Look, the best thing about this fight, okay, we'll take another look at it, is like just how aggressive everyone is onto the ADCs to begin with. XFM falls, massive falls, and it's just pure chaos.
Came in, predicted Matty's flash as well. Oh, in the pit, there's fighting going on.
Replay, we need to go. Matty's down in the picture-in-picture. And look at the replay, but I just don't care. Dragon's more important right now. And again, the gold lead is dead.
Yeah. Matty's gone.
Came in, doesn't have TP, but will have a Hex Gate. I don't know whether with the health bars, though, Bulldog feel like they can still fight this.
Yeah, that's the thing. Miatek also used that ultimate on the mid lane wave to try and pick off No Way, so he doesn't have that, and the ultimates are coming back
Shockwave
up
and
from
Nocturne,
Santorin and from No Way. Shockwave Ori combo is there. The dragon's being bursted down now. 5k. Paranoia's up.
Here we go. Paranoia pop down to 2,000. Still going to go down. They can't get in. They get the kill, but they can't secure the soul point. That would have been a wink on there.
All the Hakons on this side of the map too. Haven't really had time to talk about that. It's not going to be picked up right now. I will say, I think for both these teams, I'd like if they just stay away for the time being. Also, I feel like when we have these Atacons that are spawned up, but you know, before Baron spawns and there's no dragon, we often see very poor uses of Atacon. As away from that, Bulldog, they're going to pick up this mid tier 1. Nord, of course, spend all their tempo picking up that dragon when able to rotate back in time.
So we've just seen so much fighting happening, and a lot of the victims in those team fights were the ADCs. And I just want you to take a look at the items real quick. We got Bork and Ginzu's coming out from both of them. What do Bork and Ginzu's want you to do?
Auto quite a lot.
Yes. And to do that, you have to get pretty close to people. And we're seeing the downside of that, right? When you're playing versus all these characters that can catch you. And yeah, you said stay away from Atacon, Jamada.
I mean, a free objective is a free objective, right? Now,
yeah, what
the real
Bulldog doing here, man?
I will say, it does feel like Bulldog a little bit asleep at the wheel. In that one. Maybe they opted to just
not
give
contest,
it up, which is perfectly fine.
Miatek needs to be really careful walking up here. Observers toggle the vision, rightly so. Investor moves away, and sometimes we've seen teams give up the Atacon if they've got opportunity to shove towers instead and kind of just not fight for a minute and a half. That's not going to be the case here, though, as Miatek just gets deleted under his own tier 2.
Good play. Miatek doesn't get to play the game. Now, my big concern is, where is Bulldog? We've been a little slow to the rotation down here. They're defending Chachi on the mid wave. 4 members of Nord knocking on the bottom side base. The wave is going to get cleared away. But Nord now get one free shot, kind of just a dive for the love of it. And there's no flash on Exofeng. Ori Shockwave, very, very potent situation like this. As they're also going to get this mid lane tier 2. So the Atacon, this is kind of a consequence of losing the Atacon is if you're Bulldog, you know you don't really get a free fight ever. Whereas if you're Nord, you know you can kind of just position very aggressively and take away these towers off the map like this.
You just got to wait it out at this point, wait for the buff. And this ends up being Atacon plus inner turret bot lane, inner turret mid lane for an outer turret top. That's what Bulldog were doing top lane, right? They pushed and they got that first turret. Not really worth it here. And for a game that was pretty close, and these fights especially, Bulldog were winning these fights, right? They were actually doing pretty well in those situations. They've really just conceded quite a lot here. Now this gold lead has ballooned to close to 5,000.
We've got a couple minutes until Baron, a couple minutes till Dragon, and It does feel like at this point NORD have probably got themselves into position, which is pretty damn scary. Terminus just got to complete it for that Callista. And you do start to see this on Callistas. Once they get to that third item, suddenly you do get to auto again because you start building tank. Jack Show comes in fourth, and those questions that Foxy had earlier might start to get answered just a little bit there for Matty.
Of course, for him, once he's finished Jack Shows and his inventory's full, well, it's not full because he can do tier 3 boots.
Oh, yeah.
He's got those feats. So.
I mean, Callista's one of the few champions where I think it's like kind of fine to pick up tier 3 boots almost whenever you feel like it.
Yeah.
Because the way the scaling works with, what is it, Marshall Points?
That's the one, Marshall.
Cadence is Jarvan. So
Yeah, that's the one.
yeah.
The feats.
The feats.
The feats passive.
Yeah, the feats passive.
Yeah, where she's doing all the stuff hopping around. Chachi, though, finding himself, probably doesn't want to be in this situation all on his lonesome. There's 4 members strong for NORD on the bot side of the map. The problem is, the more turrets you take, as NORD have done this game, the harder it is for you to take more turrets because they start getting closer to the enemy base, right? So they're really kind of looking for these scraps to find something. And with Treats recalling, I don't think there's going to be a play on these turrets. Instead, just holding off and waiting out for those next objective timers.
And it is about a minute until those 3 resets going to start coming on through Cayman. Going to go look topside, though, with that timer being pretty solid. Charm onto a minion! Oh, Cayman! Not what you need to see. Counter-Strike comes on down, doesn't get that much far. They can keep going forwards. Flash from Chachi, flash for the hook, lands, and that will be a dead Jack topside.
Good pick. Very clean. Not much else to say about it. NORD don't have a response anywhere on the map. They were busy resetting. So for Bulldog, it only costs Kasing's flash to get that. Chachi will have teleport, crucially, for when that dragon spawns and when he spawns, if there is going to be a contest immediately. And NORD, for the time being, they're actually going to be able to take position around this dragon if they want it. Death cap just completed for Cayman. So he is 3 items strong. I think that's 6 stacks. I almost said 8.
Not quite there.
On the Dark Seal as well. So a lot of AP. If they can find their way onto Matty, flash or cleanse be damned, he will probably die. Yep. The only thing right now is that Kasing, Cayman, and Ludish don't have ultimate. So they still need to wait for those timers to come up, but the trigger's being pulled potentially by NORD.
Paranoia goes in, onto X-Effect, who flashes away. The cleanse is early, though. Still turns the chains of corruption around. Santorin now doing Shockwave, comes on through, Fate's Call now out. But Santorin low, but not down, no way in trouble. In they go to the backline, it's there in Chachi with the counter-strike. BNJ trying to play this one out. Matty, though, keeps hop it away. And the Ren gets one. Matty jumps on, Lulis helps get it. And somehow, some way, it's a 2 for 2 right now. You've lost Cayman, you lost Kasing. But Matty alive, no way alive, and Santorin resetting puts us in an interesting position.
Both these ADs were getting so much damage out. I feel bad for Exofeng, honestly, in that fight because he almost killed about 3 different people, but flashes or dashes ended up coming through from NORD to get themselves away. Lulish and Exofeng on this dragon should be able to take it relatively cleanly. Santorin's in the pit, though.
Teleport will come on through. Feels like BDG have got themselves a fair amount to a teleport. Sorry, Hexgate behind from Chachi coming on across. That makes this a lot trickier. 13 seconds will come in to have teleport. The Hextech dragon slow! Oh, Bulldogs! They're being put down in the river. Matty absolutely executes Ambessa.
That's it, that's going to be Nash as well. And Matty was actually caught here. Ambessa was waiting for Matty in his waiting arms, just coming down the river. And he 1v1s Mietic. And he was on 30% now, he's himself. Let's take a look at the first fight initially. X-Ray has to flash away straight away, and Santori crucially survives with just a sliver of HP here. And then the fight is split on 2 fronts, one at the bottom and one at the top. At the end, it was much of a muchness, but with NORD surviving on the recalls to get out for that dragon play. But as you can see in the picture-in-picture, Nash has started up. It's about a third. Cayman wants to try and do something about it, but I'm not sure he can.
No smite. Yeah, they fight afterwards, maybe. The health bar's kind of low. Shockwave goes wide. Cayman did pop the ult, but NORD will get Baron, get out on all members, and now in a fantastic position to win this game one. It has been competitive, even if NORD have had the gold lead for the majority of it. Bulldogs have been fighting, but we did wonder whether NORD in these mid to late stages would prove to be a little much to handle.
That's always been their strength, NORD. Their mid-game macro, their ability to really break open games in kind of explosive sequences. And we've had a very, very back-and-forth game. Bulldog just haven't quite been able to keep up with how these fights have unfolded, and now Treats has got himself in a position to flip.
Paranoia. Public execution comes on through to try and buff for Ambessa. Drake out stepping away. The fear is pretty solid. Xfeng now hiding behind. It'll end up being ult for ult in the grand scheme of things.
That's kind of gross, dude. That is gross. All those dip that dashing away. Yeah, that is the paranoia for free, but of course at this level and a little bit of cooldown reduction in your kit, it doesn't really matter too much.
It does feel pretty good though, in getting out the Ambessa ultimate, because that's just kind of a layer of safety for Manny, right? Without Flash, without the summoner spells too. So you know, glass half full, I suppose, for NORD means that's just one of those extra dive options gone for the time being.
Thing is, Matty now is at 4 items, whereas X-Fang is still trying to build towards that terminus. It's a rough point. Grand Starfall comes on forwards, but Lula's not quite in range, trying to turn it around, but it's onto Treats, who doesn't have the ultimate sure, but Matty is just over the wall, and No Way picks up the kill after with the command attack dissonance combo.
Yeah, this is a tough run right now for Bulldog. They're just trying to hold on, but they're finding it harder and harder. They keep looking for those angles to get the pick as well, to stop this. They know they can't fight a 5v5 anymore. Whoa, that charm dodge was crucial right there. Those happy feet keeping him alive. As it's looking tough. How do you stop this from NORD with that Baron buff just barreling down into Bulldog's base?
4v5, 15 seconds on Kasing, then go forwards. Treats with the cowball combo. Deletes came in, the Fox is taxidermied. They keep looking for a little bit more. Xafang and Mientech trying to clear out the way. That'll be another inhibitor down. 3 seconds on Kasing. It'll still be a 4v5, but maybe they can find a moment. They're going to have to, or this game is likely ending right here, right now.
Where's that moment coming from?
Chachi, counter-strike up, Treats into their backline as well. With my pulverize, Mientech goes in, but that's a decent shield. Still getting all the minion aggro. They're all dead. Bulldogs have no more damage to work with. Nothing left to say in the game. NORD, put them on ice. Game 1 is theirs.
First game of the series here. First game in Nottingham goes over to the favourites in NORD. And it was pretty close to begin with until it wasn't.
Wow. what an explosive 15 minutes
Yeah.
of League of Legends on the back end there. A lot of our expectations kind of being met so far. NORD, slow early game, things still kind of going their way, but it's really the mid game that opened up for them. And whilst Bulldogs were able to at the very least find picks and good skirmishes here and there, when it came to the outright 5v5s, just weren't quite able to meet their man one-to-one.
And I think it was the step after some of those fights I think was lacking. They didn't get that soul point multiple times. They didn't get the Herald. They didn't get the Baron. And if one of those had come through, you'd think there might have been another bit of an angle.
It's about the objectives after the fights, right? You think about the Herald, I think, is the big one, where they're able to push out NORD, great, but they spent so much time trying to pick up the kills on the back end, they lost what tempo they did have left in trying to pick up those objectives, trying to use them on the rest of the map.
And this is it now, game 1 being a fearless situation here, a fearless setup in this series. We've got a lot of power picks gone. Varus gone, Kalista gone, and Bessa gone. So at this point now, you know, you start looking towards the next games, and I don't think we're going to get a game that looks similar to that first game in the rest of the series.
I will say very, very briefly, red side gets a little bit easier to navigate now because there's
one of those bans is gone.
Yeah, like you don't have to ban Kalista personally. It is just Skarner and then whatever else you need to ban, and hey, maybe one of these teams leaves Skarner open.
Well, that's enough from us. Des, take it away from here to break down that game 1 for us.
Skarner open, okay, that's a statement. Let's see if that happens. But before we jump into that one, let's talk about what happened in this game. Let's start with the early game. I think it's quite important. And do you want to start with drafts? That was spicy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, it was fast.
That B1 Kalista. You know, we were having a chat with Santorin and Matti yesterday, and I was like, oh, it's so unfortunate, you know, because usually, like, you might be one, like a jungle, like a Vi or something, and Matti was like, nah, it's gonna be me, and I might get countered. That did not look like anywhere near. I feel like locking B1 Kalista and making sure you get fed the way they did with how active they were in the early game was a key to success.
Yeah, and I quite like the B1 Kalista in a way because they kind of used Bulldog's ban against Vizicachi against them. They were always going to ban Poppy to target, but Poppy ban actually sets up the Kalista as well, so utilizing their ban there, but also banning the Draven, which is a common answer into the Kalista, as well as the Viper, the lockdown. They set it up really well.
So let's start with the early game. We were talking about, okay, we have the champion select. It's already done, the draft. So let's start with replays. We actually have replays to understand a little bit more about that early game, which was so pivotal.
So I think the big thing is that these drafts, they're very explosive in the early to mid game transition. You have to find these single target picks. You have double global, which makes side laning really threatening. But in the early game, Santorin actually found 2 kills pre-6 on Nocturne, which is something that's kind of unheard of in competitive. Finding these ganks full clear into topside on a freeze, which is in large part due to Vizicachi and his superior laning. We saw this against Los Ratones as well. And then also down in bot side, finding the plays and accelerating Xmati.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, it was so important. And I love how Aragon also said Nocturne pre-level 6
Yeah.
gank. Usually when you have 3 lanes of prior, no one sees you until you're level 6. And then they end up pulling the exact same thing through a lane gank in that bot lane, getting that kill onto Matty. And I feel like from there on out, it was pretty much like a slap in the face with just the dollars they had straight in their pockets.
Yeah. It's every single fight afterwards, they have the same kind of composition where you just have full dive, send it onto a backline. In multiple fights, we saw AD carries just getting blown up on either side because both the compositions, they function the same. And I think, you know, Bulldog, they tried to come back utilizing their poke. They tried their absolute best in the side lanes, finding picks onto, for example, No Way, but it just wasn't enough.
And I feel like for Bulldog Esports in particular, it's like their level 1s are known to every team in the NLC. You know that Bulldog Esports is going to bundle up as one, invade you, level 1. I just wish they did a little bit more with that. It's not just about entering the jungle, maybe finding a pick or leaving a wood. Like, make sure that the lane swaps do favor you. Make sure that you are scouting properly, that you are looking for deep vision, that you are making sure you look where that Nocturne is so that you don't get ganked at level 4. And I feel like the scouting was just not done correctly in that early game.
So they got the gold where they wanted, and then NORD were able to pivot that one into more important objectives and control the game. I don't think it was that one-sided, but before we jump into break, what are the final statements towards this game?
I think it was kind of a wash, personally. Despite some of the fights being quite close towards the end with blinking health bars on the side of NORD, I think the way they secured the early game leads was incredible. Despite their scaling composition into the mid game, they were actually able to find the leads early game. And I think it's kind of leaning towards a 3-0 in my opinion.
Oh,
yeah.
Trouble.
No, I told you, they're going to lose the first 2 games.
Okay.
They're going to come back the last 3. The only thing that worries me is Miatek's pool for one reason. If there was any top laner that would be more than happy to play against any aggro top laner, that'd be Chachi. He is literally the neutralizer extraordinaire with the picks he brings into the table. And even with the Poppy banned away, he still has so many answers to just keep Miatek at bay. And I feel like I was just missing that Miatek spark, especially on Ambessa, that we've seen in previous best-ofs from them.
Makes sense. So Bulldog still has that fire on them, but will they be able to bring it up on the second game? And who knows, make this city a 1-1. If not, NORD will put themselves. Okay, I just got information. We're still not ready.
Oh yeah?
That was a debate.
I heard that too.
Oh, lovely. So with that in mind, is that a way for this game to make it a little bit more interesting? We were talking about the mid laners as well. Is there anything you want to highlight? Because at the beginning of the game, I was like, hey, mid laners, they're popping off.
All right.
And then they were not.
I was ready to make a formal apology for what was said about No Way and Cayman. Because they came in to this game really hot. The 3 on the Ari, 4 kills onto No Way. I felt like specifically in the early game skirmish as well, they were the difference makers for their teams, or we would have completely different results. However, a mid-game spike came through, and you were looking at No Way walking too far up that mid lane. You were looking at Cayman somehow in an empty jungle getting caught without flash, without ult. So these were kind of the things that we were pointing out also in the pregame, where we're like, they do have these tendencies of like dying treat set while doing damage without doing damage, and that can really actually like hurt you, especially like I'm just gonna pinpoint the fact that tomorrow is probably your most important day for whichever team makes it through. You need to get it together.
I'm looking at the side of Bulldog. What exactly do you do from this point onwards? And I think back to their previous series, what worked best to me when I was watching them play, and that was like a Xin Zhao front-to-back composition that they could play going forward in their draft. I think, you know, having a Leona or something to make plays, focusing alongside a Xin Zhao in the early game for Lulus, I think could be a great angle.
Maybe those long-range mid laners could be a priority right now, the way and the such. But with that in mind, before we jump into the second game, we'll have a quick break, and after that, we'll have Middlecott on stage to talk to the audience. We love you very much at home, and we also love you very much at here. So without further ado, I'll see you soon. There's a replay somewhere.
Thank you. Hello, Nottingham! I was going to ask if we're having a good time, but I think by that cheer, the answer is pretty clear. Game 1, NORD were able to secure a victory, but it is not over until the final Nexus falls. We have been having a wonderful time here in Confetti, and we've even had a few people getting involved. So, let's have a little bit of a conversation with yourselves. I noticed that you've been throwing up those fan signs. Ari picking game 1 didn't go how we wanted it to. What are your expectations for the next game?
Even though it's Fearless Draft, I still expect Ari every game because it's Ari. But I'm hoping for a Kane or Sona pick next. That would be the dream.
Yeah, so we are going to be changing the format of the draft specifically so that we can get more Ari for yourself. How do you feel about that?
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that.
And we've even got some cosplay going on here. Let's talk to yourself, mate. I'm sensing new vibes going on here. How are we feeling?
Not too bad. No, thank you.
And who are you cheering for? Is it NORD or Bulldogs?
Honestly, I think as long as we get 5 games, it'll be good fun. And if we get to see Chachi on Poppy, then that's all we can ask, right?
Chachi on Poppy, 5 games. That sounds absolutely fantastic. We're going to be throwing it right back to the analyst desk to get us ready for game 2.
5 games. That's gonna be exciting.
Chachi on Poppy.
Poppy,
also
yes.
exciting.
We need that. Kane on the jungle as well.
Kane could be paired with Xerath for some cheese.
Yes.
With Kane ult, you hold your camera down on Kane and you just spam Xerath ult.
Wow, and then you like
Autobots.
add Katarina as AD carry, and then you just wake up.
You had to.
All right.
Why'd you ruin it? It's
No,
actually
I'm saying it's
tech.
a dream.
It is true.
All right, and you guys are not also getting Poppy. Like, it was literally banned here.
I think
In
it's
the
a
first 3
5-game ban,
I think this Poppy ban is like an insta-lock ban. Like, I don't think it's coming out. We all want to see it, but...
Maybe. I think the top lane match is probably not going to be Poppy either. We're probably going to get Jace, Kazante now, I think. That's what I would guess. I think Miatek Jace is pretty good.
Yes. But, you know who's really good?
Go on.
Treats.
Ooh.
Let's talk about him.
Okay. We did a little bit of a glazing session in the pre-show about Treats, and we said, you know, his experience, his jumping pool,
And he's very handsome as well, yeah.
Yes, he is.
Okay, that's a plus.
True.
Absolutely. You win in life as well, not just in game. His KDA, like, he just died at the very end when there was a super scrappy fight, but almost 100% kill participation. He was the absolutely moving gear for their early game as well, where they found all the opportunities.
Setting up the ganks for the Nocturne, and then I believe 1-0-11 at one point whilst... You know, on Alistair, typically, he's one of the candidates where, you know, in Worlds, where we're inputting which champion will have the most deaths.
It's usually Nautilus.
It's usually Nautilus or Alistair, right? Like, that kind of hard engaged champion, very easy, because you have to face check all the time to die, but Treats, he doesn't die once for a very long time, and played really well.
And remember when he was caught not out of position to save his teammate, and he holded every single ulti.
Yep.
On the Herald one, and somehow Xmati was there.
Now that you said Xmati, my favorite fight. It's a shame we don't have the replay because it didn't really result in anything. But it was like Exofang on one side on the river, Xmati on the other. Their teams were respectively in front of their AD carries, and at some point you saw this.
Yeah.
And like each team went for opposite AD carry, and they just both died.
The
They were like,
handshake, I'll get yours, you'll get
it
mine.
kind of felt like the John Travolta meme where he's like, where'd my team go?
Yeah.
But Xmati with that Kalista, I also think it was extremely clean, really hard to get. And is this something we're going to get throughout the day? Because obviously Kalista is out. What else can you do that with?
Well, I think a big part of this is that the Ambassador dive comps are out now. Vi is still open, so you could get some kind of Vi plus
Jarvan.
control mage over the top, you know, that sort of thing. Jarvan could be a great pick into the immobile
likes
carries
Vi.
as well. I do. Vi is a great pick for diving these immobile carries that both teams like to draft. And we could see a bit of kiting from Xmati again, but the Kalista and the Varus champions that can go kind of off-tank and survive these dives are out now.
My question is, because I thought it would be the other way around, but since Kalista was open, obviously Kalista, you pick it. Now the priority should be on Ezreal, no? Those sort of champions, tell me.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a contest for possibly a B1 Ezreal. Exofang has showed that he's an absolutely incredible Ezreal player. And I feel like for Bulldog Esports to be able to turn this series around, you need that sort of playmaking champion somewhere. I feel like, again, with Miatek, I feel like Visichat is probably the best neutralizing top lane that we have in the league. and it's gonna have to be XOFang stepping up for the X factor.
Yeah, with Ezreal Corki being probably the premier AD carries now, I think poke compositions could come out, so that's why I keep vouching for Jace up in topside. You could also pair that off with AP junglers like the Zyra, which synergize really, really well with the poke champions if you have AD mids as well. And that's, I think, the next level of Fearless drafts that we have. Clearly, both teams had their priority comps in the Nocturne Orianna, as well as the dive with the Ambessa, and that's what they hand-tricked there. And now we might go towards poke.
I don't know if you realize, but we're kind of making the entire champion select, so we're just missing one lane, the mid lane. And now everybody's quiet.
Hey, I said what I said. I said what I said. I'm not going to repeat myself. I said what I said. Wait, what is the longest range shot? Was it
Why-
Xerath when he
probably-
ults?
Yeah,
Probably
no way like
All
Xerath.
right, perfect.
Oh, they
You know
are.
what? It's perfect. Put no way on Xerath. He can just literally stay in base and just ult out. Who cares? They can never catch him. Who
And then
cares?
Cayman can be way.
I mean, Cayman had a champion with like 16 dashes and still managed to die in mid-game, so I think, you know, it might be a little bit difficult.
To be fair, he died in the jungle.
You know, give him Pantheon again. He built
okay.
tank, make Archeron cringe, and then not die at the same time.
Ari gets picked
Panther was
again.
played.
Pantheon
Yeah.
gets picked again.
Oh,
I
it's
love the way this is
gone.
happening.
Unlucky.
I don't know. Welcome to the Fearless Draft. And with that in mind, I do believe the consoles are waiting for us to start this second game. 1-0 in favor of the Phoenix. Will Bulldog bite back? Tell me, what do you think initialize?
Well, I have thoughts, but Adrian has more thoughts. I see the look on your face.
I actually
What do you
wanted-
think?
I wanted to take the.
Okay, so I saw your hand just like, okay, there. What are the thoughts? Yeah.
I was going to just say cast to start the game. That's it.
That was, you know, I trusted you. I was going to follow from Roger.
Never trust me.
That's fantastic, but that's fine.
Yeah. Anyways, game 2. I'm kind of curious as to what Bulldog are releasing. They should be on blue side. Admittedly, I don't know if they said it. My assumption is normally if you lose on red side, you ask for blue side. That is just the curse.
It's your ego checking.
Right
Your. But you
Exactly.
said there was a red side advantage though, right? Kalista off the.
I mean, I think it's like contextual. I think it's for Bulldog. I think because they gave over Kalista in game 1, it's like okay, now red side gets a bit easier because you have the flexibility of not having the locked-in 2 bans. We'll see if that is going to end up being the case. I would still like to believe they probably choose blue side for ease of.
Yeah.
Blue side is just kind of nicer. You get the target bans and then you get your priority on your first pick. And now that we're past that game 1, I think the picks probably become even more telegraphed, right? Things like Sejuani rise in priority, things like Vi rise in priority. Maybe we see less bot lane bans. It kind of varies depending on the
And you
players.
start to get to this point in Fearless where you start to, particularly with your first set of champions, your first pick on blue side, you sort of pick those champions that are like archetype champions, paradigm champions, like a Vi, a Lulu, which says, this is how I'm building my composition, and it's around this champion and everything that fits with it. Vi with the dive comps, a Lulu with your jinxes and those hyper carry bot lanes, maybe a Galio or something to go on top of it. And you start to get to that kind of point in the game where it's about, can I get a coherent draft? Because actually you start to lose some of those fair weather champions that fit in most drafts, and you have to be a bit more specific, a bit more
There he goes,
intentional.
mid-gap.
And came in with a mid-gap. Oh, with the shush afterwards, the confidence.
In his defense, despite what Aragon said,
Yeah. You disagree, don't you? Go on. Start to beef.
No,
he's not here.
No. He's got rights to flex his biceps after game 1. There was a small bit of mid gap. I do, however, think that at the end of the day, No Way had a composition technically built around him, right? And there was a lot of proactive ways of, getting the Orianna ball into positions without him necessarily even needing to put down the command attack.
Look, I think both mids played well that last game. To be fair, for what it's worth, I think both of them were solid. And despite Bulldog struggling in that first one, obviously losing, I think Cayman was probably their best player. I think he was a highlight spot for sure.
Hang on.
Whoa, through this man.
J-Real next to him, old school UK league head there, shaking his head next to him. He knows exactly what's up. Thank you, Jay, for being in the crowd and ensuring that the statement that lane swaps are brought back.
Very real.
Who's that man sitting in No Way's seat?
Someone from production. I've seen them walking around.
We've got producers like, no, it's my time to shine.
Yeah.
That's it, buddy. That's it. Get him in.
Maybe that's the reason the mid-gap's in. Just like, some random guy from production's like playing his head. No Way's like, what is happening?
Excellent. If we're going to
I'm loving the signs.
Right before we get into draft, like if we went for crowd draft, we'd have a very interesting composition. Sona, Cho'Gath, there's a Pike picture I saw there as well. Someone wanted Kane too. It will be a bit of a weird one, a funky one, but you know what? I'm down for it. Let's do it. Let's go.
Lulish does play a lot of these weird
It's
champs.
true.
It's actually, you know,
It's
they are
fair as well, isn't
they
it?
are
There is the
appealing
room
to
here.
yeah. There's room for it to happen. They're appealing to the correct player. I'll say that.
If you were going to convince someone to give in to the thought, they said, "Where is Viper?" And where's Will? That's a good question. Is he in the crowd? Is he here?
Will is no. If Will was here, he would have made himself.
I see a lot of the UKEL crowd there hanging out. They know what's going on. I miss those boys. Wonderful members and supporters of the grassroots community and League of Legends scene here. And it is amazing to be back in the UK. There's so many Bulldogs fans here as well. Because of course, it is a UK org that's come up and proven so many people so wrong. Because I think after that 1-3 start to the split, people counted them out, especially with the likes of the Lost Returners coming in, especially with the likes of NORD on the other side from them right now, showing up pretty big across the split with all of those names is pretty huge.
When I was doing my assessment of Bulldog after the seeding stage...
Oh no!
What is that?
Some lines must not be crossed. I think the Season 6 Ardent Meta is...
Possibly the most degenerate thing ever seen. That was Season 7, I think. Season 6 was Iceborne, Sunfire, Echo Top. And you all go, that one too. There was probably the best of 5 of all time between SKT at the time and the Rocks Tigers, but that came somewhat in spite of the meta, which is kind of crazy. I feel like the meta right now is a lot more entertaining to watch. Let's be real.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
Aside.
Apart from that part,
I'm going to put this out there. I'm not sure the lane swap changes will stop lane swaps. I think what you end up doing is you have AD carries go solo top into tank matchups, so you get...
Okay.
So you end up with the 1v1 AD carry versus tank top, and then you can go back to 2v2s later.
I think it's possible. I think that teams will not do it. I think...
I don't know. I think it happens.
I think it's only going to... If you end up with, like, let's say Varus stays meta, right?
Yeah.
Varus can solo lane.
True.
We've seen it happen.
Corki could do it.
Corki could do it.
Tristana could do it.
Triss could do it. Kalista. If you draft those champions as your ADC, yeah, you might see it from time to time. I wonder really about champions like Senna and how they fit into those kind of setups, right? That's kind of what I'm curious about, the scientific experiments, which I'm sure will happen.
That's a very nice way of putting it.
She breaks things, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. She really does.
Quick heads up, guys, as well. We've got some audio issues that are being resolved again, which is why we're still yapping about lane swaps and musing a little bit here. But that does mean we are going to throw to Desk, who'll break down what's going on for now and give us a little bit of filler and a bit more interest while we're waiting to get into game and draft proper.
Okay, I'll be honest. I know we could break it down and all that, but I want to interact with the crowd. I think the crowd is lovely so far, and
They were saying some weird stuff about the meta.
Someone had the picture of Yumi. Who was it? Yumi. Where's security?
Okay, I think you can't say these things when we've let loose Middlecott in the crowd.
Listen, I have something important to say.
Okay, Eragon.
It's like we're going out of our way to have the worst takes of all time. In the crowd. At some point, I expect someone to say, bring back Divine Sunderer, and I'm going to lose it.
Hey, Divine Sunderer was great.
No. Come on.
No.
You know what? I'll give you the best one. Bring back Gunblade.
No one cares. You're a Katarina main.
You could use it on a Kali. A Kali's fun.
Middlecott. Are you there, Middlecott? I need you to find the most interesting one-trick pony on the audience and talk with them. Find a way. I don't know. You do you. With that in mind, we're about to jump into game. Obviously, we're going through those situations to make sure that all the players are comfortable. And somehow, I love the no-way individual that is just standing there. He doesn't play. Did you find it? Oh. We're gonna lay Santorin. As we're waiting for Middlecott, let's talk about Santorin, because I need to know what he's doing down there. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Santorin, actually.
You want to go for crowd work?
No, I actually want to talk about Bulldog Esports' win conditions.
Oh, lovely.
Because their best strength throughout the entire split, until they found themselves in playoffs, was their team fighting.
Yeah.
Their early games, a lot of the times, were completely atrocious. They would throw leads all over all over the map. Miete could somehow come back and have like some incredible fights. Kasing would find opportunities.
Yeah.
But all in all, you saw it in this game as well. They had so much goal deficit, and still in the team fights later on in the game, they almost came back.
And that's because I think the mechanics are actually not bad. Miatek in particular, I just want to highlight, I haven't talked about top laners enough. Miatek,
Oh yeah, please do.
his micro is really good. I want to highlight, because I feel like no one really highlights, especially when he played a Jace. I was just VOD reviewing, and like I noticed like this micro that he has in a team fight where he knocks back on Jace a Cassante mid W, which is his dash. And it's just the timing on that is so precise in the heat of the moment in playoffs is really, really impressive. It's just like one part and one facet of his gameplay, which I think is super good. But unfortunately, we have lane swaps. So initializing his take that lane swaps are great is awful.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I see Middlecott is, well, he got someone on stage. I'm concerned, but also excited. So let's toss it to Middlecott. Good luck, individual that is between him.
Hello there, everybody. I'm joined here by Thomas. Yeah? Yep. How do you spell that?
Like anyone does, Thomas.
No, it's just I'm worrying because you describe yourself as a Garen main, so spelling your own name is maybe some mechanics that you're not capable of achieving. I want to hear from you. Do you reckon that Garen is going to be picked today? And if so, what do you reckon the other team should do to counter it?
Well, when you said that, I heard an audible groan coming from NORD, so I don't think it will be. I don't think either of the top laners here play it, but I'm waiting for Baus to play it tomorrow, which...
Okay, fair enough. Do you feel like neither of the top laners that are on stage at the moment have got the prowess required to pilot a champion with, I'm going to say, no mechanical components whatsoever?
I don't know. Flash QR requires something nowadays. I'm actually a real specimen, and I play Hex Flash on Garen. So it sounds silly. It sounds really silly. But the whole point of... Hear me out. The whole point... Well, Garen's a strong point as well. The bush is your friend. And what Hex Flash does, Hex Flash extends the effective range of the bush. So you hide in a bush, Hex Flash out, all of a sudden you've closed so much distance. Try it. Genuinely try it.
Okay, right, no, so if you just, like, go... No, not that way. Not back to your seat, you idiot. That way. Right. Excellent. Right, stay there, and we'll let you know when you can come back out. Okay, really sorry about that, everybody. You had to be subjected to that. Cameraman, watch out. You might be about to fall over here. Archram, Garen, do you reckon the desk has any thoughts on that? Is it? No, we can't hear him at the moment. That's quite unfortunate. Yeah, how about Archer? You move your mouth, and I'm going to say what you're saying.
Okay. What? You're so good at this. It sounds just like me.
It sounds just like you.
Yeah.
Yo, Middlecott. He's doing me too.
Wow.
Hello?
Try.
What is happening?
In sync as well.
What?
So impressive.
Middlecott, you are amazing.
Wow.
Yes. So, thoughts on Garen? I think that's something that plays Garen doesn't have.
Hey.
Thoughts?
One thing I do know is that Miete does play Garen. In his competitive career, he has one game, 100% win rate.
Maybe. Versus Cassante. Thoughts?
Okay, you're so boring.
I mean, look, it might be an answer. He
plays
out.
Renekton, we know anyway.
Why the shade? Why the shade?
Renekton is boring.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But there are mechanics to Garen. There's one mechanic. You can R flash and then end up on the other side of a champion after you pass R. I've seen a really cool highlight of that, actually.
Have you seen the E-Zonius? Style points.
All right. Well,
the golden.
After or before you Hex Flash?
I mean, X Flash. No, I'm not giving in. I'm not giving in.
It sucks. I'm sorry.
We're
I think
still
that's why
waiting.
he threw him out.
Yeah. Is he back on site though? Is he remove Seraphine?
We let him back in. There he is. We let him back in.
Wow.
I mean, do we agree with that?
No. Sona's the worst champion in the game.
What do you mean?
I have to...
And Middlecott! Come pick him up! No, okay.
Let me explain
Be careful
myself.
what you ask for.
Genuinely, every time you play with Sona, the champion loses lane, it never scales, and every Sona main is just running around justifying their existence.
Wait,
with
that sounds
move speed and
exactly
heals.
just like my champ, without the heals.
Except your champ's meant to do damage.
But he doesn't. He doesn't. Sign.
No. I think every high elo player hates playing with Sona. Absolutely despises it, because it just doesn't do anything. I'm sorry, crowd person. I hate it.
Some OTPs out there catching strays as well.
Yeah, you can bring your phone. If you're on the audience, you have that app where it allows you to bring some text. So bring it up the text on who do you play, and maybe Middlecott can pick you up later and talk about how you play it. No gardens are allowed in the building anymore. As we're waiting for this, Middlecott, do you want to interview anyone else? We're just waiting for the players to get ready. Obviously, I'm looking into them. Oh, there he is. There he is. We got someone else. Oh, I know that individual.
So do I.
Everybody knows him.
Yeah, so welcome back to the champion main interview, and I'm going to give you the microphone so that I can talk about pre-rework Udyr, if that's okay.
Yeah, people talking about weird picks, you know, one tricks. You know, I know we got Pantheon in the top Katarina, Renekton. This guy plays Udyr before the rework. Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Great.
Okay, so, right. League of Legends is fundamentally a children's wizard game. And old Udyr was whimsical in his inability to be useful.
It sounds like he should be kicked out as well, to be honest.
No, hear me out. Udyr, you can do anything. Like, you can go Tiger stance and you can one-shot people, or you can go Phoenix stance and you can farm for 35 minutes
Yes,
until your
please,
team
try
loses
to
the game.
persuade people to play one of the most boring champions in the game.
Right,
Thank
Georgia,
you.
you play Katarina, okay?
It's fine! Why am I catching strays? It's fine!
Oh, all right, oh, look at me! I can headbutt a keyboard and get a pentakill! Wow!
Is that why I have not been getting pentakills?
Yeah, I don't know. Eragon, like between us, I believe both of them have.
No, we're
arguments.
Chads though. We play top lane.
Yes, now we talk.
top lane?
This guy's complaining about keyboard.
Archer,
Meanwhile,
Eragon.
no, let me finish.
No, I'm not letting you
Did
finish.
you
You are
realize?
pretending
Give me
that
the
top
sounds of
laners
your
are human
champion.
beings.
The sounds
Mate.
your champion does, like stuff like that. Like, it's not even interesting. Let's be honest.
God.
Tell me your elo, by the way, Middlecott.
Barnyard.
Whoa, you call it a what?
Yeah, there
What?
you go. With that in mind, we use this opportunity to toss it to a break, and we'll be right back.
Oh, just cut me off?
Yes.
What, so I'm just going to keep speaking? I'm going to
Yes.
keep preaching my truth
Nobody
about
cares about
and you're
that,
just going to cut
like
me
your
off?
champion.
No.
We'll be right back.
you've got production in your ear and just like, you know what's going on, thank you. Do some Moody voice lines. What? Do some Moody voice lines. Moody voice lines? No, we can't do that because I've actually got a really good Gragas impression. Right, you said go on then. No, I just want to like state that as a fact. Now people are right. Okay, so right, all I'm asking is that we give a reaction appropriate to how excellent this impression
Welcome back. Audio issues are resolved. We're into draft Nottingham. Let's make some noise. We're going in hot, damn hot. Poppy, Vi banned on one side, Draven understandably banned on the other by NORD. You don't give that up to Exafang.
Yeah, that's it. The standard bans, all 3 bans we saw from game number 1, seeing them again here in game number 2. The Jace was another one. The Callista off here, we can see in Fearless Draft, right? You've got to probably ban the Skarner if you're NORD, so a little bit of creative liberties now if you're Bulldog to see what you want to go into. And already, you know, we see a lot of bot lane pinching from Fearless because the champion pool teams tends to be a bit limited, and that's where we're at so far.
With that Rumble ban there as well by Bulldogs, that's suggesting to me they might want to go for that Cassante first pick and trying to deal with that one. Last ban surely is the Skarner, though they're waiting on this one, so who knows? We'll have to see exactly what that turns into. It's a Maokai.
Well,
okay.
It's Cassante or it's Skarner. What do Bulldog value more? My expectation would be Skarner.
So I got a little bit of info. I was chatting with some of the players last night. Not all of the ones that are playing here today, but some of the ones. Shout out to No Name. So they're just saying, look, when Skarner was super busted, every scrim it was banned straight for a month. No one played this champion because it was so damn strong. And now that the nerfs have come on through, people are still not quite sure how to play against it, play with it, because they've just not seen it that much. And it's this unknown factor. It is first picked. Nor do you have an answer, and Bulldogs, are you even prepped to play with it?
Well, this is it. Like, he's such a mechanically difficult
Yeah. All right. But drive people into a wall.
Gentlemen. Gentlemen, Santorin is going to lock in the Ivern. I mean, this is one of the first answers that started to come out this year.
That's very true, yeah.
From, you know, Skarner being so broken. Red side team started to leave it up and then answer with the Ivern.
These takes in crowds. Nottingham, are you trying to infuriate the greater League of Legends community?
We are going to I'm going to actively ignore you until you bring up a good take.
Look,
that's what's going to happen.
All I'm saying is, this is why people won't admit that the Midlands exists as a region. People keep saying we're the North or the South because of people like you throwing us in the dirt.
I'm not going to participate in that conversation, being from London. Kai'Sa locked in for Exafang. Kasing has an opportunity to additionally pile on the dive if he wants to. I can get behind that take. If he wants to pair up with Skarner and Kai'Sa, something like the Rakan. Even blind here wouldn't be too bad if they want. Cassante, though, of course, still left up and available. So yeah, I almost entirely forgot. Bulldog have Cassante and Skarner.
Plus a Kai'Sa?
On blue side, NORD, I've got to say, they're handing away quite a few power picks. We'll see how they decide to wrap this one up. With Rumble and Jace both gone, a lot of the direct answers, and of course Ambessa in the Fearless draft gone.
I mean,
a lot of the direct answers towards Cassante are kind of out. You might have to fish for something really unique as a final third pick here for NORD is going to be that Leona, so they've got that non-committal engage.
Is it Treats running the heart still on the Leona again?
Yeah,
I think that's just it's so strong right now.
It's
like
so
these tank
silly.
supports with heart still, like it's so gross. It really is. I wouldn't mind seeing that one. But yeah, I would imagine now if you're Bulldog, you're pinching top. Like you want to get that good matchup for Cassante, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like an Aurora get thrown down as well as a ban. Not that I really think of Vizichachi as potentially a kind of mage player necessarily, but
maybe
is,
the Swain. I seem to remember having that in the back pocket once upon a time as well.
That could be something too. It's so we'll see how that one goes down, but we all know that Vizichachi has a very deep pool and he can really reach into those pockets. I think Nar as well would be a pretty safe one to take away. They did that in the first game. Very solid top laner, and Vizichachi is his most played this split. And there it goes. No Nar, it's sorted, it's in the bin.
And a reminder, folks, this is Fearless Draft. At the top of your screen, you can see the additional 10 champions from Game 1 that are not available. So things like that Nautilus, that Alistair. Now with the Rel going away as well, you can see that NORD are trying to get rid of those easy engage options for Kasing. But hey, you've already got the Skarner, you've already got the Cassante. In some ways, you've got a decent front line, even if your lockdown is a little bit more... conditional, maybe is the term I would use.
Yeah, last ban coming through for Bulldog here, as we're seeing pinch support pull for Bulldog. So Kasing's going to have to reach deep, and so will Vizichachi on the top side in response here. So we want to look for some engage if we're Bulldog. That's kind of, where we're looking at here. Like we've got some good, like, jumping forward options here, but you really want to be
a little more setup.
Exactly. You want something to be able to pull that trigger, which Bulldog don't quite have yet, which is why you can see the Rel and the Rakan taken away. Nautilus obviously not available in the Fearless draft, so again with that Leona gone too. A lot of limited options there for Bulldog.
I like this hover. It should be locked in. We've seen one game out of it from Chachi, this split. Good matchup into Xante, but needs to hit Triforce. Before then, a little bit rough, but then afterwards, Camille can really outscale. And I think crucially, great dive buddy with Leona. And of course, if Ivan's able to get into range of the shield, it's also good.
It is. This is a bouncy emote. Love it. The go of football and now top lane, apparently. Look at that. He was our rookie of the split. Having some fun here. And I also now wonder whether NORD now look towards a last pick Galio to go with that Camille. Moonmoon lock for Bulldogs. There's that engage, there's that setup.
Yeah, we've seen this once or twice out of Lulus. And I mean, Hamumu is one of those weird champions where it's either really high value or it just kind of does nothing.
I mean, it's going to be Kasing, right? Because you've already got the Skarner.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. It's not going to have the economy of jungle, so it is quite literally just going to be
bandage toss and prey.
Yeah, that's not too bad though, honestly, and it's pretty good versus the likes of an Ezreal, who's just going to be staying at long range and hopping away.
You can't actually. one important thing to know.
So Yumi is fine, but Xante is not. I see where things are at.
Sure. One important thing to know actually is you can't buffer out of the bandage toss.
Yeah, he follows you.
Amumu will follow you. So you'll stay stunned, and Amumu will actually track that. Bring back Turbo Chem Tank.
What is wrong with you?
We've got some masochists in the crowd today.
Mid.
So, Bulldogs.
His girlfriend knows what's up.
Yeah, locked in the Aurora alongside the Amumu. There are some big teamfight ults here for Bulldogs now. The front line is huge. They've locked in a Swain. I wonder whether that might be Chachi's option, but instead they lock it mid, and you've got a lot of HP stackers, and Swain is normally pretty good into the likes of a Xante and Amumu. Hell, even that Skarner as well. You get into his zone of control, and that can be a pretty scary place to be.
That's the spooky thing. If you can survive any burst on the opposite side as a Swain, then you kind of just get to heal tank through everything else. So for Bulldog, they're going to have to be very, very on point, killing off this Swain immediately. And when you think about Ivan being present, you think about the redemption, the shields, scaling options to keep that Swain alive. It's going to be very, very scary. And I think NORD's lanes can very easily self-sustain. Ivan can cover. A lot of the onus, to me, is on Bulldog to get things going, snowball, put Skarner into positions where he can pick up easy kills.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Foxy, I've been given some words here because we've got to cut to the break because the Rift is coming up after that. Get your popcorn, get sat down, and get ready for Game 2. You know it's fearless, you know it's semi-finals when things like Skarner are let through in a draft. NORD trying to draft anti-Skarner. They've got the Ivan and Ants allegedly into it. They've got the Swain last pick. Bulldog, at least according to Jamada, need to get things rolling in that early game. Foxy, your takes right now.
Yeah. Similar feelings, Mietic.
Hook shot.
Ooh, flash, follow, but it's fine, flash down. I think.
Hang on. Wait, take that off the screen.
Oh my days. Tight the violence, it's too much for our eyes.
We can forgive production, because to be fair, I didn't think that root call was going to... I've genuinely played hundreds and hundreds of hours of Ivan. I didn't think that game was going to hit. So, well played, Santorum.
What's your reload? They were asking Middle Cut earlier.
Right now? I've barely been playing ranked.
Okay, you go. Should we trust him, Foxy?
The highest I've technically been is 300 LP.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
It's much better than me. I'm awful.
300 LP. Is,
yeah.
Thank
you, Jamada. Appreciate it.
Listen, anyone who can self-report as playing hundreds of hours of Ivan.
Yeah, do you really? Yeah.
Well, I didn't even do it playing Ivan. Well, anyway, away from
how does that work?
Away from that. Chachi has a hook shot. Yeah.
Not quite in range.
So we're in a lane swap.
Yep.
Chachi isn't gonna lane with no, is he? Yeah, he wants the XP. So he's gonna sit here, soak up the XP. Mietek, despite not having flash, no, he's gonna walk off. Mietek is fine in the bottom lane, might be zoned off a little bit. We're gonna be soaking up 1 versus 2 and trying to survive initial dives potentially.
Yeah, that lane's not looking too hot for Mietek in the bot sides. I think this actually makes a decent amount of sense though for Chachi. Like, you know you're basically AFK for the first portion of that lane anyway. So just try and get something chill in mid. Maybe potentially could have gotten a flash out. Came in there if he connects with the hook shot, but wasn't wasn't to be this time around, and now he's back in his home in top to soak up that XP. And Santorin here with 0 CS, not a problem because he's set up his camps here to take them away. And Cayman's actually following him here. This could be tough.
It's going to be very hard, but
he's not going to find anything.
Yeah,
he should be okay. Because I feel like Ivan, again, if you don't know how he works, he plays so unlike every other jungler. And obviously, Jamada, you've got a little bit more experience in terms of looking at how this champion functions. The level 1 to 3, that first clear, is really weird from that champion.
Yeah, it's super awkward. Santorin is doing... Actually, can we hover over Santorin? Because I want to know if he's going to do the blast cone properly or not. He's off camera. I feel like we will see. Hold on, mid lane, yeah.
Big, never move, no way. Goes flashing forwards! Introduces him to the lightning hand. Emperor Palpatine approved.
That's tragic, dude, from Cayman right there. Bit of an oopsie. Should be getting solo killed at level 3 in mid-side. Still has his flash available, unlike No Way. So potentially Lulush will show his face in mid to punish that and get that return kill in mid. But yeah, great start here for Nord's mid lane.
Yeah. Another never move into the root caller. Decent weirding damage, but Cayman's died, come back, and lost 2/3 of his HP.
Not fantastic. And I mean, we've said this about Cayman, right? Over the course of the split. Fantastic highs, very low lows, right? Many times. Game 1 on the Ahri was pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? Pretty damn good. He was one of the reasons Bulldog were able to stay into that game for as long as they did. A really rough start on this Aurora. Thankfully, much lower floor of usefulness, I would argue, on the Aurora comparatively to the Ahri. As that Lulus is maybe thinking about assisting in some kind of drive-by, but with Treats and Chachi side by side, very hard pair to dive. And we'll just opt for the reset. So some shenanigans for sure in the mid lane, but beyond that, junglers not going to have too much impact for the time being anywhere.
I think, again, this game, we've got ourselves the Kai'Sa, we've got ourselves the Ezreal. I think we're looking at other parts of the map in terms of the Ivern and the Skarner, these exciting pieces we don't see too often. Skarner banned like nearly the entirety of the year. We've seen it a handful of times. The Ivern, something of a counter into it, a bit interesting, but it does feel like if you're looking for the champions that are being asked to be big-time players, the players are asked to be big-time players for these rosters. It often has been Xfeng and Xmati, and I think for Xfeng in particular, this is a player who in some ways going to feel a little aggrieved that it's Baus that got Rookie of the Split, and for the record, I voted Bausey, but like Xfeng as this other really, really impressive rookie who's become this incredible talismanic player for the squad, made a huge amount of difference in terms of their journey to semi-finals, to LAN. On this Kai'Sa here, with all of this setup, he's going to be asked to deliver in a big, big way.
Yeah, and I think he's easy, hands down, being the biggest performer for Bulldog, I would say, over the course of the entire split. He's a great win condition for them. And yeah, if Bausey just hadn't done Bausey things, then for me, he's easy second place in the Rookie of the Split, right? Yeah, but at the same time, now that we're here at the final stage of the NLC, you know, it's his first time traveling here to play a LAN for League. Do your nerves potentially get the better of you in that situation? I don't think
they didn't in game 1.
No, I don't think either ADC could do much in game 1 in the sense, like, you know, he was playing the Varus and just collapsed on every single game, right? Like, every single fight. So yeah, we haven't quite seen what we'll see out of Xfeng. Chachi, though.
Oh, biscuits.
Q3 available, gonna have to be close. Flash might be forced. How long until the hook shot? Q3 wide.
Oh, unfortunately,
gets to hold his nerf.
They've got a nerf biscuits, right? Like, that's ridiculous.
Some mild rage just under the laughter there, Adrian.
Yeah. A lot. A lot. It's not very well balanced. Lulus,
hang on,
speaking of not very well balanced.
Treats, trying to find his way out, flashes away, got the after shot running, but another bandage toss, and Xfeng, the man we've been talking about, donated a kill in the early game.
They could redive it if they wanted to. I think it might be a little bit too much time to expend, though, because with Grubs up, you'd probably want to try and pick those up with Lulus on the top side of the map, so they will do that. They'll allow Matty to soak up this wave. That plate, I think, is going to stay on that tower, so it should still be there for Xfeng or whoever ends up on the top side to take away. Teleport coming through from Miatek, so you expect Xfeng and Kasing to stay on that top side.
Yeah, the question is, if you're taking Grubs top, do we get a cross map on the bot side?
Not
here
with
for
Ivern.
Nord? Yeah, but that's it. You've got Ivern. So they're semi-cross mapping in the sense that he's counter jungling Bulldog's jungle here. But it's more about, are they going to go for like this play on the Etic? It doesn't have to be the dragon itself. And I've got a feeling Santorin might ding 6 from
He's
these
got
procs,
smite, yeah. So he
it's
can
close to it.
smite. This is the thing. He has to mark the camp and then wait for smite to come up,
Yeah.
and then take it. Which
Yeah, he's
seems like he's done
he's
now.
just
So
he's gonna have Daisy here for the potential bot play.
I think the problem is, for as much Kaying as you can probably put down on Cassante, he's just very tanky, right? Camille is not necessarily offering up a lot of damage early on.
Items, yeah.
Ivern can if the champion's squishy, but if it's a Cassante,
Oksana
likely
can just
not.
kidnap you back to his own
Yeah.
turret as well, so probably not going to happen. But they will get the dragon instead. Right now that Daisy's on the board, it will be that 1-for-1 objective trade.
Gold lead remains relatively close right now. Slight lead to NORD. That's probably, of course, getting that initial kill in the level 1. Getting that additional one in the mid lane. Really well played by No Way on the Swain. And again, No Way's a player who, much like Cayman, we've seen some interesting times from. His champion pool isn't exactly shallow, but it's quite similar in terms of the archetypes we see, but hold that thought. Chachi's gone in with an X and Hextech ultimatum, catching out Cayman, who's trying to run away, gets the speed shrine and should be just fine. Flash was blown, though, by the bunny rabbit.
Yeah, it was. Bunny rabbit.
It's Wabbit hunting season.
Lulish.
Might be
On
Swain
the way.
hunting season. He's dragged him into the Aurora. Into the Visions of Empire. Not quite enough. No burn items
They
build.
don't have the damage.
And that was nearly very bad for poor old Cayman. I was joking about the rabbit hunting season, but Bulldogs were apparently on board.
That's a phrase I think you might be repeating a few times this game. They don't have the damage. When you've got Ivan, you've got Swain, you know, Aftershock Leona, even big shields from Camille sometimes. You know, it does raise that question. You know, will Bulldogs in some of these situations just have the damage to bring down the members of NORD? It could be tricky in these fights.
Again, burst damage is going to be really crucial. Staying on topic of burst. Cayman has a burst being the champion Aurora. Symbiotic Souls. We've seen this tech come up in rising priority in some weird spaces.
It's been doing it, but that's when he's been doing on things like Pantheon, where he's running Ignite mid and not the teleports. They're trying to cheat priority by using the boots. That's not the case here, you would think, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, one thing I will say is the movement speed that you get when you're out of combat is
huge.
Very undervalued, I think. And then the other part is, of course, the empowered recall, which I think people forget just how important 4 seconds is in League of Legends when it comes to that kind of thing. A lot of flexibility you can get out of that reset, as Chachi is being brought very, very low, has a biscuit in his inventory, but also I've seen Cassante do very weird things in the 2 years he's been in the game. Chachi has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, he doesn't have any help, though it is coming from Santorin.
Yeah, unfortunately, the biscuit got popped, and he got
He's
a
got
free
that
200
Vitty's
HP.
buff.
Yeah.
He's sorted. Absolutely sorted. No worries there. We'll just be able to pick up these minions under the turret. And yeah, no threat happening against that Cassante.
Eyes, though, on the timer on the top left of your screen. That's Grub spawning as No Way has unfortunately face-checked a Skarner. Not quite driven into the wall, but the Visions of Empire comboed up with the Never Move. Again, No Way just stands there and delivers.
Say the line, Jamada.
They don't have the damage. Well, they've popped the ultimate out of No Way, so that's good. It did technically cost them nothing. So No Way's overall impact is going to be greatly reduced, especially with Grubs coming up. So NORD likely won't contest that. And by the looks of the positioning anyway, they want to get some plates off this bot side tower. Mientech, though, is going to be the one receiving this crashed wave.
The whistle's blown, and that means Daisy's on the court. They land the root call, and that means Treats on the Leona can just get melee range for a Q.
Well.
Cassante is not very unstoppable as he falls into an early grave.
Yeah, you can't press Path Makeup if you're stunned forever. I will say, could have probably pressed it when Treats was flying towards him from the root caller, if I'm to be a little bit critical here. But unfortunately, just kind of gets 100-0'd in the dive. Grubs are going to be the cross map, but NORD are going to pick up so much gold for taking this tower that now Bulldog, and the feeds actually. So Bulldog now have to put these Grubs to use and make sure that they are trying to rotate around the map as aggressively and as quickly as possible to get towers down.
Here we go. Q number 1 used by Kasing. Flash away from the Impale. Hextech ultimatum of a bandage toss part 2. Chachi styles on him. And in all the while, somewhere, No Way's picked up a Visions of Empire kill on the Amumu. They'll finally bring down the Camille, but Chachi fought his death cleanly.
Oh, I thought No Way was going to walk around with that ultimate
Flash for the Nevermoons. It's going to be flashed away from Lulus, but the slow is so obnoxious. Not even with a Rhyalize in. Lulus going to drive on out. Came in over the wall. Flash for the Zenith Blade. Tries to go between worlds, but a big body block from the wall. Can't get out. It is Wabbit hunting season indeed. Exafang will Killer Instinct and get along across the other side. No way, no ultimate left. That means he's gone too deep. NORD, I take it back. That's a little far, folks.
Little too much right there for NORD. Exafan picking up another kill as well. In the meantime, Santora in the bottom side of the jungle is taking away jungle camp. So watch this one back again. And Chachi, look at this guy evade all the tools that Bulldog initially throw at him in this dive.
It's really well played. The flash away from the Impale, but crucially, after the second dodge, Kasing has no mana to cast because of the Sad Mummy. So he is a Sad Mummy. He dies. Chachi gets that first kill, but then eventually, there's not really much else he can do. He just gets slapped into the wall by the Skarner. Very, very well played by Camille.
However, please look at No Way's items. He's just picked up a Rhyalize. He'll be building towards Thimble Winter.
Yep.
This Swain is going to be the most obnoxious thing on the Rift.
Yeah,
And
that's...
there's a Skarner in the game.
It's yeah, that's saying something, dude. That is saying something. And he's got Ivan Shields to protect him too. He's going to be hard to take down for sure.
I really do like the Itemization. I'll be very brief because these teams are kind of eyeing up the Dragon. No way, he doesn't need to be the damage. He just understands he needs to be a big AoE slow. And he needs to be alive to provide it. NORD in a very good position, in my opinion, to actually try to contest this, though they don't have positioning or vision in the river. If they know that Bulldog starts one up, I feel like they'll be very happy to send in Daisy, send in Tree Survivor behind him, and get things going.
Lulus going to be driving through the wall with the Excel Impact, but it does mean that Skarner not in the river. Dragon started. Root Caller lands onto the Skarner again. Matty towards the top of your screen, on vision in that banana bush. Looking to find an angle here. Now this fight begins. Chunk now going forward. Street buying a lot of time. Root Caller in. Mientic goes all out. Those the pressure on the Norway, but he's just gone demonically ascended. They finally bring the Swain down. Hextech Ultimatum is in, but Chachi's now in danger. On Topo strikes part 3. 3 of them, and you are out. Keep it going on forwards. It's a double kill to Exafang. Santori trying to run on out. Treats in the backline, gets a stun with the Shield of Daybreak. But Between Worlds will surely be drifting to just one. It is grey screen o'clock for NORD, who back away now. BDG, though, pretty low on the HP bars. Hex Flash out from Kasing.
Gentlemen, they had the damage! They managed to take down No Way. I was really apprehensive about the Impale. Hold on, teleport's really deep. No Way, no ultimate though. I mean, NORD were always going to pick up this Dragon because of the reset timers required. Came in is caught!
Oh man, he's in so much danger. Does have an across the veil available, just about out of range. And again, 2 games in a row, we have seen Bulldogs get a fight and not get the objective after. I think they took a little too long chasing NORD there.
Yeah, and this with the TP coming in as well, for No Way able to rejoin the fight, means that Bulldog just have to step away. And I was on the tomato train for this one. I felt like as soon as Skarner grabs No Way and drags him into the team with the ult, that was questionable for me. I was like, oh, this isn't going to end well, but they found the way there to beat it.
I actually think it's a really huge contributor as to why so many of the members of Bulldog ended up being so low. Because it's set up for other members of NORD to start free hitting members like Exafang. So yeah, hopefully we don't see that too many times.
Exafang, though, is now 4-0-2 on this Kai'Sa. He is going to become an absolute menace, and we know Kai'Sa's into Ezreal, so have often found good moments in mid-games to blow them up. Matty in a good spot this game, was ahead in gold, not after that fight anymore, but it's having a solid enough game. Will be at Muramana shortly enough, you have to imagine, so can still do a fair amount of work. It's just, on the other side, Exafang is going to be a real threat.
You bring up those ADCs, like we mentioned, potentially not having enough damage from Bulldog to bring down the tanky members on NORD. Like if you're looking on the side of NORD, Matty is the guy. Like yeah, we've got a Triforce on Camille, but she's not really that teamfight threat. Right, Matty's gonna have to deal out that DPS. He's gonna have to be the threat for NORD to win these fights. And so far, obviously, when Exafang on the other side has 4 kills, that suddenly becomes such a scary prospect that NORD are gonna have to answer.
A little bit of an early smite there from Lulus. That was 48 HP available, but no two-shot barrage coming across, so he's fine. Herald secured, and the game is very close. A slight gold lead even out of Bulldogs. It's only 100 gold or so, so it really is nominal, but this is not the same state as last game where we saw significant leads at this point for NORD.
Yeah, and I'd love if for Bulldog now, remember, they've got 6 grubs. And chips.
And Herald. Don't you dare start pushing your podcast.
Grubs.
Who does he think he is?
Grubs are a win more. They're a win more objective, right? They need to start rotating around the map to proactively hit these towers. And it seems like that's what we're going to get here. Full rotation out on the bottom side. No way to pop the ultimate.
No way to monically ascend, but in comes Daisy as well for an extra member on the court. Cayman goes between worlds, but Miatek's not enjoying that lol. Foot works to try and get away, but it's burned out. It is too far. And now Nord here in force. Who is flashing away, but a flash forward from Treats. Into the knock-up from Daisy. Kissing into the backline. Curse the Sam Mummy. It's solid. X-Effect tries. Gets one. That's the Ivern death. Cleansing. Trying to run away, but the Rhyolite slow is unbelievable. They finally get another. Cayman trying to run away. Kissing, I think, gets something at the end, but they'll still lose another member. That is a 4 for 3. 4 for 2 even.
Bro, look at the Chachi, man. It's not even there. It's a 4 versus 5 and Nord win. That is criminal affairs right there for Nord to get away with that one. Bulldogs there, absolutely not going to be happy at all with that. Plus, that's a shutdown. Exafeng shutdown is gone now. That is a huge fumble by them.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
They didn't have the damage.
No. What happened, mate?
They weren't close enough to actually burst down No Way when Miatek was on top of it, right? Exafeng was too far away from the fight. He's not going to be able to kill her instinct. Not that he should have if he had the range. And it wasn't until around here where we actually get to see a potential reposition. And Exafeng, you can't help but love the fact that he does it to get the damage out, but obviously puts himself in a compromising position to fall, and No Way just stands dishing damage the entire time.
Shout out to X-Maddie there as well, who, having been hit by the Curse of the Sad Mummy, cleanse up or ease in to take Cayman down to like next to no HP, so that Bunny wasn't doing any more damage. It was a big deal for that extended fight. That extends Nord's gold lead now. We've got Soul Point for them in just over a minute. That will surely be our next port of call, and look what item just got built up by No Way.
Well, the Leandries has come through now. Yeah, so he's actually he's a significant threat at this point, right? He's especially against the tankier members of Bulldog, of which there are quite a few, right? Between Amumu, Skarner, and Cassante, that Leandri is going to get a lot of work done.
Yeah, and I mean, Bulldog have done an okay enough job at being able to Kai out, you know, No Way, whenever he's popped the ultimate. Imagine if he has a Cloud Soul, man. Those first few seconds are just so gross. To be polite. Nord in a very good position. A couple of thousand gold up. Key items completed to kind of just take this on spawn with very little answer from Bulldog. I feel for Bulldog, if they choose to take this fight and lose, there's a very good chance the game is kind of just over, right? You look at Santorin's inventory as well. He's got the Moonstone. Like, things are kind of dire for this fight.
I think what you do have, though, is 6 scrubs in the Herald and inventory, and to catch the reset. No, that's the Symbiotic Souls.
That's why they're so good.
There you go. Value already.
Yeah. Grievous Wounds is going to be on the ticket here for Bulldog.
Oh, Xing.
He's fine.
He's just chilling. Loses the flash, though, which is a big deal for Namumu, right, as this dragon spawns.
Herald. Gonna be dropped down in mid, but here comes the rest of Nord. They don't want to give this up. The supercharge away from X. Feng Lulus will drive away with the XL impact. Gonna keep trying to play this one out. In comes Miatek with a teleport. No way. Gonna be pulled back. And it's even automatically ascending. Leandri's decent. Curse of Sam Mummy, though. They blowed him up. There's the damage they needed. Never mind. It looked like a moment where that swing could keep popping, but he is popped into fried chicken for dinner. Herald into mid lane. Nottingham cheers. They know what they're after here. They get the kill. They head over to Dragon.
We said that the fight might not look good, but if they can pick off No Way, then there doesn't really get to be a big 5v5. The crucial thing, though, is that there's no ultimates available for Bulldog, whereas there's at the very least still Chachi's ability to isolate out one target for the rest of Nord to try and follow up. So let's see how Bulldog try and handle this. Flank on the side as well from Cayman potentially.
X-Feng's got ult. That's potentially your break point here. Can you threaten someone like Chachi? Treats goes in, but it's a massive amount of damage. X-Feng down to 10%. Still alive, still trading. Treats doing his best. Dragon's all been played. Chachi flashes. Precision protocol executes Kaiser. Back to the void she goes. Chachi finally falls, but the damage is done. Again, Bulldogs cannot get the objective.
They win the fight, but after that, Nord, they resurrect from the ashes, and the No Way teleport is the nail in the coffin for this fight. Nord actually looked like it wasn't a great start for them in that fight as well, but Bulldog just can't find a way to make it work, and that is 5 members dead. And right here, like, you got to keep your eyes on 2 people. Miatek, who flashes forward and forces Santorin and Ko out, and then Vizichachi and Treats on the backside, making it all work. And for me, Treats was the MVP of Game 1 for NORD. He was absolutely insane. Those plays on the Alistairs, link up with No Way, and he's done it again here. Sets up the plays. He is so crucial for NORD in these team fights and how they find these wins.
Just the fact that Treats locking down Exofeng kept him in place for the True Shot Barrage. That additional damage was what allowed Chachi to even flash in to clean that fight up, and now NORD feels like they have very firm control of this game for the time being.
We were kind of joking about Heartsteel on Leona. Treat's always been a fun builder. He's gone Jack Show. He is so damn tanky. For me, he's been the most consistent player on NORD, and maybe I've just cursed the man, but wait, there's redemption of Moonstone! Suppression comes on through, but that Skarner flashes away, and Daisy knocks him right back up. Came into the backside, onto X-Matty, shutdown comes on through, huge pick off, but they lose the Skarner. Treats in danger, Kaseng looks at the bandage shots, we won't quite find it. The surprise party with Mumu having a sad old time. Chachi picks up another set of kills, and Cayman needs to run. Atakan is up.
Goodness me.
Right.
That's ruinous.
It's the perfect spot as well. You win a team fight, and right next door is Atakan.
It's ruinous. That is not voracious.
Oh, wow.
We have got the blood petals spawning from this one. This is amping all of those dragons you get as well. Huge win. It's been a bloody game, and we're rewarded with the Black Atakan.
Not often this at all, but I think it's just a testament to how much core there has been in this game. And honestly, the blood petals in this kind of situation, when you're already ahead, adding the additional levels is just so impressive. As I mean, redemption, the shields, Treats. I mean, it looks like he's griefing at first, just to be plainly honest, but doesn't end up going down. Exofeng dives in on the backside, and credit to Matty for getting out so much damage before he falls, because now Exofeng can't play the fight, and on the opposite end, Lulish was getting dove onto. Kasing always gets pulled back, and if he did, he certainly would have died. Playing with fire a little bit there.
Production, if we can we hover over a NORD player? I want to see how many petals they've got, because I don't see a counter for us. It'd be lovely to see 47. That's a fair chunk of experience and damage now.
I mean, you can kind of see, if you just take a look at the champion portraits on the side, you know, the average level difference is kind of around 1.5, maybe even like edging on 2, and a lot of that comes from that Atacon. So big difference in just base stats, right? I think people forget how important base stats can be. Think about the old days of League of Legends. I think Freak always used to say before the scaling changes a few years ago, it was like 600 gold per level.
I think it might be more.
It's going to be a lot more since we had the durability patch, probably around 1,000 gold per level.
And for all those folks who did manage to get tickets to the finals tomorrow, one of these teams will be facing off against Lost Returners, but there is still a watch party going on in Nottingham, in the Nest. Can we go watch the LEC after? Please do come enjoy it. It's looking like we've got loads of people going as well, so it should be a really exceptional experience. Go get involved, guys. Grassroots League of Legends in the UK, here in Nottingham. That's pretty bloody exciting.
It's very exciting here, and we're getting an exciting series today. I can't imagine what tomorrow's going to be like.
It's going to be mental.
That's going to be popping as well. Yeah, NORD really taking control of this one right here. Cayman needs to be careful.
Yeah,
I think he well, now if NORD wants this with a hook shot on the ult, he's in trouble.
Chachi will not hook shot forward, but now there's a fight on the other side. Exofeng does not get hit by the True Shot Barrage. Lula, so it's just not tanky at this point. Another knock-up. In they go! Chachi with the Hextech ultimatum. And that's Kasing down for the count. Came in, look for a flank, and just gets deleted! The killer Bunny Rabbit eats an anti-op grenade, and he's down for the count. Lulis executed as well. Baron is up, and NORD are taking this game apart in the mid-game.
Yeah, there's no option now for Bulldog to answer this one. Lulish is down, Cayman is down. Yes, Exofeng is the guy for Bulldogs, but he's not going to be able to do anything here at all. That is going to be the big purple worm going over to NORD. Another nail here for Bulldog in game number 2. They've got to find a way to turn this around, because NORD are looking comfortable and they're looking dominant.
What I'm afraid about, though, unfortunately, is I don't know if there is a way really to turn this around.
It's
hard. The scaling is just, to me, so favored in NORD's direction, between Ivern, between, you know, No Way. He's just foregone the potential of like a Thimble winner. He just continues. He just knows, like, he doesn't actually need, you know, the extra HP and the occasional shield. He's got Ivern and the additional healing for that. Just pop a Zhonya's in the middle of the fight. Done your job.
It's at least 2.5 items, mostly 3 items done for NORD. And look at the mid lane. Cayman doesn't even have the Shadow Flame done yet. He's on an item and a half. Lulas engaged onto that CC onto the Skarner, proving really annoying. It's supposed to be the most broken pick in the game, and it is put to the sword. Chachi now looking for Cayman, put into the Hextech ultimate and gets under his own turret, but had to flash to do it. Precision Protocol helps No Way get the kill afterwards on the Swain.
Pick off the pick. Very easy for NORD to just catch members of Bulldog in rotation. Gonna pick up this dragon in a moment's time. A bit awkward there, but they will do it.
Not just dragon, man. That's soul, dude.
Yep.
That's it. You mentioned that cloud soul coming onto the likes of Norway. Even someone like Chachi and Leona, it's a little bit underrated, right? To follow up after that engage tool. Yeah, it's so hard now for Bulldog. It's so difficult when your tanky member just doesn't survive more than like 5 seconds in a fight. What options do you have?
Yeah, and not to be mean, I'm looking towards game 3 already.
It's very hard
fair.
Yeah. It's a miracle otherwise.
Yeah, I wonder what Bulldog want to do in terms of side select, because now red side is kind of less jailed than it usually is.
No Kalista, no Skarner, yeah.
No Skarner. How much do they value red side for things like counter pick, being able to get R3 and then ban away 2 counters? I think there's a lot of value in talking about it, especially when, to me, I feel like at times, No Way and Matty have definitely struggled in the early stages of lane. If you're able to get more direct lane counters, how much value does that really provide to you as a team?
Fairness to No Way this game, he didn't struggle that much.
Oh,
he flashed forward for the solo kill. He's having
Yeah.
a great old time. Finally got that Shadow Flame done on the side of Cayman's Aurora. If there was a win condition for Bulldogs, it's Exafeng. He has got 3 items. He is strong. He can execute some of these members. It's just, can he do anything more afterwards? Because the turnaround, the extended fight's so tricky.
He needs time. He needs time to get his DPS out, and his team can't buy him time, right? Skarner is not tanky enough. The Aurora, even with the Between Worlds, even with that ultimate slap down, she's dying too quickly too. It's just not enough. And time is going to be one of those things, not just in team fights, but as far as getting fed goes, we don't have it.
They're going to try and get a suppression, but it means so little. No Way demonically ascends again. And you know exactly where he's sending the rest of Bulldogs. Game 2, it is lights out here. Execution as NORD live up to their namesake. It is a cold, cold day. And NORD are going to be 2-0 up in the series.
One last kill. There you go. Mia Tech's dead. Triple kill for Chachi. Fantastic mill game by the end of it. But an even better game out of No Way. 2 games to the good of NORD. Bulldog have a lot of work to do if they want to make today competitive.
Yeah, that was 10k at the end. 10k gold leads for NORD towards the end of that one. It's tough, dude. It's really tough. I'm not entirely sure where you go from this point as well, because these were 2 very different looking drafts too. 2 different play styles, and both of them were just very NORD favored. It was tough. I still have faith in Bulldog, right? They've been the underdog so many times here in the NLC, but it really has to be a 180. It really does to pick this one up. It's not looked pretty.
And we look at this now, and it feels like Bulldogs have actually been able to skirmish. They have been able to fight. We've seen moments, at least on screen, where it looks good, but you get to these mid-games, and they're not getting the objectives afterwards. The extended plays, the teleports and resets after are really coming back to bite them, and I think NORD, that experience, that veterancy from so many of these players is really turning up as the game's going on, and people like Chachi now in 2 carry games becoming an additional threat that I don't think Bulldogs are managing as well as they could be.
Yeah, it's the grammar, it's the punctuation, it's the P's and Q's from Bulldog that's really letting them down so far in this series. I wonder just how much the experience gap is kind of weighing in that regard. But yeah, for NORD, it's been a very, very simple series so far, right? There have definitely been some oversteps though, and I think that they can be punished. But again, I think it's the classic saying you'll hear a lot from some of us esports heads, or like people who've been in the competitive scene as like coaches or analysts, etc. They've been taking the finger, but then they go for the whole hand, and then they get backhanded in response, and
It's
that's
those
really been the
fights.
Bulldog.
The fights, I think, is the core thing.
Look, all I'm saying is we know we write the script, and George just spoke out earlier. It's 0-2 over to NORD, and then reverse sweep. Am I right, Dusk?
You know what? I think he's right.
What? I have doubts, so Trouble, convince me and the entire audience that it's a possibility.
You know what? I'm gonna leave you on a cliffhanger.
Oh.
let's break down the game, and I'll tell you in the end.
Okay.
I believe this is gonna turn around.
Oh, this is spicy.
I'm giving you the prequel. You know, the sequel comes later.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
I even thought like Swain would be higher there, but in terms of healing and shielding, that boy was complicated.
I think the big thing is that what happened was Bulldog, they drafted arguably the best frontline in the entire game,
Yes.
right? With Cassante and Skarner, they had such incredible meta picks, but you had on the other side NORD prepped answers for these meta picks. You know, it's so scary to give up a Skarner Cassante. It's kind of like a gambit. You take the Ivan away, which is a pick into tanks, and then you have the Swain versus a full dive composition and versus the low range AD carry. And Trouble, you had a few words about that, didn't you?
I just felt like this was not a Kai'Sa draft.
Yeah.
I felt like it just lacked the dive, it just lacked the backline access, like Exofeng was just trying to find the assassinations. Swain ult is the size of it's the range of an auto attack from Kai'Sa. The man tried to walk forward and he couldn't auto attack because he was getting slowed by Rylai's straight away. So he was forced to play this fight to aggressively ult in the backline, to try and kill trees, try to find anyone he could, and he tried, but that just was not a Kai'Sa draft, unfortunately. I would have seen a Jinx and a Felios and more of a hyper carry situation right there.
Yeah, and we could just highlight with the clips exactly how effective the Swain was. No way, he just stands there tanking absolutely everyone. I mean, there were a couple of times where he overestimates his tankiness, 1 versus 5 with the Ivan shields, thinks he's tankier than he is. But when he can just keep continuously DPSing over and over and resetting his ultimate, he never dies as long as he has teammates around him. And you can see, even though Exofeng, I believe, in this particular clip, he's 4-0 with Practice Layer completed. It doesn't matter. It's not enough DPS. On the side of Bulldog, you have a lot of instant burst, but not a lot of consistent damage.
It's full HP, man. Like, what do you do? What do you do? Exofeng did his job, and it was like, I can't move.
I feel like what happened right here from NORD, I just really like that their last ban, thank you for bringing this up, production, was the Maokai on red side, because that left open. We talked about a lot about how important Ezreal was. It's Xmati's favorite champ to play, one of his most played as well, but Exofeng pops off as well. But the fact that they baited them into taking the Skarner away and then got that Ezreal, this is where the mix match happened with draft, where you take the Kai'Sa into the Ezreal, but then the rest of the composition doesn't really match. And then you've got tankiness on one side for Bulldog Esports, but then you've got so much sustain on the side of NORD, where it's like, oh, you want to kill the Swain? No way, went full AP. He didn't even go Thimble Winter into Unending Despair because that Ivan just kept everyone up.
Yeah, we were expecting the Whippo build from LTA North. He went the Rylai's into the Thimble Winter, I believe. But yeah, he just went, completely skipped us out on the tier and went full AP and was incredibly tanky in the front line. Super annoying to deal with.
He was thinking about it, but he didn't do it.
Is there a world where if the early game went to Bulldogs, it would be enough?
I do think the early did matter because NORD clearly had a plan. They targeted Cayman really hard in the early game. Consistent reganks. Even Chachi with the Camille post 6 sacked a wave up top side to run mid and ult to punish Cayman. And also the early gank from Santorin post the first gank when he didn't have TP. Chunked him and he's just stuck in lane as well. They really punished Cayman.
You know what, with that in mind, I think we're about to jump into breaks, so Trouble, it's time.
All right, guys, here it is. Here's the plot twist for everyone who believes they're not called Bulldog Esports for no reason. It's because they're the underdogs, and they've made it this far for a reason. They're the guys who eliminated Rodisak. They threw them down the lower bracket, they took them out as well. And I believe that they can bring this back. Why? Because their team fights are good. And what's left in AD carry polls, the Jinxes, the Felices, the Kog'Maws, all of the hyper AD carries. Absolutely. If anyone can do it, I think Exofeng showed his bite in this particular game, but I think he looks even better on hyper carries.
Okay. With that in mind, I'm gonna do a quick check with audience. Audience, do you believe? Do you believe in Bulldog? Is this a clean sweep for NORD?
That was a big no.
That was a big no, so people believe. Okay, they bought it. You sold it. You sold it. With that in mind, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with Game 3. It's deciding. I'll see you soon.
av gamers för andra gamers. Vi har en känsla för vad kunden vill ha. Gamers har vuxit upp och vill ha en modernare stil. Våra bästsäljare är Arena Desk och våra olika modeller av gamingstolar. De har fått pris inom ergonomi och hållbarhet.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Confetti! It has been some bloody back and forth games, but where we stand, NORD Esports are one win away from booking their spot in the grand final of the NLC. And watching along with us has been a personal friend of mine, caster within the UK scene. We have got J-Real, a LAN final in the UK. How are you feeling about that?
Mate, it's top tier. LANs beat everything else. When you get off the screen, you're into real life. It's just a different energy. The crowd's been great. You've been great. The team's been great. So shout out to everyone involved.
And Jay, the prescient question, the question that everybody is asking right now is, do NORD take Game 3 and book their ticket to EMEA Masters, to the grand final, or have Bulldogs got a little bit more in the tank and the ability to send this game a little bit longer?
Well, everyone likes the underdog story, right? Like, I want to believe, I want to think that Bulldogs can bring it back, take us to at least Game 5, you know, and maybe make some magic happen. But I won't lie, NORD are looking really strong. Last game, they kind of swept it real clean.
That they did. So, hold on, let's maybe ask the crowd, do we reckon the Bulldogs are going to win this next game? Well, I think that is plainly obvious. Those in attendance here reckon that Bulldogs can push this series a little bit further, but do the analyst desk agree with them?
Good job, Minocott. We're ready to go on desk. We're about to jump.
me. Good for you.
He's done it 3 times now.
Mute.
I've been counting.
I've done it
You've been
none.
counting.
I have done it none.
So with that in mind, you throw us a question. Is this a clean sweep by NORD? I'm not going to ask you, Trouble, because I know you believe in the...
No, expose him. He can answer.
Oh, yeah?
Get it gone.
Expose him.
Get it gone.
Am I allowed to be a pessimist?
You're
or
allowed
do I
to.
have to be undyingly
Tell
loyal
me-
to the Bulldogs?
Tell me your honest opinion.
I think it's going to be a 3-0. I think it's going to be a complete sweep. And, like, even last game, they secured so many OPs, and they still couldn't pull through because in draft there was a gap as well as on the Rift. I think that's just so problematic. And as you get further into Fearless, it's only going to get more and more difficult. You've lost the Skarner. What can you pull out next? I'm looking at champions like the Jace. Still, I really do think, with all the champions that are out now, it's going to be Jace plus AP junglers. It has to be.
Man, I'm so happy they got rid of Ascana, honestly. It was such a bait in the previous draft, you know? The Ezreal and the handshake with Ascana. The Ezreal comes out on top. Exofang's on his best champions. So I feel like now that we have Jinxes, Cogmoses, Aphelioses, Misfortunes in the pool, I feel like this is where Exofang's comfort zone is. You put him on a hyper carry, you build a front line for him, and just let him cook.
Okay, so there's definitely the feeling that will be done next game, and there's a feeling that now with the Jinxes and all
we've
the
just
upper
started.
parries, we just started.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I like this. We're about to start the third game as well. 1 match point in favor. Well, they're on match point right now for NORD. Bulldog, you have to step up. You have to bite back. So tell me, initialize. How do they bite back?
They need to find themselves a more stable early game. They need to not end up with that kind of draft into a Swain. It got real tricky once the Ivern Swain rolled around.
Yeah, just a lot of damage that needed to happen there for Bulldog to make it work in those fights. Unfortunately, they didn't find it too often. Yeah, we've got to swap things up coming into game number 3 here a lot for Bulldog, because they really need to. It's not looked good for them, and they've not looked like the Bulldog that we've seen in the playoffs thus far.
I think some engage out of Kasing that's a little bit more snappy that isn't a Mumu, if maybe even an early Rakan. Like, screw it,
Yeah.
genuinely, I think it's been one of his better picks. I think all in all, Bulldog compositionally have been fine throughout the series. I think the answers from NORD have just been better. They've elected to stay on blue side.
Understandable.
For the time being, which does make sense. Now, I don't know how understandable it is, actually, because on red side, you don't have to ban Kalista and Skarner anymore.
So it's really interesting because we've seen a lot of games go this late in LPL, but we've seen some of those picks like the Skarner maybe get through, and even then teams are going blue side. I think because it's things like that first pick can be so huge at this point in the Fearless draft to really define draft. You get like a Vi through or a Lulu through. You can look for things like the Jinx Lulu and kind of build your composition really powerfully around that first pick that's still very potent this late into a draft.
Yeah, same bans coming through. In game number 3, as we saw in game 1 and game 2, no Poppy for Chachi, so that whole point that the Deaths made before the series.
It's never happening, is it? They don't want to deal with it.
We ain't seeing that. We ain't seeing that one. And Draven and Jace going the other way here against Bulldog as well. Now, obviously, the bans can kind of swap up a little bit. We saw the Rumble for Bulldog here, but that was arguably because they wanted to look towards that Cassante flavor. But that's gone now, right? That's gone in game 2. You can't pick that again. So we're mixing it up, and it's actually Ashe as this extra ban.
Very potent, and it stops an Ashe Braum 1-2 here, and I wonder then whether that means Bulldogs might be looking for something like that Lulu to set up a Jinx. The Rumble's still up as well. Unless that gets banned here, would not be a surprise. It's the Twitch instead. It's an X-Fang special.
Yeah.
And they get rid of that additional hyper carry. Bulldogs first pick up and about. This is your last draft potentially, unless you finally get a W on the board. Do the British boys have some more work available to them?
Hyper carry? Question mark. I mean, Vi gone, Ashe gone, Zeri looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely
Rumble.
sure. That's the other
Well,
problem.
just Chachi might have the Galio though, because again that's still up and available. It's the regular answer into the Rumble.
Maybe off the top of my head, I don't think he's played it.
That's true. It doesn't mean he hasn't
hasn't practiced it.
Yeah, doesn't mean it's not available, I suppose. But there's the Galio, not the Galio, the Sejuani alongside the Corki.
Shout out Tar. Sorry.
Yeah. He is for tomorrow. Save it for tomorrow, guys.
Save
Not
it
there
tomorrow,
yet. One of these teams will be facing off against the man who inspired that emote, but that is for this time tomorrow. Someone believes in the reverse sweep, but you love to see it.
Yeah, that's the
Broom's out
Bulldog
already.
fam there. Bulldog fam trying to do their clan proud. And to be honest, getting this far is already, they've already done themselves proud for sure. But yeah, we got to believe in the reverse sweep. Trouble called it before the series started. And this would be the game to make it all happen. With the Rumble first pick, you got that damage, you got that carry topside, which we know Mieta can do. We know he's got that in his pocket. And the Xin into the answer of Sejuani. That's I like that in the sense, like early on, like the skirmishes, the scrappiness definitely goes in Xin Zhao's favor. So the question is now, you know, what do you pair with the Sejuani? Because we still got the likes of the Yone available, which is notorious into Sej.
I actually quite like this because I think Yone is a champion that's pretty good into a majority of No Way's
control mages, yeah.
Importantly, the reality is No Way probably wasn't going to pick it.
It's not something that's exactly what he's known for, I grant you.
And on top of all of that, it keeps Rumble as the solo AP on the top side. So it's a very multifaceted pick, and it's going to provide a little bit of hard engage, non-committal as well, that Bulldog was certainly lacking.
Okay.
There's the Gnar from Chachi. It's been banned away from him a lot in the second ban phase. I think both games, second ban phase. So hasn't been able to have his hands on it. We'll get it this game.
Can it manage the Rumble, though? That's been a question it feels like every top lane has had to ask about their champion pool. Does it manage Rumble? Been a very strong Fearless ban and pick when it's been available. See whether Mientek, as we said, can pilot it here.
Yeah.
Second phase of bans, both bot lanes likely still up to be picked. Of course, that Corki is a flex between mid and bot for the side of Nord.
Yeah, Jamada wanted some more snappy engage for Kasing. Well, that's the Rakan ban, and you have to feel when you've already locked in a Rumble that we're not going to see the rail either.
And again, you've got fourth pick for Nord, so they can even pick up an engage support here, and you can take another one off the table.
That's true. So yeah, I would imagine rail was either picked or banned here for Nord. You do not want to be giving that over to Bulldog. And yeah, I think pinching mid is smart here, because I do think potentially, I mean, No Way's been good. Actually, this series, I think he's been really good. But leading up until this series so far, he's potentially been a point for Nord, a point of weakness that other teams have been able to exploit. So if you can really get that like super good matchup for Cayman in mid, and whoa, it's actually the ban for Rel Bulldog don't want to be facing that.
Okay,
I don't blame them, to be honest with you, because having R4 gives them the priority to just take it away.
Yeah.
And with that Rel gone, I think
it's Enchantress, isn't it now?
All the engaged champs are gone. Not that. Thresh, maybe?
Maybe. Blitzcrank if you're feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, Blitz, maybe. This is going to be a Syndra up for No Way.
I think the thing is now, if Bulldog want to go for an Enchanter lane, say like that Jinx Lulu, the Blitzcrank in here at the end would be a fairly good pairing to punish that Lulu. Can be really nasty unless you've got good feet.
Definitely would be. There isn't any point and click CC left.
Not really.
So
Ultari?
Zeri
Elise,
Lulu.
if you want to be super
Lulu
spicy.
looks really
I
good
know.
here.
Zaya?
Lulu, similar flavor. I mean, what would Kasing pick with this?
Milio,
Would be
maybe?
the question. Milio, ooh.
Because you can extend the
Yeah,
Zaya auto
Milio-
range can be kind of nice.
Milio is actually pretty good here because it also negates the Sejuani ult,
Yeah.
right? As long as you're not the one being hit by it. And frankly, it would kind of push Treats onto, again, something like a Blitz or a Thresh is usually actually the answer into the Milio. At this point as well, the Fearless bans the way they are. Seraphine.
It's a Kasing special. You've got a few people to extend the ult. The Encore can go across that Shinzo, go across that Yone. I see the angle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like anti-AoE as well there in a world with Nara and Sejuani to bring down that AoE threat. The Milio that you mentioned for Bulldog might just be getting picked up though on the Nord side of things here for Treats. Either way, we've seen Treats be at his best when he can engage, when he can fight, and he can pull the trigger. I don't think he's going to get that style of champion here at this point in the Fearless draft. We're getting some hovers of Enchanters style champs, and yeah, it's just going to be the Karma. I like this with someone like Syndra, by the way, because if you get that Mantra Shield, and you speed everyone up, it does get rid of one of the glaring weaknesses of that champion, which is her lack of mobility.
Does ask, though, for Treats to be really strong in lane, really strong in the early game. Karma, at the minute, not the best scaler with where things are at. I need to see X-Maddie and Treats actually play for lane maybe a little more than they normally
Yeah,
do.
not only that, I think there's a lot of emphasis on Santorin's ability to find really consistent engages, and I think his targets are very limited, right? When you think about this game. Exofang's got ultimate. The melee champions are very, very difficult to lock down. Rumble's the only one that you can really do that with.
Okay, well, game 3, about ready to go. Hold on to your seats. One final time, perhaps, to the Rift we go. It was all a ruse. It's back to us. We're the gameplay now.
It won't be as entertaining.
Are you sure? We're pretty great. Don't undercut us like that.
No, I'm pretty confident that we are not as
Well, that's good news. Apparently, we're heading to the Rift now anyway. So there you go. Show's over, folks. Back to the Rift we go for game 3. Bulldogs 0-2 down. If it was going to start, it has to start now. Comeback option potential, but NORD, 5-man strong, looking to turn up in this bot lane.
I can see the future. Okay, never mind. Exofang propped toward in the
You can't see the future,
I can't see the future.
I could have told you that.
Thank you.
We're never working together again, that's it. Getting a formal complaint after.
Thank God.
Yikes.
Sorry you have to sit here and listen to this, folks.
Yeah, this is it. Mum and Dad are fighting. I'm just going to move so quickly here. As Bulldog's got a nice defensive coverage of their jungle right now. They kind of feel like there could be potential shenanigans from NORD coming through. And of course, it was just last game where Mietic fell for first blood because of NORD's shenanigans at level 1. They don't want to repeat that.
Lane swaps. Lane swaps.
I mean, are we thinking the lane swaps? Because Chashi's gone top side for sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that's
look at where Exofang and Kasing are.
They're going up now.
Yeah.
You're right. That's going to be the lane swap again. Yay. Third game in a row. Good
Gets
stuff.
you out of the Karma lane. I can
Guys,
understand the decision. It's just...
one more patch.
Yeah. What should just be AD carries watched up? What should happen? Me and Tech?
Might be.
Okay, well, a little bit of spice. The Q3 after is pretty nice. Because of that roam in, Cayman actually got to stack it up on the wave. Not always a guarantee as the Yone, so half the HP of the Syndra down for the count.
Yeah. Pretty frustrating for No 8. Treats is going to walk in and...
Soul flat.
Drop a little bit of poke back. That damage actually could be important depending on what Miatek needs to do in this lane swap.
Fun play-by-play fact. Did you know that the mantra abilities for Karma all have different names to the base ones?
Oh.
So Q is Soul Flare, for example.
What's it?
And what's it?
Q?
Inner Flame.
Yeah, Flame. Another one, yeah. Fair play. Go on, then. You can't just
Yeah,
not
go
sell
on.
the other one.
It's Renewal as a W and Defiance as the E.
Okay.
I actually don't remember the base form, just
Well,
don't be lie.
Well,
I learned the mantra once because they were more exciting, apparently.
That makes sense. If you're going to have to call one out, it's a big thing.
Yeah, I think E might be resolve, something like that. But that might be just the tree. Who knows?
Well, yeah, if you've got it wrong, then you're fired.
Yeah, exactly. I'm out. That's it. Never seeing me again.
Let's hope not. Let's hope that's not the case. Meanwhile, we've got Chachi getting solo XP in the top side, but crucially, Matty's getting the solo XP down bot. So getting that Corki a little bit accelerated in this one. Could be some sexy stuff for NORD.
We've seen this one before.
We have.
And it looked pretty good for Matty. Even in a game where he was very heavily targeted, time and time again on the Ezreal, he got out a bunch of damage before he died. And I don't know how to say this, but like Corki does that way better than Ezreal does a lot of the time, just because of how easy it can be to just go, yep, phosphorus bomb, Q, auto, you know, empowered rocket. You burst down the diver.
We've sort of things like the LPL, for example, has done a lot of 1v1 side select stuff, and Corki permabanned or played like every time it's available. That champion in 1v1s right now in the early laning phases, really, really potent since the rework that kind of came on through, stopped him being so much about the ult, so much about the package timing, now much more about valking in, hitting the Foss bomb. All of that kind of upfront burst is really difficult to manage.
Getting that easy recall as well for the tier. Now going to go back top side and go back into that 2 versus 2.
No Way has no mana. He needs to be a little wary. Gets a last Q off though, so should be okay.
He's chilling. We've seen No Way really take it to Cayman so far in this series.
Honestly, credit to No Way.
Yeah.
I think we've been very, very critical of, and rightfully so, I will say, of his, especially his early play and some of his champion pool. But today, in lane, he's definitely had the better of Cayman.
I think, like, especially considering like the level of experience that's on NORD, you look at pretty much all of these players have been at least LEC level or LCS level, of course. Santor now obviously LTA, but like people have been to Worlds on this roster. People have done exceptional things across League of Legends history on this roster, and people sometimes then kind of just dismiss No Way as kind of streamer against someone who's played a lot of ERLs, plays as weird champions, but maybe isn't actually very valued as a veteran player. But this guy's been playing for years and years and years, and he knows these kinds of champions back and front. And here in a pressure point on land, well, actually he's playing back from home, isn't he? But he's not even here, and actually turning up on his style of champion and making it look really good. And that's real credit to a guy that we were expecting to perhaps be a weak point.
Yeah, especially under the, under the circumstances.
Oh yeah.
Feather back, there's the renewal, empowered by that mantra. Back away as Treat speeds himself up.
Yeah. Very unfortunate for No Way to not actually be here in Nottingham, but yeah, not buckling under any additional pressure of knowing his team are here. Doing a fantastic job, and as we briefly panned over towards the mid lane, came in chunked out, No Way full HP, so see how he tries to manage that. Cayman does have TP to teleport back though, and I mentioned that especially because Grubs 30 seconds away, mid lane priority is going to be very important with these bottom laners matched up in the top side.
Exactly. So he's going to get a fresh reset. Triple dagger composition here for Cayman. Now the question is, does Bulldog just want to really put the test here for Grubs? Because you have Xin, like you have to leverage this Xin, which is like an earlier, stronger, scrappy jungler than the Sejuani is. If you're not able to get that early objective play, then it's almost a bit of a waste, as this 2v2 could be scary for NORD here.
Looks around, Q3 lands, so the Mortal Steel's there, but Santorin can just Arctic Assault away, and so that ends that little moment. Grubs are up, and of course when you've got things like the Yone, Grubs feel really valuable, because Yone is one of the best abuses of it. You unbind your soul, you walk at the tower, and anyone come to threaten you, just go right back where you came from.
Yep, and he's on top of those Grubs. Kasing eats a little bit of poke, but not the worst thing. I will say that wave on the top side is actually dying, so Kasing and Exofang are giving up that wave for these Grubs. If they get all three, great. Santorin's on the back of this pit. Doesn't seem like he's going to jump in.
No, he's hanging that tri-brush, but I think he's just going to try and prevent Bulldogs from getting on anyway. He's still there. Hang on. There's a ward. Okay, fine.
Yep. Not the worst in the world. What I will say, however, is off the back of this lane swap and all of the rotations, Matty is a full level up again
huge
on Exofang, which is not the best place in the world to be. And generally, you look at the XP bars, a lot of advantages across the board for NORD again in this game number 3.
And again, Bulldog's journey here has been one that has often been written by Exofang. He is the one that has been the X factor when they have needed it on a consistent level against all of the opponents they've taken out to get here. Reminder, 1 and 3 to start the split, somehow make it all the way to semi-finals, and I think that somehow is on the backs of really good team fighting. Kasing being very creative and big playmaker, but your carry was Exafeng, and even last game, he was a huge figure on that. Kaiser, letting him kind of fall behind a little bit here. Potentially quite risky for Bulldogs in terms of who they tend to rely on in the mid-game fights.
Exactly, Exafeng has been the guy for Bulldogs for a lot of this NLC split. And so far, he's not really been able to shine so much. But Bulldogs, having found their identity, really just need to get that execution, but Cayman's in trouble.
Gets the power unleashed on him. Flash away as the Soul Flare into the focused resolve happens. That's the W, by the way, when it's unempowered. And no way, gets a fair amount of value. Summoner's down on Cayman, but he does hold on to his ult.
For the time being, see, he's probably going to be able to soak up this wave, heal up as well off those wolves.
Hang on, that's a mega, I know. Gets a lot of damage down beforehand. Flash for the ult. Him flash away now from the wall. Look who else is around there with Santorin in the bush, so Summoner's blown by both top laners.
Yeah, NORD, unfortunately, not quite in sync with one another in terms of the timing, because you imagine you get a wallop and a Gnar into the wall, Sejuani ult can follow, so Santorin just slightly behind on what they're looking for. Still get Miatek's flash. Would have loved the kill. See what they can do to maybe repunish, or actually, there's now no flash on Chachi.
Control ward there, though, will prevent easy access in. I believe the hop is up and available, so difficult to make that one happen. Exafeng puts on the deadly plumage, begins to walk forward, but Kasing has eaten a big chunk, came in, gets a nice turn around onto Noah himself. Spirit Cleaves comes on down.
Oh, wow.
And rebounds the soul. A little bit airy proc afterwards, but nice trade from Cayman.
Yeah, Cayman
flashed, yeah.
Yeah, lost his flash before that too, so very well worth the exchange there for Cayman. Matty and Treats are trying really hard to strip away this play, and now Santorin's actually coming alongside this bottom side of the map to just ensure that they can potentially pick up that little bit of extra cash.
Exactly. To get that play, you could also look towards the dragon.
Exafeng's going to shield, I think, because he's the one with the cleanse, but they're going to have to back off this nonetheless. There's the Glacial Prison, cleansed away from, Flail comes down, feathers are in, but of course, the beat drop doesn't slow because Santorin has got that frost armor on.
Yeah, that's heal as well. Kasing's going to be blowing that one. He's got his ultimate available now, but here comes Lush, by the way, from the river. This could be a collapse.
Audacious charge forwards, but Permafrost is there. Wind becomes lightning, comes on down, but doesn't really lead to all that much. We'll shield the bot lane. Miatek is here, though, you're right.
Yeah, Miatek's here, no armor.
Treats a flash for the encore. Flashed in turn from Treats. Can't find the angle they were hoping for.
That was a really nice attempt from Kasing. Unfortunate angle, but also a very good flash from Treats to ensure he doesn't get hit by it. I do think with that encore gone, though, the problem is they probably can't contest Dragon unless they can find Treats on this pick.
He stepped forwards! Audacious charge! First blood for Lulis.
I mean, again, rotations have been very frequent from Miatek this game, and this time actually finds a reward. They pick up Treats, just having blown that flash. No real way to reposition. Good pick, but much like game 1 and 2, no objective comes off the back of this.
And actually, Bulldogs, nice lane assignment, because Miatek roamed to make that play, and on the reset, Exafeng's already going to claim the wave top. So actually, even then, they're not losing too much in terms of the lane assignments having that rumble rotate bot side.
Yeah, but Lulish's reset is very late, so the likelihood of them actually getting grubs could depend on maybe top wave, but also how quickly the rest of NORD make it to this top side.
Teleport's available for both top laners who are now in the bot lane of the map, so could just get a big old play right here as we wait for the cooldowns to come back up. I think the big one to look at, Rumble ulti, not up the red carpet, and of course, that Sejuani ult as well. If we do get a big old fight coming down, we're going to have to wait for those. Sejuani isn't going to get time for it to come back up. The grubs are going down.
It could be a bit of a smite fight. First one secured by Bulldogs. That means no smite available for at least 15 seconds. Santorin in the back of the pit. Audacious charge forward. Here come the teleports flying. And the Sejuani backs away. Bulldog have to burn the initial summon. It's actually cancelled by Miatek, but now Vizichachi's down in mini. He used it to cancel the teleport and dies for it. Rumble on the board. Cayman goes over the wall. Can look for Treats, gets a bit of a chunk. They get 6 grubs, they get a kill. And Bulldogs are having a great old time in this early game.
Miatek finds that solo kill, and I think that's crucial, right? Onto Chachi. No magic resist, and all 6 grubs. Kasing, hold on a second.
He's dead. Yeah, that's gone. The problem is, of course, Matty's up, nearly 30 CS, and just picked up a kill.
Yep.
And that gives a gold over to NORD, nonetheless. Can't find the resetting rumble, can no way. Oh boy.
Yeah, Exafeng now, he's the one in trouble. Not a wave here, though, to work with for NORD, so they're just going to have to back away from this one. Yeah, that could have been a little bit scary. Big cover from Lulish as well. And again, you know, it's been a great start for Bulldog. You know, they've got 6 grubs, they've got their early kills. Let's take a look at this one again, because as you mentioned, it was the engage from Chachi to cancel the teleport for that topside play, but Miatek just instantly turns it around, and he already had the overheat almost stacked up, and as soon as that comes through, it's curtains
It's
for
like
Chachi.
so fortunate for Miatek and so unfortunate for Chachi that he had the perfect amount.
Yeah, I mean, straight at Top Gun, he's in the danger zone, he's right there.
Off the back of a TP, right? But yeah, that's, you know, a very nice kill to pick up, and it's actually put him in a point where he's now got an IM advantage in this 1v1. Won't have teleport, of course, and that's where maybe Chachi can make his bread and butter on this dragon. First dragon hasn't been picked up yet, by the way. This is still the first dragon of the game, 30 minutes in, so I think a soul is probably a long, long ways away for the time being.
Despite, of course, the kills being in Bulldog's favor, they're still up a fair amount of gold because they picked up a lot of plates. It's 2 top, 2 bot, 1 in the mid. None yet for Bulldogs, who haven't really been able to get to these turrets. And the sacrifices they've asked Xfeng to make are kind of hurting here a little bit when there's Corki very strong. Santorin, not sure about that Blasco. Well, Arctic Assault away. Here comes the rest of NORD, though. Permafrost down. But that's just going to be a huge amount of damage. The Glacier Pressure comes down to the gut. The Encore's there into that Unbound Soul. They pick up the kill. Visit Chachi looking for the angle. Nice ult from Exo, though. Chachi has to back away now, stuck at the Minion, just want to walk through the feathers, flashes over the big wall. Bulldogs have to back away nonetheless, though. Scatter the weak lands onto 2, Exafeng cleanses. Nice. Crescent Guard denies the execute from that unleashed power. Matty, though, with so much HP to work with. Bulldogs in the same kind of position. They get the kill, but the health bar's not great.
Yeah, this is the problem now. It was a 4 versus 5 because Mietic does not have his teleport, right? He used it, which is what Chachi died for previously.
Nice.
And here comes the re-engage.
No ways in danger, needs to back away, gets a slow with the Dark Sphere, and they do get one back. Xfeng gets another. Matty in danger, sidesteps the beat drop. How much further can they chase? Powered high-no autos are there, though. Get away. Nice additional kills from Bulldogs. Overplay from NORD.
Yeah, stepped really far forward, and there was also a double root from Exofeng on the bottom side. TP comes out from Cayman here, so he's going to catch this next wave, and also actually might be able to play Annoyance over the wall because he has spotted Matty.
Might be more than Annoyance if Matty's not careful.
Yeah, Matty gonna have to go very, very far back. But again, now Dragon still on the map despite all of this shenaniganery. And Mietek, comically, in about 45 seconds time, is gonna have TP.
That's so annoying.
There is a world where Bulldog might finally be able to pick it up if they want, but also we're now approaching a minute away from Herald.
Bot lane, I think we need to look because there was 6 scrubs on the Yone who interrupted that reset from Matty, so I think there will have been a big chunk onto that turret. Not quite first turret. Mietek needs to be a bit aware that Santorin's around. This Rumble building up towards that danger zone, overheating, and here comes the Sejuani chunk onto Chachi, flash on forward, Arctic Assault misses.
Honestly, yeah, he can turn.
Ow.
No, Chachi's dead.
Oh boy,
no,
that Nara is barbecued. Flash from Kasing to look for the beat drop, empowered with that Echo, double kill towards the Rumble.
Big hero play there from Mietek.
He's got to look for it very clean, Q3, and solo kill under the turret into first turret. Bulldogs are here to play.
The solo laners from Bulldogs stepping up here in their elimination game. Game number 3, they had to turn it around, and what a way to do it. The 2 versus 1. Here we see bot lane play happen again. Came in just jumping forwards here. No way. Once he whiffs the scatter the weak, he's in trouble at this point, right? Nothing you can do about that one, and it's unfortunate for him, but came in. Wanted to see him step up as well, and what a beautiful way to do it with a solo kill.
And just in the picture, or in the player cam, Cayman flexed the bicep.
Oh, yes!
For anyone who missed it.
Oh no, the big gap biceps.
He's in flow state for this game number 3. And it's important that he is. Backs are against the wall. Remember, Bulldog, they lose one more game in this series. They're gone. They've lost 2 games very, very quickly. Now, him and Mietek have had a phenomenal game 3. And this Rumble pick, you're seeing why it's so very often banned away. And so far, Chachi, and unfortunately, Santorin in that last play, have not been able to handle it very well.
We asked in draft, okay, Chachi, what do you have into the Rumble? Goes for his Gnar. It's not exactly something he is unfamiliar with. I believe it's his most played champion of all time, if memory serves. And so far, it just hasn't worked.
I think the big thing on a kind of smaller picture level is the fact that he's just not picked up any magic resist, right?
Yeah.
Normally, and especially when Rumble was a lot stronger than he is right now, the respect of, you know, needing early Merc Treads, needing a Negatron Cloak, just not running around at baseline stats of MR to not get one shot has been a very, very big difference that has allowed me and Tech to take some liberties that usually Rumbles wouldn't be able to take.
I think it's difficult as well from a fearless draft standpoint. NORD, if you were to drop this game, and I know it's early days, not even 20 minutes in, but just if we're looking at the big picture, you've got some good, like, Game 3 power picks as far as fearless goes. This NAR specifically has been permabanned by Bulldogs. If you were to finally get a NAR game and actually not be able to do anything with it, that would be tragic as far as I'm concerned.
But then you look at Bulldogs, they get that S tier in the Rumble, they paired it up with a really strong pairing in that Shinzo and that Yone as well, and so far, so good. It's delivering. Yes, Xfeng was asked to drop a bit of a wave or so, but at this point, he's 2-0. He's actually managed to get a fair amount of farm. Yes, Matty's ahead, but the rest of the map has gotten a lot of dividends from it. Now for NORD on the other side, we're on the verge of making away Arthurs. Flash forward from Chachi. Nice away over the wall. Yeah, Lulis was around, but not close enough, and Chachi finally gets a bit of redemption. Santorin around as well. Can he find an angle onto Lulis? Doesn't look like it. Matty, though, on vision. Oh, boy! Encore! Hits, but beat drop after doesn't come on through. Well buffered with the Valkyrie.
Good reactions from Matty. Very, very, very well played. If he gets picked off, a lot of control could be retaken on that top side, but Cayman steps too far forward, gets punished. Not much else to say about it. Very, very disrespectful. And it was a nice pickup for NORD to just slow the pace of the game down very briefly, because the things over the last couple of plays have been very much going Bulldog's way. Now we're in a bit of a dead state, right? No Archon for a minute, no Dragon for another 2.5. Everything's on bottom side, near Tech.
Hang on, not going to be quite enough, I don't think. Is there a flash available? 5 seconds for No Way on that flash. Lands the power. Not quite there, no ultimate available. The Rumble gets away.
Always scary.
Will, sorry, that's the W.
Always really scary. Hold on a second, Treats. That's a flash.
Santorin now alone in the river. 2.5 minutes till Dragon, so nothing really to fight over there as yet. Might feel an on-goal onto this Ball Rider though, but Sejuani has an Arctic Assault and gets out of dodge.
That's worth mentioning in this game as well, as we approach the 20-minute mark. Like, we were talking about how Treats was kind of like the MVP so far for NORD. In this one right here, like, it seems when he's not playing those tanky, beefy, obnoxious supports, like, he doesn't seem like as big of a threat. Don't want to write him off just yet. It'd be early days to say something like that, but he's still, you know, on this more Enchantress playstyle, clearly doesn't favor him.
Yeah.
Watch Chachi. Doesn't have flash, does have crunch.
I don't
just
think
use
they
the
want
Herald.
Yeah. That's
Wise.
Good discipline. Our Bulldog not to go for the next one. Just great timing. Wow.
He'll be alright. Still got a little while before the next objective spawns. Gets the Mega Gnar out nonetheless. And a huge amount of loss. Treats caught with the double up. Oh, the echoed beat drop though. So takes a bit of damage.
And just very briefly, as Bulldog, they're rotating down to this Archon. It would actually be very nice to pick up because the Dragon spawns in 90 seconds. No way, I don't think he's in too much trouble. Spoke about Treat's champion pool, right? Definitely a lot more characteristic of engaged champions to come out for him, and it looks a lot better for NORD overall. I want to highlight Kasing on the opposite end.
Yeah.
Because I think the Seraphine is a very, very nice middle-of-the-road pick, just because of the way that Encore works. And so far has had a lot of impact in so many of these skirmishes and just keeping people topped up and looking for really good encores as well. NORD were thinking about potentially that Archon, but they're going to step away. I recognize that voice anywhere.
Yeah, I do too.
That's Dom Jake trying to start a chant.
Look, Ruddy didn't make it this far, and yet he's still here being a nuisance.
He's got to sing for something, right? He's got to sing for something.
We can hear you, Jake. What do you want to say to him?
That's crazy, dude.
We're getting heckled from, well, you're getting heckled from the audience. I'm a beloved caster. No one would say anything mean about me. Don't start, crowd. Don't.
Careful.
That was a bad idea. I made that mistake. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. I got to move it swiftly away from my own standing in the League of Legends community. Matty felt the Valkyrie and has to flash. That's not good.
This is getting a little bit hairy now, isn't it, around this Dragon?
Oh, boy.
Game's really starting to heat up here. I haven't really seen enough from Santorin in this game to get those engages, get those Glacial Prisons out, and look for the plays. Chachi is gnawed out as well, and it's...
It'd be too late.
It might just be.
Treats is in danger. Kevin went looking for the encore on 3! Good thing! It's Kunching! They get everyone! Seraphine dies, but the damage is done. Flash out from Santorin. No way. Oh, it's your namesake, mate. There's nowhere to go. May have to flash. The equalizer comes down. Unleashes the power. Takes one with him. But a final Q would do it. Try to slow it down. one, and they can't get more. They do at least claim 2, but Bulldogs find another dragon. They can head back to Atakan. They are here and looking to play this one out to a victory.
Right through the wickets for Santorin there on the charge. He almost had it to save his teammates. No way with the hero play, but just not going to happen that time around. I mean, I thought it was kind of questionable for NORD to even be in that area to try and contest unless you find that first pick. You know, you don't have that fight. You just don't have it. Bulldog able to punish. They did pick up the dragon, but it's not going to be the Atakan as well. We'll take a look at how this one will start. It just came in, getting really deep in, making the play happen, and like you mentioned, look at that combo with the encore and the play cooler. It's Chachi now just having to walk away from this one. He's chilling. He's chilling. Yeah, great start here. Great start for Bulldog now in this game number 3. If they lose any more games, they're donezo. They have to pick it up. The reverse sweep that Georgia predicted before this series
She
even
always
started.
knows something, I swear. That woman, as Xafang, eats an unleashed power.
Damage.
And no way, not quite at the 120 Splinters of Wrath, but once you get there, you've got the Death Cap pass, you've got the Execute available, and yes, it's not the highest damage Syndra build, but it's a lot of overall burn, it's a lot of ability haste. No one will be able to throw stun after stun after stun, pretty much for free.
I will say, this is actually a build that Nemesis has been piloting quite a bit and kind of championing.
Did it into
recently.
the Mel, I remember.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I can remember all of the ins and outs on why he likes it so much and why it is so good.
But it is a build.
But it is a build that, if Nemesis is using, I'm just going to take for Bible as, it's probably pretty solid.
Oh, no, hang on.
Bulldog run around here.
There's no one here. You've got Cayman's TP, but I think this will go down pretty fast. Farsight Alteration used. Down about a third, or two-thirds of its HP.
Cayman, buddy.
That's a bit of a deep one. Has got the ult. May need to buffer the encore after. It's pretty good. Gets knocked away. It's actually going to be fine for now. Cayman alive. Had to flash.
Here comes Bulldog.
Gonna look at play it out. Scatter the weak lands onto Lulas, but now down that option. Chachi hops. What about the rest of the auction? Kaising looking for the encore. Slow comes on through. Big drop. They can look for the encore. It's no way. That's the Syndra. They need to catch some more damage. Can't quite get on top. Unleashed power comes on through, but Cayman survives. They get the kill on the jungler and turn back to the Atakan.
They're a little bit chunked, but Seraphine now is... Chachi!
Oh my days, it's barbecued now for dinner. Another kill, solo laner down.
Chunked, but crucially, Seraphine can top them back up now. With that Moonstone, we're far enough in. Cayman was trying to interrupt that base on Treats. Atakan will be secured. Baron's about to spawn. It's a very well-timed takedown to have this GA to pick up that big purple worm.
Bulldog thrive in the situations when everyone's counted them out, when they are the underdog, when people think they just can't do it anymore, they find a way to do it.
Cayman's gonna try blow him out. Doesn't quite get it. Withdrawal will mean it's not an actual death. I don't blame him looking, but can't quite secure that
kill. What's the timer
kill.
on them to actually do Baron now, though? With Mai needing to base, right?
Yeah,
they could
true.
actually
Good
just
call.
walk towards it and just hit it. There's actually nothing stopping them from doing it right now.
Teleport Miantic as well, so they've got ways to play around this. Towards the red buff we go, looking to at least get into the jungle. The one thing I'll say, though, is NORD have got a fairly good sequence of wards down towards the entrances. They have got their own potential ways in. 6 seconds on a Chachi teleport might be a little bit scary if they do walk into this pit blind.
Yeah, I think what they're going to do here is they're going to shove out this bottom wave, and No Way's actually in a really awkward position. With Chachi on top side, this is horrible lane assignments right now, with Baron coming up. I mean, Dragon, Bulldog don't have to care about it. This is the important part. They've already got 2. If No Way has to cover bot lane, then he's bot with no TP. Bulldog just start Baron, and they've got Atakan. This is a horror. Finally, Chachi's gone down to the bottom side, but No Way's still kind of in an awkward-ish position.
Yeah, look at that cheeky little ward there outside the Baron pit, though.
Yep.
It's not getting spotted. It's not getting spotted, so it is going to give some info.
Matty went forwards with the Valkyrie. Santorin is there. Lulis will Crescent Guard, staying alive. Flash away. As that focus comes up for him. Equalizer is nice. Pressure denies it. Encore on 4! We want more games! And Bulldogs are looking to deliver another incredible ultimate from the veteran support.
Kasing isn't on an engaged champion, but I'll tell you what, the Encore's doing so much work. And NORD have been hit by it, 2, 3 times? Big ultimates sliding through the whole team. Atakan utilized perfectly, looking for these fights, and this is going to give them the Baron.
Never did I think it would be Seraphine to be the savior of Bulldogs.
Of all things.
Of all things. But there he is, he's made it happen, and Baron now in the pocket of Bulldog. A significant gold lead as well. It's looking good here for that reverse sweep.
The UK faithful are here. Bulldogs, the UK organisation here in Nottingham on LAN. It was never supposed to be them here. Coming into NLC this year with everything going on. Came in. The moment I start to wax lyrical. Still gets across the wall, but Chachi, speaking of people who like to cut the party short, gets over the wall, gets onto the Yone, and Baron removed from a critical mid laner.
5 members is all it took to bring down Cayman. A 5 versus 1. He's not flexing those biceps now, are you, punk? Take that. All it was just a little bit of outnumbering here.
Yeah, I mean, what is the...
He feels, this to me, feels like a play where it's like, I need to do the hero.
I can't defend it.
It's a little sus, but he thought it was the big one.
Man.
Big charm though instead though for Kasing to find that play.
Hang on. NORD suddenly beginning to find their ways back. They get the Seraphine as well, and the Baron completely mitigated. We started waxing lyrical, and NORD are not done in this game. The mid-games have been their strength all series, all year, and Santorin can look for more, but using another couple Barons is big problems now. That's a negative Baron power play.
I mean, the Baron buff is effectively gone, right? Like, obviously lose the next thing, have it. But the likelihood now of being able to get 60 seconds of use out of it once the attack is asked.
Why is it? Gonna pull the feathers back in. Santorin in danger. They can turn around, flash away.
Wow.
They're gonna go put the feathers on. The redemption buys some healing. Massive feather pull. Trying to out. Max a fang. Birds of a feather bring down enemies together. Lulis will make sure the wind becomes lightning, and it strikes again. Fate sealed flash away from Treats, but he is his namesake. He is eaten alive. Gets enough of a heal with the renewal that the passive from the Soul Unbound doesn't quite clear him out.
Baus might have got rookie of the split, but remember who was firmly in second place. An Exofeng showing why he earned so many votes there. Excellent turnaround on the members of NORD looking for a pick. He did blow both his summoner spells, so the next time a play like that happens, it can work out. But the response and the feather pools back to back tear apart this NORD front line.
We want to get the tier 2 finally in mid. Lulis with that Baron, enough members dead. They won't be able to get too much more than that, but at least recover what had been a negative Baron power play into something a little more positive. It's not been clean, it's not been pretty, and NORD have thrown some punches back. They are back in the driver's seat here after a solid sequence in that mid lane. Came in, Q3's away, came in danger now, may need to flash over the wall, does so. Treats looking for the route, onto the rumble, blast cone away. Where is the rest of the team? Bulldogs looking to retreat out, 5 seconds on the Glacial Prison. Thank you, Foxy, for pointing that one out. Vischachi nearly at the Mega, looking for the angle on in. Glacial Prison lands, nice, McHale's out. Captain Jack McHale's goes forward as Lou, trying to buy some space, consequence gun. Megadar into the wall though, Chachi gets on over the Encore. Not available quite yet. They don't think about using it. They get one onto Chachi. Santorin down to about 10% HP as Cayman needs to run away.
He's got a base. He's got a base in TP. I think he's got a base in TP. Maybe look at the wave. Look, there's a really deep ward actually behind all of them. They're not going to look for the chase though.
Nerve.
I mean, this is good. No way. I mean, he can one-shot Kasing for sure.
Die horribly.
Doesn't have his ult though. Does not have his ult. Use that.
I don't know. Kasing is really squishy, man.
Force of Will at this point would do unspeakable things, I think. Rumble being run out though. Teleport behind. Okay. Came in. Has a Fate Sealed. Can look for an angle. This is a bit bold. Lets the Fate Sealed onto No Way. Still has the Soul Unbound available. Flash forward. Flame Spitter on. Santorin in danger, but the slow not quite coming on through. The burn though is absolutely unreal. Shielded up by the Karma and gets out alive. A minute till Dragon.
That's the thing though, you're not going to get Dragon out of this one. There's still time for NORD to recall, to regroup, and to lick their wounds. It was a tough one though for NORD. Bulldog just really putting them to the sword in these team fights and these skirmishes. This is what their identity, the whole of the split has been, their superior team fighting, their ability to group up and clown. It's been beautiful, and in this game 3, it's working out great.
All right, time to take stock, look across the items. 3 items for both of the AD carries, 3 items for both of the mid laners. It's the jungle where there's a bit of a discrepancy. Black Cleaver and Sterex done alongside a Titanic Hydra. No Sundered Sky for the side of Lulis. Also look top lane, Leandries, Shadow Flame, and the Zhonya's Mientek absolutely eviscerates anyone he touches. 15 seconds till Dragon. Would be sole point for BDG. NORD would only get their second, but hey, they've got quite a lot of damage. Stacking up those Infernal Dragons on something like a Syndra would be terrifying. Gonna lose control of the river now though.
Bulldog won't let them. Santorin's on the bottom side of this river here.
Matty, bro. Look at Matty.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up IE for the reset, but I mean, he's just not here.
That's gone. Soul point secured. Nord, hang around, but don't give up too much more. Cayman, Q3's over the wall. Spirit cleaves and backs away. Baron, our next point of contention, 40 seconds on that one, and that Infinity Edge then from Matty might be that value point.
Yeah, Cayman's really been feeling himself this game. It was good at the start. He needs to reel himself in a little bit. I think he's given Nord one or too many windows. That's kind of hurt Bulldog holistically. I think right now, like you say, with 20 seconds left on that Baron to spawn up, it's going to be where everyone takes their looks at. I like that from Nord as well. They were looking for a pick there, potentially onto Miatek. No, he's got no flash. They both got TP. They can make the pick happen quickly. Maybe Baron looks really good for them, but step away. Now Noe's going to rejoin the rest of the team. Bulldog all on the top side, except for Miatek, of course, who has that TP covering bot lane.
Nord's pick is great. The champions they have with the Sejuani, the Syndra, it's good, but we've not seen it this game. If they want to find their way back in, it's going to have to start with that.
Someone needs to face check though, and that's a death cap and all of the splinters of Wrath Syndra could ever ask for. She hits a full combo here. Add in a bit of damage from that Corki and the person, whoever they are, will die. If, for God forbid, it's Kasing, they die before a full combo.
Yep.
And look forwards nonetheless. Cayman gets over the wall. Fate Seal onto Noe! Into the back line! Syndra dies! There is no power to unleash! Kachi, Meganar has to back away. Flash burned.
Scary. So scary for a moment. And like you say, back towards Baron. Cayman, he's got plants and it's going to be able to heal up through Kasing as well. So it's not going to be the worst in the world. Baron started up. It's got to be a steal from Santorin. That's the only way. He's on the back of the pit right now. There's Vision. Are you going to flip it in game 3?
Oh my days.
0-2.
He steals it! Nord, fight the moment to bring it all back. Bulldogs, let it all away.
They make the call and it backfires. Santorin steals the Baron.
0-5 and 7, it just doesn't matter. One press of the D key and Bulldogs right back to where they started.
Oh man, that's tough. That is a tough pill to swallow for Bulldog. It was unnecessary. You can't just flip it 50-50, man. You've got control of the game. You do not need to go into the 50-50. Santorin has had a bit of a tough one in this game so far. But that's going to be it, right? All he has to do, like you say, presses that smite, and this buys so much time for Nord now. You know, they're chilling here, and Bulldog, with that Baron, they could have done so much with that, right? They could have gone for those pushes and actually broken open. Broken open, does that work? Broken open
is the correct term.
Love that, the base of Nord. Sounds weird, but it would have worked, and now, though, they can't do it. They're just chilling, and Nord to get that time to get that gold.
And we've not really talked about him too much, but Santorin, remember, this is a guy who was considered one of the very best junglers in the West, had exceptional runs on the likes of TSM, Team Liquid, huge organizations, has been to Worlds, is not exactly a slouch to pressure scenarios. In the moment, despite the earlier score, despite the fact the ults haven't felt all that impactful, that moment certainly will be, and it might be all that's required.
May have just kept Nord in the game. We'll see. Bulldog still, I think it's important to highlight, have very firm control of the map.
Yes.
And a lot of the vision and pressure. And I mean, if that Baron steal is kind of like a cup of water after a night out, right? It's a slap in the face. He's still got a hangover, but it's sobering. Very, very sobering, and they're not going to look for a play on this bottom side tier 2. Just going to keep control of the map, keep the vision line high, see if they can pick up Soul. Infernal Soul, do them wonders, just edges the overall power of their combat. Probably just enough that it becomes a little bit untenable for Nord.
Minute till the next dragon. And again, it's not like Bulldogs are that bothered about waiting in terms of scaling. They scale just fine this game. So Santorin is going to be just fine. I think I was more nervous there than I needed to be, but the vision toggle made me scared.
Yeah, I mean,
I jump scare easy, what can I say?
But the stakes are high, man. The stakes are high. If you get caught at this point, the death timers are long enough that you will lose Dragon here. And if you lose this Dragon, it's going to be Soul, right? 40 seconds down, ticking down. The teams in the area to get the vision, get control of this zone. Both teams, if you're face checking into them, they will slaughter you. You cannot give up vision here.
Syndra has picked up a Void Staff. This Syndra with Death Cap, Void Staff, the Cosmic Drive as well. Your passives all stacked. You do unreal amounts of damage, even with a basic combo. There's not really anybody on the side of Bulldogs who deals with that. No Way struggled to find a moment in the last few fights, but this might be a crescent guard. By time, Sterex will pop though, and No Way still held on to the ultimate. Huge amount of healing though. Moonstone plus Mikhail's is value teleport behind. Chachi flashing. Oh, sorry.
Oh, they want to kill Cayman. They want to kill Cayman on the TP.
Him, flashing away, gets over the wall into the pit. That's some massive ults, massive flashes down. They're going to try to turn on to treats. And Matty on Equalizer and encore down. Corky out of the skies. And it looked brilliant for a second. No Way unleashes the power and Cayman stays alive a moment longer. Santorin on the flank trying to get something here, but it's still the win for Bulldogs. Can they catch someone else out? They can't allow Santorin to steal yet another moment. In they go. No Way lands a stun, and they're going to head over towards the Dragon.
The fight's going to temporarily dissipate. Bulldog are going to go on towards this Dragon. Santorin's on the back line. The rest of NORD are coming from the bottom of the river.
Scout of the Week lands again. My days, just no ultimate quite yet. They're going to get the Dragon. That's Soul. Chachi, not a Mega, nowhere near it. So no real threat on the back end of this. We back away Bulldogs with what should be a serious win condition. So much damage on their roster. Intech needs to be in danger, but so Chachi flashes over the wall. There. Oh my daisy, so which I think he's on the other way. But wait, Kasing's waiting, looking at the damage. And goodbye, Bacon for Bulldogs.
There's no Baron. There's no Baron on the map. Baron can't die. Okay, fantastic. But what? Oh, what's going on in this game?
Where's
3?
That Wonder JPEG? Where is it?
Yeah, what is going on? Yeah, Infernal Soul is huge in this game because it's how much we're fighting, how much we're scrapping, and look how split the top side of NORD with the bottom side of NORD. It's an easy collapse for Bulldog, a great flank from Mietic, but you have to recognize if you're NORD here, you're not grouped up as 5, you've got to play that one more safe, and from that point on, you know, it's an easy rundown here for Bulldog.
I just love, in the midst of that, Exo Feng flashing forward to ensure that Matty dies and he can then continue to make the rundown happen on the rest of the members. Chunk out, of course, as Bulldog ended up returning towards this Dragon. And it looked scary for a moment. In the end, Bulldog do enough to keep these members of NORD away from that Dragon.
All right. Bring it down just a touch for a second. We've still got a few minutes to play, I imagine. Baron is spawning in 40. Last time, it was a steal from Santorin. No Way, good scout of the week. He is so strong right now. Setup is Bulldogs. They're the ones who control the river. There are no wards for once for NORD. They are struggling to remain in control of this map. Encore lands onto the jungler. This time it would matter. Flashes away. Stays alive. Came in. Just about alive. Goes for prison though. Lands on the Kasing, is in danger. Redemption here will not quite kill Cayman. Oh my days, but Lula's now in danger. Gonna have the permafrost, comes on down. Gets out alive. Scout of the week just shy.
Cayman's got a base. He's got no TP. I mean, maybe. Is there a wolf camp there? I think there is. He can sit next to Kasing. Heal up as well.
Hang on, look at Chachi trading out with Miente, but turns around with the Flame Spitter. This is going to get dicey, building back up towards Mega. My Days Equalizer is wide. Sonya's on My Days, the Rumble's in danger, but backs away.
He doesn't want to flash.
Oh,
he knows he's got the advantage, but he doesn't want to flash. He doesn't want to risk it.
Flash, burned. He's dead. They've killed off the Rumble. Oh, Bulldog. You had everything to an involvement. He has to fly away. He's in danger, goes down. And Kasing on the other side. Rumble is dead, but can they get more with the Gnar? No Way on a flank. Potentially can look for the scout of the week, can look for the unleashed power. Came in over the wall, treats! Eaten alive! Santorin on vision, No Way trying to do what he can. Unleashes the power next, look at the heal! Is unreal! They have Baron. Gnar's gonna try and break through the base. Can they interrupt the backs to get something out of this? I don't think so. And Gnar, Chachi cannot get the turret.
Empowered recalls should stop Chachi on this bot lane push, and what a series of events happening here. I wasn't expecting the solo kill from Chachi, but again, NORD just not respecting the engage from Bulldog, and it's Matty that dies first. The point is, you got a Corky of 4 items, man. He's your guy. He's your carry in these fights. He's all your damage, but he's so squishy, and he keeps getting caught out of position. Let's see how it happened this time around. Just not respecting Cayman, and then
he's already used the Valk. Yeah, like it's stepping forward after the Valk, right?
Yeah.
Exo Feng, very happy to just eat that for breakfast. Has done all series long, even in losing positions.
Amen. Yeah. New entry to us, hops over the wall, gets that one. It was a little bit scary for a second with No Way with all of that damage.
Look at that.
Could have been very scary indeed. GA pop, but gonna come back alive. Cayman, look for the angle on Chachi, who will go down. Equalizer! Burns them all alive! No Way! But the grave! NORD in the dirt. There's 2 members dead. They've got to retreat into the base, but this base will be being broken. They've got 56 seconds until both solo laners are back.
5 versus 3 with Baron. Surely they end the game here.
Bulldogs are not bowing out. They bark, and this time they bite. The series continues. NORD can't close. We are going to game 4.
But he's not enough. He falls just as he has in all these fights. The Nexus will follow shortly after. And Bulldog finally showing us what they're made of. Beautiful stuff on these guys.
How? How is it every time we count this team out? How is it that every time it feels like they will not go further, Bulldogs still have something else to pull out? I'd love to give some more thoughts from you, but I hear the Desk are standing by and it's been a long game, so we'll take a breather. Desk, take it from here.
Thank you so much, Initialize. I agree with you 100%. I'm not muted, but somehow trouble. How do you do this?
I mean, listen. So far, Bulldog Esports, I don't think they necessarily picked a teamfight composition that was just simple, bread and butter, front to back. We win lanes, we go into teamfights, we execute. And this was possibly the best example of all of their drafts today that could do that.
Yeah, I think it was incredibly strong. Drafting Enchanter plus Xin is a complete classic, right? It's so incredibly hard to kill, such a strong frontliner, and it made it so on the other side. You had Xmati trying to find uptime versus the composition that Bulldog drafted. It was just impossible. He could never auto-attack, because if he was trying to auto-attack, he'd get an equalizer thrown on him. If he was trying to auto-attack, it was against Crescent Guard or shields from Enchanters. Incredibly difficult game to play, and I think it was a massive draft gap.
So you believed in a 3-0 Eragon?
I did.
You admit you were completely wrong.
Yeah, I do. Well, of course.
I mean, hey, let's be honest, there were some glimpses in this game where we were like, wait, maybe
I
it's not
thought
clean.
about that a long time. Like, they have the lead, they have 10 kills above the enemy. A lot is happening. Why don't you finish? Like, that was complicated because the goal difference was not that big to begin with.
It wasn't. And we did see a couple of oopsies, which were a bit concerning. You know, Classic came in side lane, which a bit rough.
I swear to God, I didn't see him TP once and not send it insta.
Yeah. I mean, say what you want about Cayman, but he goes in. He goes in.
I respect
it.
Mayone.
It's always the Mayone. Oh, Miatek. Okay.
Can I point out something here?
Do it.
You have 4 range champs with the Sejuani. Why? Why did we R5 Karma?
Okay, questionable.
Well? Right.
Maybe 3.5.
3.5 with not sure,
there
right? I'm not counting it, but it does count technically, I suppose. I do you not see like a Blitzcrank Pike angle here? But Trees just absolutely send it. The problem with Karma is you have to win so hard early, and you're just a worse Seraphine afterwards. You're just not a real enchanter. You're very early game predicated, and you have to secure a lead.
Also, one of the things that Karma generally would get picked into a lane to get priority, that would be considered the lanes were normal. Bot lane was playing versus bot lane. If you're lane swapping, still Karma can be very annoying to deal with, but any top laner right now goes mid lane, soaks some XP from there, and goes back to lane level 3. Don't necessarily care too much about playing underneath your tower versus the Karma, just last hitting your creeps. So I feel like that was a big hit point right there, because Seraphine kind of wants to survive that laning phase, get the first 1 item, be a little bit more stronger to be able to support. Now, I just want to make sure here that we get it right. Solo lanes from Bulldog Esports stepped it the F up in this particular game. If we can start rolling in the replays, we had solo kills left, right, and center. Miatek and Cayman. I
think it was also in part getting Rumble with no real answer. Like, Nah isn't a great answer into Rumble. You sort of just lose, especially once you get points in the Flame Splitter. Rumble does just win, but Miatek used that. The solo kills were fantastic, even though, you know, Vizichach was trying his absolute best in the team fights, finding these big Nas. It didn't matter. The equalizer was too strong, and the 1v1s, he won them, he outplayed.
Absolutely, and I feel like even though we do meme a little bit the fact that, you know, came in with just TP in and just instantly send it, I feel like he just felt a lot more comfortable on the Yone. He was playing the side lane a lot more aggressively. He was looking for kills on the side lane. He was looking for angles to TP into the fight and try to create situations. So this was a big step for Bulldog Esports. I feel like the question now remains that if they can actually replicate this. There are plenty of compositions still out there that can replicate this sort of front-to-back-ish way of playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but you also did just secure Rumble and a terrible composition on side NORD. I'm just going to call it what it is. I don't think they'll do that again. Hopefully they draft a composition that makes sense, because when you draft Syndra... Look, so the problem is they're being limited by, for example, No Way's Champion Pool, who's hard stuck control mages, where here, potentially there was an angle for something like an occult. You know, anything that's melee that could potentially contest in the early game.
Or Yone Sejuani 1-2.
You're picking Syndra into Yone, which is typically a counterpick into the control mages because you can just free scale, and then you have just an absolutely insanely stacked scaling melee front line across the board for Bulldog. I think it's just so incredibly difficult to draft with no way specifically, and that's a hurdle they have to overcome.
He's feeling it.
You know what the Sejuani is called? I think if I ask Santorin right now, he would completely agree with me. That's a sacrificial Sejuani.
Yeah.
She literally has no one to play with. She's just there to press R.
I guess it's a champ. I guess you could absorb some spells where you have no melee synergies.
She's a shield with an ash arrow button.
Yeah.
So they have to go to different champions. Like as a jungle, what do? It's going to be complicated. But with this in mind, we're about to see what is the fourth game. Yeah, there you go. The fourth game of this show. So far, Bulldog were able to bite back once. Can they do it again? Or will NORD move on to tomorrow? Remember, the one who wins tomorrow is the one lifting this, but also getting the EMEA spot. It's not today, it's tomorrow. But in order to survive to tomorrow, you have to win today. Bulldog versus the Phoenix. Who will take this one? I'll see you soon after the break.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to Confetti in Nottingham, where Bulldogs have just pulled it back from the brink. 2-0 down in the series, but winning game 3 to push their chances of getting to that grand final a little bit higher. I'm joined currently by Jolly, the co-owner of Bulldog Esports. How are you feeling after that game 3?
I'm feeling amazing. The lads really pulled it together. You know, they had the showings in game 2, but we're going for it. We're going for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, and how drama in an NLC final, you couldn't wish for anything more. It's been a tough split for these lads, but they've really shown grit and determination. Do you think that was a factor in pushing us to this game 4?
I think so, yeah. The lads have really come together. Everything's working out. We got Miatek doing the bits in top lane. We got Cayman pulling out the big ults on Yone, and Kasing, the veteran legend, with the ults on Seraphim, were just amazing in game. So let's go.
Yeah, one name that you didn't mention then, Exofeng. Consistent high-level performer for you guys. How impressed have you been with him, not just in this series, but throughout the entire split?
Oh, that lad's just something special. 17 years old, rookie, amazing. I can see big, big things for him. And it's just completely special. It's magical watching him.
Yeah, NLC finals, potentially just the beginning for his career. Well, thank you very much, Jolly. I'm going to let you get back to the rest of your team now, and hopefully we're going to be able to talk to you after a Game 5 victory for Bulldogs. But of course, NORD could always end it all here. Analyst desk, let's get ready for Game 4.
I wanted more. I wanted more crowds. I wanted, Middlecott to talk with more people. But yeah, let's talk about the game 4.
Bring back the Garen OTP again. No.
Why?
He's top laner.
What is wrong with you? You heard him.
I need to hear about the Hex Flash Garen again.
No, let it
It's
be.
inspiring.
No one wants to hear about a Hex Flash Garen
You know what
again.
you want to hear? It's like Miatek's Rumble. That was big, 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 big. So let's bring it into the desk to understand how Miatek was pivotal on this one. Look at this.
Just, okay. Listen, Rumble
There you go, top laner.
is
Rumble.
an S-tier pick. It's super, super strong. Probably one of the best answers into it is stuff like, I think Karma's pretty decent. I was picked down in bot lane and support. Kasante's also really good. But these champions, you know, we answered with Nah. And it's just not that good of an answer. Miatek really ran away with the lane. And especially once you get points in Flame Splitter, there's really not much you can do. Hextech Chess!
They're back! And that's the skin you get. Obviously.
Unironically, I think I've gotten that skin off of the chest.
Me too. Me too. I think
I bought it because it's great. I did buy
Okay,
that.
you top laners are some sort of special.
Shamrock Malphite? It's so good.
Don't put me up there, okay? I'm good.
No, I was talking about them top laners.
Them, okay.
Yeah. You're just a Pantheon, you go everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, XX are back, but you were talking about replies and all that. But for instance, Rumble is gone, Sejuani is gone, which could be pivotal for a few positions for NORD. Do you think this? I'm gonna put it on the table. Do you think this was a oopsie from NORD, or was this a big step up for Bulldog?
I think it was definitely a mess up in draft, I would like to say. I feel like Bulldog Esports' draft was more well-rounded. Like, again, a complete front to back, play the lane swap, scale into that late game, lots of agency. However, right now, as we're heading towards draft number 4, I feel like NORD have so many champions, but 3 that I have in my radar, because AD carries have been going toe-to-toe, is Twitch, Jinx, and Jhin. I feel like these 3 champions could potentially be of high priority, especially since we know Exofeng is a huge fan of Twitch.
They really like the Twitch, I think, last series into a lane swap angle, even into something like a Varus, when traditionally Twitch is into Jinx and Zeri, usually. So they could go down that route if they're willing to blind it. I also think Jhin with AP junglers is a fantastic combo as well.
And you make a really good impersonation of Twitch, correct?
I don't.
Trouble. Trouble.
We'll see.
Oh, if it happens. So before tossing it to the casters, I would like to get a feeling from the audience. Hey, who's here for Bulldog? Okay, I see it. What about NORD? Anyone for NORD? Okay. One more test. Now it's the real deal, okay? I need you to actually make noise for your team. Let's start with Bulldog! And where is NORD? Hey, this is good. It's tied up. Let's see if we get a game 5, because it's big. So let's toss it to the casters. Take it away.
Thank you once again, Archerom. Understandably, the hometown fans, Bulldog, UK org, get a little bit of an edge there. They've got some more work to do, though. Game 3, magical stuff. Wasn't easy, wasn't clean, but it was exactly the kind of game that Bulldog tends to take when they do get the wins.
Backs against the wall, things very messy. There was even a 5-minute sequence where you thought they were going to choke it.
Yeah.
Right? But now, game 4, weird ease start to happen.
Yes.
Drafts, a lot of the power picks gone. You can see at the top of the screen.
No Seraphine, for example.
No Seraphine, yeah,
That's
wow,
Kasing's.
such a power pick, right?
It's in sick pick.
Crucial thing to note, Bulldog are on red side for the first time in the series. So, I am very, very... I want to see how they use it, basically, because it was the thing I brought up at the very start of the day. NORD were on blue side for game 1. Every other side select has been them elsewhere.
What I want to really note, though, is a lot of the engage options are down. Even things like Camille are down. You've got the Galio, but you are out of most of the engaged supports. You are out of a lot of your engaged junglers and top laners. You've got Maokai maybe coming up, Wukong, Vi, but I wanted to see whether we start to get those changes coming on through, because I feel like you need to find that in the draft somewhere.
I actually really want to humor the crowd here for a second, or at least the two with the Doinby right side. Because there's a very strong possibility now that we're so far deep in. I mean, in the LPL and even deeper into the LCK, teams were starting to almost prioritize it, right? The Ryzen, it was usually the Viego alongside
Big time,
which was kind of seen as the 2v2 skirmishing duo
you can
when some of the
push
other
with
ones
it.
are
It's
out.
really, really scary as well. You don't even have to run the teleport necessarily. You can run the ghost and just use your ult to get around the map. Very, very nasty if you want to start getting to brawl, and can be a soft engage option with the rune presence and stuff. I agree with you there completely. Foxy?
Yeah, and it's I'm keeping my eyes on the bot side of the map, because we've really pinched the pools here. Game 4 in Fearless, banning away the Twitch and potentially banning an ADC. We had Ashe last time was banned away for Bulldog in this spot. It's going to be the Maokai instead. So yeah, we've got Ashe, Zeri, Jhin are the options.
Don't ask him about Hex Flash, Garen. Don't do that. Like, there was an Ornn imaging crowd. I agree that might be an option. The Hex Flash, Garen. Don't listen to this strange man in the crowd. Middle court had the right of it. Get him out. Why is he still back? Who let him back in?
They banned this in game 3, and it's going to be first pick now in game number 4. Is the Ashe? Is the Braum taken away for Bulldog as a takeaway for NORD, so that you avoid the Braum Ashe, playing against the Braum Ashe matchup?
Nah. Don't touch it.
You feel like they can cook something, don't you?
Yeah, I think they can. Don't get me wrong, Ashe Braum really annoying to deal with. Now, I think going Jarvan blind is crazy into Ashe.
Into Santorin as well. Like, you've got some very experienced players.
Now, I feel like you either full slam dive and
Rakan,
go Rakan and just accept that Braum is going to be annoying later, but earlier on, maybe you have a little bit of extra flexibility.
If you do this in Lulu, that's another angle. The only other thing I'll say is, because you've locked the Jarvan, things like No Way's Cassiopeia might start to become quite valuable. You can really punish people over diving on the cats.
My worry becomes how much impact can Lulush have on the Jarvan without like an additional diving buddy.
You save the cancelling for tomorrow. Oh, he's there. He's not even here today.
Well, he actually
kind of is. That's true. He's upstairs.
I don't actually know if he's still in.
I actually don't. Yeah, I was busy doing this, so you know. He was at some point here.
But yeah, I mean, for NORD, it almost feels like just off this. Okay, Thresh.
I like that.
It's a treat special.
It is a treat special, and yeah, it's one of those old school counters into the Jarvan. Flay out of the Flag and Dragon.
Exactly. Flay out Flag and Dragon. You've got the Lantern as well to protect Ashe when she gets stuck in the Cataclysm. So it's not a bad option right there, and with treats being a solid.
Correct call, crowd. Correct call.
We prefer that one. Is that powder from the show arcade?
It is, yes, correct. Well done.
That's it.
Volibear.
It is one of the probably few remaining AD skirmish junglers. Lee Sin's up as well, strictly, but no one's decided to go towards that one as yet. Likely looking at a support lock here for Bulldogs, I would assume.
I prefer this. I prefer this for Santorin, though. Just to finish on the Volibear point. Assuming it's Santorin's Volibear and not a Chachi, some kind of crazy Chachi
Not the flicker blades.
That's it. I don't really think that's the thing, but we've seen Santorin on, to be honest, really boring junglers. Sejuani, the Ivan, even the Nocturne, not that sexy. Volleyball
is that just a build for Skype Gragas? Is this because Skype is going away? What are you trying to bring about here? Stop trying to influence draft. You're not a coach.
They should be.
Maybe they should. Maybe that's it. But it's not Twitch chat. Just let the NLC audience decide draft.
League of Legends.
Yeah, I think now. I mean, Bulldog are probably just banning away 2 top laners. There's
On to correct call. See, sorry about that. I saw that hovered in chat. Crowd. Oh dear. I've been brain rotted.
IRL chat.
Hello, IRL chat. Lulu's going to be taken away. Not super surprised there. That was always the option for Bulldog, right? You either blind the top, ban away 2 tops, or just tank the bad lane matchup and go for the Lulu. But now, not going to get that option. And I suspect that we get one more, you know, Vijachachi special champion taken out of the pool. I mean, a lot of them are already gone, so, I mean, they do have a little bit of freedom maybe to ban out like a no-way Xerath or something really weird. A Victor.
Yeah,
sure.
okay, it's probably the most consistent standard champion left. It has to be something a little bit more unusual at this point.
Yeah.
What about Cho'Gath? How are you feeling about Chogi-Wogi at the top side?
I mean, I will say, Cho'Gath blows into Aatrox. Like, it's not fun. It's not even remotely fun. But if Chachi's pressed for options, you know, like, it's not too bad at dealing with like lane swap dives. Right, to knock up the silence, it makes dives very awkward to navigate. Milio is banned away, so 2 hyper carries.
Look, Ruddy Sack may not be here, but the drama continues. Something about the Glazers being out. I'm not really sure where we're at this point.
What is Kasing gonna lock in though? Is my my big concern. Right? Is it gonna be something weird like a target? Do you have to go like really far down?
Rel is still up and available. That's the last big engaged support.
Yeah, okay.
We kind of assumed it'd be gone, but you've already got him. You've already got the Treats Rakan is also something that last time he was LEC, he was on an insane win streak on it. He's very, very confident on it. So
with Thresh in there.
Oh yeah, we're actually just. Oh yeah,
no, that's cool. I mean, I was thinking, you know, Rakan was the choice there, right? And they've gone more for the row instead.
Garen Tarver, don't Hex Flash if you pick that. Don't Hex Flash. Gangplank for Chachi.
Okay, I know someone here who used to play a lot of that champion.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
What are you feeling, Jamada?
It's a pretty good matchup. The main concern, like you can really easily Kai out with the barrels, grasp. You kind of just outrange Aatrox in lane, and you trade back enough damage that even through the sustain early, it's not great. There's the Xerath hover that we were talking about.
Between that, a cannon barrage and a Rite of the Arcane, your artillery is pretty nasty.
As a follow-up to the Aura as well, man.
Yeah, and that's where I really hope Exofin gets to have a good game, and it's why I was kind of calling for an earlier Lulu pickup, because I feel like without any kind of supplementing utility for this Jinx, Exofin, I feel like he's going to have a really hard time in this game. Let's see what came in the size to lock in, though, because he's been given R5.
Galio would do it. That might be the way to keep the Jinx alive.
I think what's great about this Galio is it provides an extra frontliner, it provides an extra bit of dive, that's 2 immobile carries against Jarvan, and he's going to provide enough damage to kind of supplement the team as well.
I mean, 3, Gangplank's not going to exactly a dash either. You lock the Ashe, the Xerath, the Gangplank all in that big Cataclysm can be pretty miserable.
That's the one. Cataclysm plus Galio, ulti, disgusting
Magnet
combo.
Storm too, like that's a lot of CC. I think the only thing is, the damage here from Bulldogs is very reliant on Xfeng to get ahead. If this Jinx becomes anemic for whatever reason, you got some decent base damages, but it's not exactly an additional carry in mid lane.
Yeah, what's Nord's front line? Volibear. You know, Thresh. It's not that sexy. It's not that sexy.
What is sexy, though, is what's coming up next. We're heading to the Rift, so an advert first, and we'll be there in a moment or two. Welcome back to NLC Airlines, rivals of Hairline A-Lens. We are floating about 50 feet above Summoner's Rift. Conditions are hot, damn hot. We're heading into the 4th hour of our flight. We'll be landing at 1 or 2 airports, Nord or Bulldogs, who will be then obviously taking their transfer on to tomorrow, where they'll be going up against Los Ratones.
Yeah, I know someone in the crowd who could use that sponsorship.
He's not even involved in the broadcast, and you're still finding a way to stick the knife in. Sorry, Don Jake, out there. Your hairline is your own business. It's not Jamada's.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, he's got a cool, funky hat to make up for instead, so I'm sure he's not too not too worried about it at that point.
We can talk about this because there's no funky stuff going on level 1. Bulldog were where they were, hunting for an invade. NORD, other plans on the top side. Didn't exactly go to plan. However, we might end up with Australia lanes. Xmati and Treats are already up in the top side, camping out in the brush. Kasing and Exafeng making their way to the top side. So we might actually end up getting, you know, actual one-to-one lanes for a change, just on the opposite side of the map.
The crowd wants a 2-2, is what they want. I don't blame them. I'd like to be scraping some silver myself, but we're not quite there yet. A lot of game to play. With that bush camp on, I didn't see what Treat started, but if he lands a good hook here, could be pretty messy production. We need to look top pretty shortly. Thank you very much. Treat's still an unknown factor. Kasing will body block, and now it all kind of disappears for now.
This is it. At the early game, we're taking a look here. For me, I always take a look at the jungle matchups. That's what interests me the most. And yeah, I have to say, between Jarvan and Volibear, it's pretty even Stevens for these fights. It's one of the really underrated elements of Volibear, is how much impact he can have in those early ganks as well, right? Like, it's so simple to execute.
Run at them.
Yeah, just literally run at them. Literally run at them, stun them, and yeah, easy as you like.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, it's kind of similar for Jarvan, right? Jarvan kind of
level 2 ganks for a thing, yeah.
Before Volley was cool. And they're both pathing up towards the top side, and we'll note that Exafeng and Kasing have priority, so we will keep our eyes on how that one shakes out, who makes it up there first. Santorin, not going to do anything funky, we'll just continue with his full clear. As Lulish is probably going to get spotted out by that Hawk shot. Ping will come through for confirmation, so NORD know where this Jarvan is, and we'll see how the priority lies, because it seems to me like they pushed in that wave, crashed it wave 2, so now it's going to bounce back towards Exafeng and Kasing. That should give priority to Santorin in about 35 seconds time to look towards Skullcrab.
And I think NORD are going to want to right the ship after that game 3. It was not what they were hoping for. They managed to come back into the game off some shenanigans, some steals, Syndra getting to late game, all these kinds of things, but they had the opportunity to close this series out cleanly, and now as we get deeper into Fearless Draft, you start to get into positions where you do end up with drafts that look a little bit more unusual. This is not exactly what you'd call a standard draft from NORD. I see how it's supposed to work, right? Lock down someone squishy, but we might have to talk a second or two. Jarvan stayed out of vision. Thank you for that vision toggle. Excellent work there, observers.
Yeah, Santorin is going to get that crab, as Jamada mentioned. Could even potentially double crab.
Probably will.
If he wants to, yeah. He's got good priority down bot, but I don't think he has the info of what Jarvan's up to, and with this mid lane being the way it is as well, could be a tad risky, especially if, let's say, you know, look at Chashi. He's pushed in, but he's completely out of mana, half health. Like,
he's not a champion.
Yeah. There's also that too. So yeah, just going to be chilling here instead, and going back to their standard clears. We do have, like, obviously some good ganking tools that we mentioned between the Volibear and the Jarvan, but also when we look at the lanes, kind of vulnerable characters, right? Xerath is vulnerable, like Jinx, Ashe, Gangplank even, like in a vacuum. These are some lanes that you can target. I wouldn't be surprised, like last game we waited like 10 minutes for First Blood. I can see it happening a lot earlier this time though.
I think one person to keep your eyes on is Cayman on the Galio, being able to have that semi-global presence. It's going to stop the base there of No Way. That Winds of War might... it's like a frame away from...
Santorin's waiting, understandably, because Kasing and Lulish were just looking to see whether they could be a bit of a menace. Santorin will likely lose these Raptors, though. We'll have a Sky Splitter, potentially. Smite available on Lulish.
Get away with it. Nope.
Gets a hold of most of those Raptors. Treats roaming up the river. Going to spot out Kasing at the very least, but I don't think it'll do too much more but delay the Rel's entrance into the bot lane.
Job's done though. Steal away that camp. Feels really good. Now we have bottom laners back in the bottom lane. Exafeng's going to get a really nice trade there onto Matty.
Curious what build we get on the Jinx. We have started to see just occasionally things like the Collectors and the Ghost Blades comes out, especially into a relatively squishy comp here. Topside Chachi eats a lot of damage. The Darkened Blades were clearly landing.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Very fortunate not to fall, to be honest with you, because it looked like he popped that biscuit quite late. So will survive. Lulish over the wall.
Treats in danger on the other side. Gets an ignite down onto Kasing. Dragon secure, but there's a taunt onto Santorin. He needs to think about flashing away. Came in, went Justice punching and missed the bear entirely.
He wanted the fast combo.
Yeah.
He wanted to basically not give Santorin an opportunity to flash. If you dash backward before you go forwards, then it's a little bit more telegraphed to flash out of, so that's why he ends up swinging and missing.
Crucially, in the bot side, while that was all happening, Xmati did lose his flash there as well on a real engage. So that could be a target right now if you're Java and you're looking towards the flashless Ashe. Like, that's certainly vulnerable. Obviously, has the Lantern from Treats to protect him, but that's going to be the only thing that keeps him alive at this point if he does get focused down.
Well, both top laners down their teleports. Grubs have just spawned, and of course, Volleybet pretty good at taking those early dragons. Nice taunt onto No Way. And again, this is a poke magic damage champion with only just the lost chapter into a Galio, who's normally, surprise, surprise, pretty good into those magic damage threats. So No Way not having a great time here on a specialist champion of his.
Yeah, important discrepancy here is that Cayman has teleport, and No Way does not. So Cayman can elect to just shove this wave out, and then look to teleport back. But I think what he really wants to do is kind of keep No Way jailed in this position, because Cayman, at the very least, has enough mana to just cast Orma, right? And that's always enough. It seems like with Treats' presence, he's going to be solid for a recall, so they will just take that exchange. Probably still teleport back out, Cayman. Maybe you can hold on to it. But again, Grubs is really where you're looking to make your bread and butter.
That's it. Grub time now, and it is going to be Bulldog starting this one up with no real response from NORD. Dragon not going to be available either to go for. Obviously, that was taken earlier. So we're just going to be getting these grubs, and the question being, what does Santorin decide to do on the other side of the map? I think he's just clearing, because there's not a huge amount to get. So pretty simple dub there for Bulldog getting those grubs.
And in fairness, when you're running the Xerath, when you're running this Gangplank as well, getting towards ultimates, getting towards 1-2 items feels pretty good before you start really pushing the trigger forward. I know, obviously, you are a volley bear, you want to be active early, but I feel in this game you are acting more as a bridge than necessarily the required snowball in the early game. You're here to make sure some of your lanes get to a place where they can be useful.
Yep, exactly. Bulldog would love to get out the lane assignments, but
here we go.
Gonna find their way onto Chachi. Too difficult.
Cannon barrage.
Yep.
Big cooldown to lose though, but now with bot side they can look to turn around the play. There is a level 6 for Santorin. Tower is turned off. Old school home wrecker came in, gets a decent taunt. Justice punches back in, but to no avail. Treats low, but body blocked by Santorin as the rocket comes in.
This is kind of why I was muttering under my breath about the lane assignments before that top dive, because Cayman is super vulnerable to being killed there. Flashy actually based and then teleported back and then got dove.
No.
So really not ideal for him. Maybe it's caught in the replay. There you go. TP into everything.
Does he get those like mid-teleport animation there? That is beautiful by Treats.
It's pretty rough.
That's got to be nearly frame perfect, actually. Credit to Treats. Hang on, bot side. Flash out from Lulus. They're going to try and play this one out. Can look to come thundering, smashing into Santorin. The sirens were on, but no arrests were made this time around. Xafeng looking to see whether he can find another slow. Where is a bit more damage. There's the arcane barrage coming through. There's No Way ults, and actually now gets taunted in the river. He's in danger, because Cayman can keep walking at him.
Yeah.
This Xerath is not having fun. Eye of the Storm lands, and they can keep looking to get some more ground pounds coming on through. When is the next round of cooldowns for Cayman?
He's going for a fast combo. Oh, good stun.
Flash.
Yep.
No answer either here for NORD. Just going to have to flash that one away. A little bit caught there, trying to use the ulti to protect his bot lane, but No Way getting caught himself there by Cayman. I have to say, honestly, the first two games, Cayman was looking a little bit meh. But he's really set it up.
Still no flash on that, you remember.
Oh boy, this Lantern needs to be really good.
Oh,
Santorin is here. Can still look to do it. Here they go with the Galio ult, but nonetheless, Matty rooted in place, doesn't get over the choppers, cleanses, buys some time, so goes Flag Dragon under the tower. Just about gets the kill. Xafeng and turret aggro, and Bulldogs disengage. Kill secured.
That's it with the Cayman entrance, the grand entrance as well. A 4 versus 3. Could have been kind of scary actually for Bulldog as soon as Santorin showed up, but perfectly executed. Xafeng gets the kill, gets out of it as well. And Matty's flash still on cooldown from earlier, right? And now it's just about to come back up, but that window was slim. Bulldog found it.
Chains gonna get pulled back. Chachi now in danger. There's a Q3 available, but yeah, there is still the Trial by Fire passive and a Q available.
Yeah, I haven't seen this lane matchup for a very long time, but again,
you're a Gangplank, man. What do you mean?
What? No, I'm not Gangplank. I played it in like season 10. Now.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
All right.
But again, matchup sucked. Still sucks
fake
now.
Expert.
The fake expert. Chachi, though, showing his experience, obviously, with a counter answer into the Aatrox like this, especially with the Camille gone. Camille's one of the other direct answers you'll very often see into that pick. That aside, though, Cannon Barrage, I'm sure, on that topic, will be very useful for this Dragon, which is coming up right now. And Bulldog look primed to try and start this one up.
Kasing is about 2 minions off level 6. If you check the bottom left corner of your screens, if he can get towards a wave, he'd have Magnet Storm available, and that would be huge.
He'd love it. I think they're actually calling for it as well. As they walk towards the mid wave. Chachi.
Flash.
Yeah, you've got to.
Ouch. And we were just saying it felt ugly for a trade, but the reset came on through, and suddenly the Aatrox feeling a lot happier again.
Yeah, teleport also coming up now from Yetic. We've got the cannon barrage if Chachi wants to get involved in this play, but no way, he senses this. Yeah, that's good.
It's good hover down.
Yeah, he could very easily have fallen
Santorin's
down
now on
with
blue
this.
buff here as well. Got to be a bit aware. There's NORD in the enemy jungle right now.
Yeah, Kasing didn't get 6 off that last wave.
no.
He's probably going to get it on this one now instead, but love to get that under their belt. Mirtek's actually proxying. This is really good for Mirtek. No, but it's really good because now he doesn't even need to teleport down. He can just walk if he actually needs to.
Does just that. Came in on vision. Dragon started but pulled off from. It's a lot of posturing, but not a lot of trigger pulling right now.
Yeah. Both teams very, very apprehensive.
Oh boy.
As I mentioned, Bulldog will now start this one up.
Here comes the teleport. Down bot side here. Both solo laners is going to be a big old brawl for the Dragon.
Double TP in. NORD bringing all members down. Bulldog's already here in position, looking for the barrel combo as Chachi. Already got one set for the explosion. Kasing eats a huge chunk. Sky Splitter after. They have to pull off. It's over.
Yeah. Cannon barrage as well, just to...
Just Bulldogs though. Are
Just
they actually done?
entrance.
Are they done? Are they done? Arrow on Delulus! And the sky is split! Down goes the Prince of Demacia. Kasing dead. Arado, the front line's in danger. They've lost Santorin. Chachi tries to buy down Lantern to safety. And hang on, there's a bird coming on through. In comes an Arcano ball, so Bulldogs need to run for the hills. Matty with the slows, approach velocity running. Gonna try and get the shield of Durand into the blast cone out, but there's not enough. He can run. The arrows keep flying. Rangers focus brings down the statue.
It was one tick for 2 people for Bulldog to survive there. Both came in and Mietic almost got out of that one. Just not quite enough, and NORD get everything they want out of that one. They get the kills, they get the Dragon, and they set themselves up beautifully here in game number 4.
It's all about the chunk before the actual fight kicks off, right? The Ash Arrow then starts it in earnest. Full-on dive on towards Lulush, immediately dies, and whilst the immediate response is quite good from Bulldog, and they even get the reset off for Exofeng, the amount of damage on the front line is just far too high onto Mirtek. The Trial by Fire burns him down, and then this Q here from No Way, hitting Cayman, hitting Exofeng, just completely signals that a turn is no longer a possibility.
And Chachi was going to die, and the Lantern on the last tick before it timed out was picked up, and the Gangplank gets out, and suddenly 2-0-2 on the Gangplank, 2-1 and 3 on this Ashe. The Xerath back in this game, and actually up a lot of CS now into this Calio. Kasane gets out to safety. Blast comes back towards these grubs. Santorin, no ult, can try and come in and contest nonetheless. One taken, still available. Taunt potentially coming down onto Santorin. Lantern's there, not body block. Shan't click it, goes down, no! He's in, but Luna's already in the backside with a Cataclysm! Gets another, will die in trade, but they get the Ashe.
No Way's very lucky to hold onto his flash there. Exofeng slowed down by the box of treats. Just on the back end, they get all 6 grabs Bulldog as well, so great little sequence to get them back in to the game as far as gold is concerned. They were down over 3,500 gold, closed that gap at the very least a little bit, but it's equalized out again by this bot lane tower, and plates taken by Chachi.
But this series is just so scrappy. We're always fighting, and we're doing it again.
Chachi just runs to the other side of the Infernal Chains, gets a barrel, tries to get the Trial by Fire. The slow is good. Umbral dashes forwards, he's out of barrels, but there at the right of the Arcane. It's never a 1v1 in this game between the hero's entrance and that ability to call that artillery. Ult traded.
Mietic gonna be quite thankful there that No Way either wasn't quite in range or didn't hit all of those ults as well. You have to really, it's a great point you bring up there, Initialize. You have to respect a lot of these like global or semi-global effects if you're going for these 1v1s or these skirmishes, right? As you mentioned, the grand entrance comes through from the side of Bulldogs, the turn plays around. And for NORD, right at the Arcane, yeah, it's not quite the same, but it's a bit of damage that comes down. The
Cannon barrage, yeah, big time.
Excuse me, comes down from Gangplank as well. It's just not that simple, right? It's also it's the game of object permanence. You can't see it, but it doesn't mean it's not there to hurt you.
No way, no way. How did you end up there? No way! Xerath, why are you there? Don't bother flashing. That's a shutdown given to Exofeng.
Right,
4-0. Santorin's now in danger. There's a blast cone. He gets out to safety.
Santorin is so lucky. Exofeng just didn't decide to right-click the blast cone to send him back in towards the jungle and into Miatek's waiting hands. Cross-map still happening. The only thing is, Galio, not the fastest tower taker, but does have 6 grubs. Mid lane as well, however. Waves being shoved out, and Exofeng will equalize there and probably actually end up getting this tower because
Chachi's in danger.
trouble.
Has got flash, needs to burn it. The stun comes on through. Magnet Storm after. Can they get the damage? Oh my days! Parlay damage is pretty foul. Sky Splitter lands, flash away. I don't know about that one. And they overplay. Hang on. Gonna bring down the storm, but Exofeng is out. Burns the flash though.
Oh my goodness, it's so much happening, so much fighting, so much scrapping, and it feels kind of flippy. Sometimes it works for Bulldog, sometimes it works for NORD, but unfortunately for the hometown team, like, it's just not working out enough for them. We're 16 minutes in and NORD really starting now to build that lead, right? That's gonna be like 4,000-ish gold in the lead. We've got the Herald coming down for Santorin 2 here, which is gonna give even more gold over when that goes throwing down. We've got beats for NORD too, right? Like, it's just slowly inching away from Bulldog.
Second items haven't quite been completed by NORD, so maybe if they can find themselves a fight around the dragon spawning in 40 seconds, it might be an even affair. And Exofeng is still very strong. A lot of the other members of Bulldogs can play a little bit lower economy if they have to. As long as that Jinx gets to keep ordering, as long as that Jinx gets excited, the match might well still be playable, at least at this point. But I see Jamada laughing his way. What's going on?
No, it's just the player camps.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. I thought you pointed at an item. I was like, ooh, something. And you went, okay.
It was the item that no way had.
No way took a swig from a comically large cup. At least from the POV, it's not a comically large cup.
Stay hydrated,
anyway,
folks.
Stay hydrated.
It's important.
Speaking of hydration, I don't know if you can get hydrated on Chemtech, but
don't do that. That sounds like
actually,
an awful idea.
We saw Arcane. We know what it does.
Bad idea.
Not great.
Turns you into a Jinx.
Yep.
Right, Dragon started. NORD coming down the river. No way. Potentially in a good position to start throwing down some big off. Oh my days! Cannon barrage and Miatek into the backline, trying to get some damage up, and Lulas will surely fall. Puts No Way in the baby cage, but he just times out his timeout. And Miatek just runs into that gangplank, into the hook, the flay, and the Aatrox's world is ending.
Yeah, and with it, so our Bulldogs, you have to feel it's not looking too hot. I think No Way might be in a bit of a big way,
He
but
should be fine.
They don't deal enough damage.
Yeah, they don't have the damage. They just don't have the damage. It's falling apart here for Bulldog. Game number 4. They look so good. You know, they looked like they really found themselves. They found their identity again. The confidence and swagger with which they were playing in game number 3 was most impressive to me. But now, you know, we're not even 20 minutes in and NORD just really taking this one away, crushing the hopes and dreams of Bulldog. If we want to get back into this game as a Bulldog fan, it's gonna have to start and end with Exofeng, but unfortunately, he was ended pretty damn fast in this fight.
Jinx not having any utility around her is really making it hard for me to see a way where they can overcome what is currently a 6,500 gold deficit.
I mean, literally, the moment Santorin has flash again, you will have that combo happen, and even if the Jinx gets out of the initial moment of it, they'll follow up with the Rise of the Arcade. Being slowed down by the Cannon Barrage, and that's 2 items now on Chachi's got an Essence Reaver. This Cannon Barrage is going to start hurting as well.
When you start like looking deeper into it right now, No Way is, I'm pretty sure, very close to a second item. Oh, well, okay, there you go. Came in very far away from his second item. The jungle, same kind of deal. Lulas only really now has just hit that first item. As you can see, Santorin is well on the way to the second, and top lane.
50 CS up.
Top lane speaks for itself. So I am very, very concerned right now for any real possibility of Bulldog trying to call this one back if NORD play at the cadence they have been so far.
Dude, 3 levels, 3-level gap between the junglers. And that's so big because you need Lulas to jump in with the Cataclysm and then everyone else follows in.
He needs those base stats to do that.
He does, exactly. And he's paper, dude. He's paper.
Ruinous. It's ruinous, and they're going to pick up all of those petals, all of those amplified dragons. This is going to be a massive spike.
It's weirdly a little bit more oppressive than the voracious one in this context.
It's permanent,
in my opinion. Cayman has snuck his way down to this bot side. Do they really intend to do anything?
Can they play for the petals afterwards? Maybe that's the play. Matty, no flash, remember, on this Ashe, but what's happening in the river? Cannon barrages down onto Lulus, hook goes wide, they're going to try and play it out regardless. In they go, Arrow, flag and dragged out front, but the Rite of the Arcane comes on down and Cayman just can't find an angle in because there's nothing to ult to. Petal's secured, Sing steps on forwards, gets a stun onto Treats, but little more, and now No Way's walking down all the while. Mientec loses the 1v1 handily to Chachi's gangplank.
He's gonna die as well.
Santorin gets taunted, Lulus still low, gonna keep going on forwards, looks for an angle, can't quite find it, flag and drag wide, and then they bring down the storm! It's over, Bulldogs have been executed. 3 dead in the bot lane.
Maybe one more in the top lane as well, Mientec. Not long for this world if he can just walk away here, but Chachi's really giving it to him top side as well. It looks at this point like it might be too far away, almost 10,000 gold, 21 minutes in. Such a good game 3, but it's all falling apart here in game 4.
Yeah, it's a triumph in game 3. They might be going out on a bit of a whimper, unfortunately. NORD don't really have to do much else in this game. Wait for the objectives to spawn, just flex their wallets. Plain and simple. 90 seconds away from Chemtech Solon. Bulldog are really struggling to deal damage, even if they get them into lethal range. This is, again,
well, you've got to kill multiple carries, haven't you? It's not just one person to kill.
It's much like Ruinous. This is contextually a really annoying contextual to deal with, as maybe they were trying to play for the petals here, but whatever the call, it just ends up being a slow rundown.
Bulldog were just so far away before they even started moving towards this Arcane. It's like they had no idea it was even going down, and if the call was to play for petals, was to contest, which they've obviously done by being here, they're just way too late to the punch, and NORD so far ahead. Like, once that engage comes through, it's all over. And Xfeng, you know, he was the strong point for Bulldog, but as Jamada mentioned before, like, yeah, he's still big, but like, how do you play around him?
He's never getting any auto time.
Like, I know Kasing, we've been very critical of Kasing's non-engaged champ play. I'm not going to say outright Enchantment play, but also his Enchantment play. But like, Seraphine was good. I think you had to go Lulu on 3.
Yeah,
like, you had to give Exofeng a chance to play the game. Even like Lulish could use the wild growth pretty well. But in the end,
desperation, maybe. They fight
to.
2, double flash. Grand Entrance is here, and it's just turned around. The death sentence is in, and ain't that how they get excited? Maybe they can get some more. Where is Exafeng though? Flashing over the wall, but they could just turn it into a storm. They keep running everyone down. They pick up another at least, and 2 for 3 is okay. But what about the retreat? The Infernal Chains land. There's a lantern to keep running. The volleys are there. The slows are there. Lulus, I don't think is anymore. It is shooting players with a barrel this game, apparently.
Not too much to do in this situation. Bulldog trying to make the play, trying to execute their combo, which, to be perfectly honest, they did pretty well. They got the Cataclysm into the Grand Entrance. Rel was there with the Magnet Storm. That's great. Unfortunately, NORD had the flashes available, had the escapes, and as Jamada put it earlier as well, just beat them around with the wallets. Not enough this time around, and it is going to be that soul claimed for NORD.
I'm very pessimistic for Bulldog's chances in this game. But if I was to be glass half empty for just a moment.
Empty.
Full.
There.
Okay, thank you.
Even more pessimistic.
Yeah. I'm not pessimistic, but if I can be even worse.
I'm quite sleep deprived at the minute. I apologize.
You have to deal with us, don't blame him.
Yeah. All of the important members of, not well, except for Chachi, lost their flash in that exchange. Matty, no flash. No way, no flash. Santorin, no flash. Chachi's is coming up. Lulish is going to have his on a timer where they don't have theirs. And Lulish is the most important member of actually getting things started, because he's the one dropping the baby cage.
Yep.
So there is a small window.
There's a chance.
Where
the
they
stars
could
have
find
to align.
a good engage, but the stars would have to align twice.
But it is a clear night. We could potentially
It's the middle of the day, Foxy. We're not. It's just about lunchtime, dude.
Nah. Somewhere it's night. Somewhere it is. No
Somewhere
doubt.
it's a clear night. In they go. Onto Santorin. He might be in danger. They're trying to turn it around. The Zap comes on through, trying to get the goal. The arrow! That's on Dex. He's still alive. Lantern comes on in the dark passage. Luna's finally will throw down the Cataclysm, and Matty just doesn't care. That was not a clear now. It was a dark and stormy one. A Nord of the terror within it.
I can't believe he survives. And XFang dies just... No one was like there hitting him.
Yeah.
It was the Astro, the Zerath, and he's just done, dude. He's down. There's nothing he can do here. There's no protection. How do you leverage the strength of this Jinx? It's impossible. Watch him. Zerath 1,
Gangplank.
2, 3. Astro. It's just there's no one even on his screen, and he's dead.
Kasing gets a Shattering Strike, Magnastorm is there. You've got a Shojin Voltaic Cyclo Sword on this Aatrox, trying to find something. Don't quite do it. Remember, Baron's going on down, but this will mean that no one else from NORD is here. They might be able to pick up 2. How much can Chachi do in the backline? Gets a big kill with the oranges. Can you just keep running with those flipping passives? They finally kill him. What about the turnaround? Luna's in danger. Flag, drags, trying to get away. The slow is pretty solid. Here comes NORD. Treat looking for a death sentence. Flash for the play into the arrow. And Matty pierces the hearts of the Bulldogs.
It's 4 versus 2 in the top side. I think NORD are going to look to try and close this one out. Miatek and Cayman do not have that much wave clear at all.
14,000 gold in the lead for NORD. It's going to be a almost insurmountable task for Bulldog. Can they stop the onslaught?
Another death sentence. NORD are unplackable, unstoppable. Matty in danger, might be being jumped on. That would be a big moment. Another dark passage. Treats with the Thresh. Gets him out alive. They will not end the game, but the base is critically broken. Any teleports, any way to stop the backs? Nothing. Bulldogs, your base is broken. Your dreams looking all but dead here in the semi-finals.
It's a tough feat to come back from here, but Bulldog, they have hell to live for another day, potentially. It is going to be a tall task, though, as we've established. You've got a question now, from a plus side at least, from Bulldog's perspective. There's no real big objective on the map for you guys to lose or for you guys have to contest, right? You do have at least 2.5 minutes for you to bide your time, to get maybe a few more items under your belt, maybe, you know, complete like that 3rd item potentially for XFang. Who's getting caught this time?
Oh my days, they had to ult the Jinx defensively.
Wow. He would have died too.
He would.
Yeah.
He would have died too.
Ay, caramba.
NORD are so strong this game, and they clearly just come out of game 3 angry. This is a lot cleaner. This is not as scrappy. They are giving up. So there's 22 kills to 8. It was ruinous Atacon purely because NORD kept getting kills. And things like this Gangplank, things like this Zerath, never mind the Ashe, are so terrifying at this point in the game.
Mid lane tower's going to drop. Inhib's gone too. No doubt about that. If NORD want it, they're playing for
Matty flashes.
Flash.
Lulas just gets run down. Wow. The arrows keep flying. Miatek's in danger. They turn a little bit onto the backline. Zatori dies. Huge shutdown. Excited value. Matty's dead. Surely. Blood forward. Exo's trying. The cleanse is enough. Treat's in danger. But the Thresh has nothing to take here. Surely. The play damage does actually get to value. He keeps trading. That is a level 13 Thresh into this realm. Has to flash away under his own turret. Death sentence wide. And the Arcana pulse ends. All the while Chachi was shoving for Nexus turret. That's why they had to back. Death sentence Lang. Kasing is dead. 2v3. Despite the miracle moment you hoped, you felt. And the Jinx was quickly shut down. Shielded around. Lands are going to try and get Chachi, but he just healed it up. The oranges are all you need to keep the doctors in the grave away. NORD have done it. It is implacable. It is unstoppable. Bulldogs are ruined. They are back in the kennel. They go on to fight Los Ratones tomorrow.
They came into this series as heavy favorites. Right from the get-go, they gave it to Bulldogs. It was looking good for the comeback in Game 3, but NORD had enough of that in Game 4.
Incredible game from NORD. And I mean, start to finish, it felt pretty over for Bulldog. And we can sit here, we can ask questions about them all we want, but at the end of the day, that team on your screen, they'll be returning tomorrow to face off an even more implacable team, as it were. So far, the split in Los Ratones and very much well earned.
Oh yes, it is, and I think for NORD, they are trying to prove that they're not just here to be second best. They're not just here to be the foil to Los Ratones' grand journey towards EMEA Masters, to the extraordinary fame and attention and everything else that's come with that roster. This NORD roster is scary, it is dangerous, it has got a lot of flexibility to it. Who pulls out a Xerath Gangplank Game 4? That's exciting to see, and they should be someone to watch tomorrow. And I think Los Ratones can't take them as easy opponents.
And Bulldog really did so well to get this far, to make it to the land stage. 1 of the 3 in the seeding stage. They were kind of written off at that point. A bit of a disappointing performance for them there. But ever since then, they've just gone from strength to strength to strength. And making it top 3 coming into the split, you know, that's pretty surprising. I don't think a lot of people would have had that on their bingo cards, but they made it happen, they made it work, they came in today, and they made this a series as well. Certainly can be proud with their performance here in the NLC.
NORD deservedly taking their bow here in the Confetti X studio here in Nottingham. It's exceptional stuff, but enough from us. Middlecourt has it from here. Mate, what are the players feeling?
One last time for our victors today, NORD Esports! Incredible stuff on Summoner's Rift today from all 5 of you. I know we've only got 4.
So apparently Middlecourt can't even handle the microphone. I guess the one who failed at the end was Middlecourt.
You know what? I'm glad that I'm actually sad that you guys didn't get to hear Xmati telling him that he failed with the microphone.
Sweet.
The clap back, baby.
And you can see the smile on Xmati. Good clap back. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. So we're trying to fix the situation so we can instantly talk with NORD. They go into finals. They were talking about that. And yeah, yesterday we went to dinner with NORD, and I was talking with Xmati. Xmati was saying like, this could go either way. But we're confident. We know how to tackle this one.
I think maybe he was being a little humble.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean,
they looked so clean.
Oh, we predicted a 3-0.
Yeah.
Hello. I expected it.
Who's we?
To be honest, it was me and Archer.
Is he back? Is he back?
Is that the middle list of cops?
Oh, hello.
Hey!
He's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do your job.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. So, like we were saying, Xmati, someone called you an expert in failure at the start of this series. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, we did the first step of the job, right? I mean, there's still tomorrow. I can still fail for you if you want, but no, I mean, it was a really good series, and I think we have a good shot tomorrow. We'll be fun against Los Ratones, so the plan is to win, and yeah. I mean, you know that, right? But yeah, I believe we can win. Like, they're obviously a good team, so yeah, we'll go for that.
Yeah, well, the plan being to win, like, it feels like a good step. Feels like John has really instilled a winning mentality in you guys. I do just want to chat with you, Chachi. Obviously, most people in this crowd will know you as as an ex-Insomnia champion, winner of UK lands in the past. How does it feel to be back in the UK, winning games with a chance to grab another title for yourself?
Yeah, now that you mention, I even made a pentakill in the finals last time, so we're gonna look to repeat that tomorrow.
Hell yeah, hell yes. A NORD pentakill versus Los Ratones. I'm going to pop over here so we're not getting completely awkward. Now, Santorin, some have described you as Danish. Yeah. Yeah, which has previously been seen as a drawback. How do you feel the series went for yourself personally?
Well, to be fair, I did have a Danish for breakfast, so I was ready to go, you know.
Danish on Danish combo, it just makes it happen. And treats coming to you finally. Now, you got the curtains going on, not quite to the degree that Xmati has got on his head. He's a very, very beautiful man. Do you feel like that assists your synergy in the bot lane?
I mean, of course, I just look over my shoulder and see this beautiful man and get happier instantly.
Well, absolutely fantastic stuff. One last time here, NORD Esports! Now, it is going to be an uphill climb versus Los Ratones tomorrow. They've come in, they have won every single game bar one this split, with you guys being able to grab that single game victory against them. It's not looking good, lads. But the crowd here in Confetti, the crowd here in Nottingham, do you think that NORD Esports can take it all the way tomorrow? Well, I tell you what, that's got to be a vote of confidence. Thank you so much for all the League of Legends that we have seen from you here today. We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to wrap up the day, and we will see you tomorrow.
What a lovely audience. Bringing the hopes up for the crew, yeah.
Was that Don Jake with the absolutely not?
Yeah, the absolutely not came in from Don Jake. I mean, he has a lot of free time now.
I think he's just salty.
Yeah.
How? How would that be possible?
I don't know, man. Maybe because Bulldog Esports kind of gutted his team.
2 times.
Oof.
That's the worst part. Like, you lose versus Bulldogs, then they go into the lower bracket like, we're
Then
not
you lose
done.
again.
We're not done with you. Come here, Don Jake. That's rough. But no, also looking into NORD, I think they were extremely clean today. Obviously, the third game was a complication, just as they did with Los Ratones. When you look into this, I'm confused. This is not it.
It's game 1, I think.
Yeah, this is game 1.
But that was a stomp as well, and I think it actually reflects the most recent game, which, to be honest, to me, that game by Santorin, who was my MVP of that specific game, was incredibly clean. I mean, at the end, he was breaking ankles.
He was your MVP of that specific game?
That specific game.
A Thresh that went 1-0 and 17 wasn't?
It's pretty good. Okay, and then the 1v2 at the end. And the 1v2 at the end wasn't bad either. I quite like it. It was a really...
Don't trust him, he only plays Renekton.
It was a good early game mindset from the draft. I really liked it. They drafted really strong jungle with really strong support, and they just ran the map. Treats and Santorin, I was super impressed with how they played the early game.
I'm actually very impressed with Chachi in this particular series in general. We said that he was gonna go for like sort of neutralizer champs like Sante, Poppy, Sion, maybe Gnar, just to neutralize Miatek's laning phase and his champion who likes to play a bit more aggressive and take trades. He said absolutely freaking not.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna go toe-to-toe. He picked Camille, he picked his Gnar, he picked Gangplank here. Absolutely incredible performance, shows that he's a legend for a reason, right? The Poppy extraordinaire, but also really good at carries.
You know what's great is yesterday I saw him on stage practicing, getting used to the whole setup. He locked in Gangplank and solo queue, and I wanted to watch, but
he
I couldn't.
didn't come to eat with us to play.
Yeah,
That's commitment.
He didn't go to get dinner to practice Gangplank in solo queue.
Yeah.
And
There
it just
is.
popped off on him.
Yeah.
There's a plan. There's
the dedication.
Okay, so today we wrap it up on what they played, but what about tomorrow? Los Ratones versus NORD. I gotta say something.
I got the win con. I got the win con
I'll
for
toss it
NORD.
to you before, yeah.
Okay, the win con for NORD is Sally Drafts. That was the only way they could take one win off of Los Ratones.
Yeah.
Sally,
Was a beating.
Sally Drafts is the way to win versus Los Ratones.
Yo, last time it was Bousy dying 17 times. Weak-sided in the lane swap. No TP top lane, had barrier. And he just couldn't TP back to lane. He tried to walk back and died again, and then again, and again. So, what does that tell you? Maybe just run TP champs in B5? Thoughts?
Thoughts? Feelings?
I gotta say, I'm 100% on board on the hype train of Los Ratones. But I know something that NORD said once, which was, it was doable. They lost those games, and as soon as they were out, it was like, it was so doable. We know how to actually pilot this. So with knowledge, maybe comes a solution. Oh, these photos though. So these are your city's candidates. Head on to Twitter and put up the vote you want. You have Vizichachi just looking into the future. Xmari with the sniper look. And Treats is...
Can I just say something before we take that graphic down?
Yes.
If you look over to Chachi and Treats, it's like your guy, and then you look at Xmari, it's like the guys he tells you not to worry about.
100%. But treats is like you have to marry this
I wish we had
Look
4.
At this.
I wish we had 4. I want Santorin to be here as well. I think Santorin was fantastic. Like, especially in that last game. The way he played the volley bay, it was so good.
But we're only allowed 3.
Okay, listen, we can't give MVP
Makes
for
me
one
sad.
game, buddy.
It makes me sad.
Oh.
You have a top laner there.
Leave
Yeah, I mean, Vizzy did insane.
Okay.
Whipping out the gangplank was cool.
So you think there's a way tomorrow?
No.
That's what I want.
Not at all.
Being blunt.
Yeah, trouble.
Come on.
Sally drafts. If Sally drafts
the only way?
come through, I feel like there's a way.
Okay, I'll bring this up as well before we wrap this up.
Queen top. Queen top and there's a way.
No. These folks have a lot of experience, especially on stage. Meanwhile, on the other side, the jungler won't be here. Baus will be alone. First time. No one is next to Baus. Is this enough? Because stage is different. You know that.
Yeah, I do. But, like, he'll have him in his ear, you know? In his ear online. It'll be okay, but he won't have anyone to lean on, I guess, to the side.
Think about that.
Might be problematic.
Might be problematic. But is it enough to stop the Messi of League? I don't know. He's Rookie of the Split for a reason. Well, I think this is a wrap. It was lovely. Oh, to talk about the future.
The future is tomorrow.
There you go.
That's all the future we have remaining in the
around the
NLC
corner.
winter.
This is how we got here. This was a long, long journey. We started off with the seeding stage and instantly into playoffs. A lot of teams didn't get a lot of chances to play. It's just you lose, you're out. You're promoted to spectator. I mean, if you look into Don Jake, he was promoted 2 times, and there he is. And with this in mind now, it's the last one. Los Ratones versus NORD. And whoever wins not only takes the throne of the NLC, but it goes on to EMEA. And I'm feeling good this year. I say this all the time. Yeah.
Is this the year that NLC takes it and doesn't just secure
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
You just returned and you're already cursing the scene.
Who brought him here?
Come on.
We need to speak.
We don't talk about NLC finals.
We need a monologue.
Listen,
Where's
Casey.
Noah? Where's Noah?
Listen, Casey is locked in, so we don't talk about EMEA Masters at all as an LC.
Okay. I feel good. That's all I want to say. And with that in mind, I hope you feel good as well. It was lovely to have you with us. I hope you can join us tomorrow as well. We have a big venue. It's sold out. But if you can't make it to the venue, you can go into the watch party. It's going to be not only for the NLC, but for the LEC finals as well. It's going to be on the Nest. We're going to be there as well, starting from the afternoon, because in the morning, we're going to be watching the finals of Los Ratones versus NORD. It's all up to them. And until then, keep climbing. Love you very much. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.